Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 501 30,000 years is too long. See you in 30,000 years. The sound shook the vast land, echoed for a long time among the magnificent mountains and rivers, and seemed unwilling to disperse. Those who boarded the divine boat waved sadly and said goodbye to their relatives and old friends. From then on, heaven and man were separated forever, and they could never see each other again, which became an eternal regret in each other's memory. The ancestor gods are benevolent and ruthless. There are many elites on the Zulong ship, and none of them can take away their relatives and friends. Because there are hundreds of millions of living beings in Kyushu and the four worlds, as long as they are not selected, all living beings are equal, and no one can board the divine ship by virtue of their relationship. Goodbye. The last two words of goodbye resounded through the world, leaving eternal melancholy and sorrow. Everyone knows that we will never meet again. Xiao Chen felt that his eyes were blurred. When he returns after 30,000 years, the world may still be the same as it used to be, but the people deep in his memory will never exist again. Laughing, sad, unforgettable old friends will be gone forever, turning into a ray of wind between heaven and earth, a grass on the river bank, a bone among dead branches and leaves. 30,000 years later, the sea will change, things will change, and the past will disappear. Chang'e should cry. Unbearable weight. Xiao Chen felt blocked. He was unwilling to accept this result. Even if he came back after 30,000 years, what's the point? Everything that used to be no longer exists. Could it be that just the word revenge can resolve the eternal melancholy and sadness? I'm not willing. This is Xiao Chen's roar from his soul. He is unwilling, and unable to accept such a result. If everything in the past no longer exists, even if he returns after 30,000 years and kills all the ancestor gods from other worlds, it will not be able to restore everything that was once. And, after 30,000 years, will it really be possible to suppress the ancestor gods from other worlds? The ancestral dragon boat set sail, and the two ancestor gods soared into the sky, turning into two huge rays of light, traversing the void, and they wanted to stay and continue fighting. I want to stay. Xiao Chen soared into the sky and flew out of the ancestral dragon boat. He is not a momentary impulse, he cuts everything that has ever been. Perhaps, leaving is the best choice and the most rational behavior. After 30,000 years of painstaking training, tens of thousands of days and nights of swearing to the death, he will definitely have the combat power of an ancestor god. It is wise to come back for a decisive battle at that time. But Xiao Chen couldn't let go. Maybe he wasn't a qualified fighting saint, he wasn't ruthless enough, although he showed a strong side in the past, but at this moment, he has too much reluctance. Whoosh! The little snow-white beast KK rushed out of the ancestral dragon boat and flew to Xiao Chen's side, and then the little stubborn dragon also rose into the sky and came here in an instant. You two don't do this. Yeah, the little snow-white beast muttered dissatisfied. The Nalong King said in a deep voice, I can't escape like this. No one is willing to escape like this, and many people find it difficult to let go of everything on the earth. There was a commotion on the ancestral dragon boat, and many people wanted to jump into the sky, but two huge beams swept over and sealed the ancestral dragon boat. The two ancestor gods shot and stopped everyone. Remember, now is not the time for you to shed blood and sacrifice, come back after 30,000 years. The dragon chant shook the 9 heavens, and the ancestral dragon boat set sail, rushing towards the endless void. See you in 30,000 years. Xiao Chen yelled at the departing dragon boat. We will meet again in 30,000 years, we believe you will survive. The voice on the Zulong boat gradually faded away. The dragon chant gradually became ethereal, the ancestral dragon boat disappeared into the void, and the heroes of Kyushu and the four worlds were sent away, and it was impossible to turn back. Xiao Chen stared at the direction where the ancestral dragon boat disappeared, and stood quietly for a long time. He didn't regret it at all. How can you just walk away? Parents and relatives are in Zulong village, and friends and relatives are still in this world. After 30,000 years, the vicissitudes of life will change, and he will not be able to leave everything behind. For him, some friendship is better than life, and he wishes to be with his parents and relatives even if he dies, and it is difficult for him to escape alone. Let's go back to Kyushu. Little stubborn dragon and KK followed Xiao Chen and rushed from the sky to the earth below. The law of heaven is not fair. In front of Zulong village, Jin Sinyi held the doomsday weapon in his arms and smashed it hard on the ground. His eyes were too dazzling, and he shouted loudly, "A being as great as the third brother has not been selected. It is unreasonable. Ancestral gods, you have lost your eyes. A genius like me is rare in all ages. How can you not take me away? Heaven is jealous of talents." The stammering words came to an abrupt end. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning rushed down, causing smoke to rise from the top of Jin Sinyi's head. His long hair stood on end like a fluffy hedgehog ball, his whole body was scorched black, and bursts of blue smoke rose up. FCK, people are in bad luck. Under the bright and clear sky, everyone will be struck by lightning. Jin Sinyi was furious, jumping and jumping. In the sky, cloudless, blue is washing. Which bastard is plotting against the third master? Jin Sinyi looked around angrily, but found nothing. Suddenly, 3 blazing rays of light flew towards him, and 3 huge meteorites passed across the sky, extremely bright. Damn it, meteors fly during the day, are you trying to get mad at me? Make a wish, let the Zulong boat turn around and pick me up. Jin Sinyi looked at the 3 meteors in the sky with evil eyes. But his color changed in an instant, and in the distant sky, a dark portal emerged, and more meteorites splashed out. Although most of them had already been burned to ashes when they rushed to the ground, many of them rushed before his eyes. Chugalema, you can't do this if you are lucky, third brother, do I deserve to be struck by lightning? Dozens of beams of light rushed straight down, piercing towards him, and Jin Sinyi rushed to the side, but was still knocked a few times. It's really unreasonable, evildoers appear in the last days, even meteors have traveled through space. At this moment, Jin Sinyi quickly closed his mouth, and then fled away as nimbly as a cat, faster than a rabbit that can fly into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the barren mountains dozens of miles away. Because, he found that there was a terrifying aura constantly rushing out of his huge black space door, and that aura was definitely a top cultivator from another world. Meteorites are constantly splashing out, one can imagine how terrifying the divine gate opened this time is definitely the channel through which ancestor gods from other worlds will descend. Here comes the big one. In the barren mountain, Jin Sinyi felt lingering fear, he felt that the doomsday gem in his hand was really a hot potato, and wanted to throw him away immediately. The huge black divine gate is even more majestic than the black hole opened by Li Weiyu when his real body descended last time, with billowing demonic energy surging. However, it can be seen that the ancestor gods from other worlds cannot come in a short time. However, this portal was definitely not opened by an ancestor god from another world. It should be the joint efforts of several people who will share this huge divine gate. The storm came so fast, just as the ancestral dragon boat left, another ancestor god from another world was about to appear. The 7 magic maps cut off the road to the prehistoric world, and the ancestor gods of other worlds no longer had any scruples, and they began to work together to open a passage for the ancestor gods to pass through. At this moment, Xiao Chen, KK and Ni Long Wang descended from the sky, and the huge black divine gate immediately made Xiao Chen feel overwhelmed. So fast, everything came so fast. Jin Sinyi desperately waved his hands at him from a distance, and Xiao Chen quickly rushed over. Brother Xiao, you are so unlucky that you were not selected. Hurry up and flee to the world of death with your brother. Jin Sinyi seemed to be grabbing a life-saving straw, and said, the people from God Village in the world of death don't know when they will appear. Waiting is not an option. Fortunately, you are here. 30,000 years is too long, seize the day and night, I came back by myself. The law of heaven is not fair, so why don't you recommend me, what a waste. Have Lu Mu, Niu Ren and others been here? No, Jin Sinyi shook his head. Before leaving, Xiao Chen told them that before the dead city, they could wait for the people from Shengkyun to appear and go to the dead world. Now, the alien world is in trouble ahead of time, and they haven't arrived yet, and the later they will be, the more dangerous they will be. Follow me to find someone. Xiao Chen patted Jin Sinyi on the shoulder. Jin Sinyi suddenly looked uglier than crying, and followed Xiao Chen holding Doomsday Jay. Don't worry, stay by my side. If we encounter the ancestor gods from other worlds, we can enter the world of death at any time. Xiao Chen comforted the restless 3 stammers. At this moment in Kyushu, there is turmoil, and it can be said that people are in panic. The ancestor dragon boat has already sent away the elite powerhouses. But now, the remaining people are very desperate from the bottom of their hearts, and they can't see a little light. Many people have even lost their fighting spirit, like Walking Dead. What he saw along the way made Xiao Chen feel heavy. No matter how he fights in this state, if he starts a war for Zheng Zhen, his own side will have a nervous breakdown first. Lu Mu and the Bull Demon King are really at ease. They don't care what time it is, and they are not in a hurry to report in front of the dead city. Third brother, I rushed there in the first time. You think that everyone is as afraid of death as you are? Xiao Chen said unceremoniously. I know how to preserve my strength, okay. Because in the future I will be a genius who can kill the ancestor gods of other worlds. Now I need to bear it. How can I do without me in the future? This guy is very narcissistic. Lu Mu and Chen Feng were not found, but they saw many injustices. The outsider cultivator who came to this world with 7 magic maps first, was killed by 2 ancestor gods a few days ago, and the hidden one was hiding, and now he started to make trouble again. Some monks from other worlds couldn't hold back any longer, and before their ancestor gods came, they had already started to move. There is a soaring sword light ahead. When passing by Songshan Mountain, sharp sword glows shot up into the sky in the distance, like a spear inserted between the sky and the earth, dazzling and dazzling. Xiao Chen and the others quickly rushed over. Well, it's the second bald man, ha ha ha. Jin Sunyi laughed loudly, and said, the second bald man also lost the election. Let me just say, a generation of geniuses like me have not been favored by the ancestor gods. How could the second bald man be selected? There was a scuffle ahead, and a beautiful young girl was particularly eye-catching. Although her eyes were bright and her teeth were bright and charming, her sword was radiant and murderous, and her swordsmanship was very fierce. Dugu 9 swords. Xiao Chen's gaze froze with surprise. Not far away, the tall and majestic Boshi was also fighting against the monks from other worlds. When the road is injustice, let's yell, when it's time to act, I will help. Jin Sunyi rushed over with a whoosh, appearing extraordinarily righteous. Of course, it is obvious to help the beautiful and attractive girl, not the Boshi on the other side. Among the monks from other worlds who came to Kyushu, the strongest is the terrifying figure of the half-ancestor Juchongtian, and the weakest are all above the Yuyu realm. The alien cultivator in front is obviously not a terrifying figure, but he is not the weakest either. All of them have reached the realm of perfection. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and swept out the battle sword in his hand. The brilliance shot out, the sword energy shook, and he cut several people who besieged Boshi in half on the spot, and blood rushed into the air. On the other side, Jin Sunyi used Doomsday Weapon to help the girl penetrate a person. At the same time, Nalong King made a move, and Nalong took 7 steps, severely injuring the other 3 on the spot. Chi. The sword light rushed up, and the girl beheaded the 4 of them on the spot. Who are you? Xiao Chen looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. How could she have Dugu 9 swords? You are Uncle Xiao Chen. The beautiful girl looked at the little snow-white beast, then at Xiao Chen, and guessed his identity at once. It's me. Who are you? I am Dugu Shanshan, and my father is Dugu Sword Demon. It's you. Xiao Chen was startled. When Dugu Shanshan was young, he hugged Dugu Shanshan himself. However, Dugu Sword Demon has been missing for many years, and has never been seen again since then. Why are you here? Where is your father? My father has been missing for many years, from birth to entry, and then to rebirth, in order to practice swords. Dugu Shanshan said with tears in her eyes, Uncle Xiao Chen, hurry up and save my mother and brother. Bing, what happened to her? Xiao Chen was startled. We live in seclusion in the deep mountains 200 miles away, but we don't want monks from other worlds to break in there today, only I broke out. Xiao Chen quickly understood what was going on. Dugu Shanshan was chased here by the monks from the outside world, while Boshi came here to pay homage to Yijun. Go, you point the way. As the matter was urgent, Xiao Chen immediately soared into the sky and took Dugu Shanshan with him at 8-phase speed. Don't say that this is Dugu Sword Demon's daughter, even by others, he will not stand idly by, because he rushed out of the ancestral dragon boat and returned just to fight. Songshan Mountain is quiet, with towering ancient trees. It is more than 200 miles ahead, where swords are soaring to the sky. Finally it's not too late. Xiao Chen felt relieved. But at the next moment, Xiao Chen, Yu Kiki and the little stubborn dragon were terrified at the same time, and their nerves tensed up in an instant. I don't know why, just at the moment just now, Xiao Chen felt a tremor in his heart. KK did the same, except for the little stubborn dragon, none of them felt it, as if they didn't feel it. Ahead, the sword light in front is gone. Dugu Shanshan panicked. Xiao Chen and the others quickly rushed into the forest. A dozen or so outsider monks on the ground seemed to be full of fear, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. After a quick inspection by Jin Yi, they came to a surprising conclusion. These people were all scared to death. Not far away, Ah Bing, whom I hadn't seen for many years, was wearing a blue dress with bloodstains on it. She was as graceful as before, only with a hint of the bright and beautiful charm of a woman. Next to her are two tall and straight teenagers. They are the other two children of her and Sword Demon, with the heroic spirit of Dugu Sword Demon and the beauty inherited from Ah Bing in their eyebrows. They were not harmed and were rescued at the critical moment. Xiao Chen is you. Although I haven't seen him for many years, it is impossible for Ah Bing to forget Xiao Chen. What happened to Ah Bing just now? Xiao Chen was full of doubts. Even if the old man reunited after many years, he couldn't care less about greetings. An old man appeared just now. I don't know why. He glanced at it, and all these monks from other worlds died. Ah Bing still can't believe what happened just now. Where did he go? Xiao Chen asked. I'm going down the mountain. I want to stay but I can't. Ah Bing pointed to the foot of the mountain, and he could vaguely see a hazy figure, but no one could feel the breath of that person. Xiao Chen immediately soared into the sky and quickly chased after him, followed by the others. Senior, stop, Xiao Chen yelled after him, but he couldn't catch up even if he played Bashong to the extreme. The figure actually moved very slowly, but Xiao Chen couldn't get close, as if there was a starry sky between them. Suddenly, the figure in front stopped at the foot of the barren mountain. Xiao Chen quickly approached, and finally saw the figure clearly. It was an old farmer with gray temples, with many calluses on his hands, and mud stains below his calves, as if he had worked in the fields not long ago. Although he didn't turn around, Xiao Chen was sure that this seemed to be an old farmer. Don't chase me, do what you should do. The old farmer still turned his back to him, and said in a calm voice, don't be too pessimistic. It is difficult for other worlds to kill all the creatures in the Kyushu and the four worlds. Back then, they wanted to wipe out the celestial, human and dragon clans, but didn't these two clans be passed down as well? Chapter 502 Bodhidharma. After saying those words, the old farmer with grey temples walked slowly away, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Even if you want to chase, it is impossible, as if there is an endless starry sky blocking the front, making it impossible for everyone to approach. Xiao Chen, thank you. Ah Bing came, and after a false alarm, she had calmed down. It's outrageous to say such things. Only then did Xiao Chen ask about the situation of Ah Bing's family over the years. As Dugu Shanshan said, their family has been living here in seclusion, but Dugu Sword Demon has disappeared for many years from birth to entry into the world, and then rebirth in order to practice swords. I don't know where he is now. At the same time, Xiao Chen learned that there is an ancient temple on Songshan Mountain, which has been reduced to a foothold for monks from other worlds, and a group of people have been hiding there for the past few days. They successfully brought the map of the 7 demons, and the task has been completed. The ancestor gods from the other world have not yet come. Frightened by the coercion of the ancestor gods in this world, these people dare not come out to make a scene for the time being, but some monks from other worlds who can't hold back have already begun to dispatch on a small scale nearby. There's a litter of wolves from another world here. Let's get rid of it. Jin Yi looked so proud, and after saying these words, he didn't forget to blink his peach blossom eyes, and smiled brightly at Dugu Shanshan. Ah Bing stood in front of Shanshan with extreme vigilance, while Dugu Shanshan smiled sweetly. I look forward to Uncle 300 million showing his might. The stuttering smile froze at the sound of his uncle's sudden call. He sighed very depressed, and muttered in a low voice, how can such a good girl be the daughter of Dugu Taideo, she doesn't look like her at all. The graceful Ah Bing glared at him, and Jin Yi immediately changed his words, saying, cough, it looks like, very similar, it is almost as beautiful as Ah Bing, I feel pity. Do you know how many half-ancestors there are and how many heavens they have reached? Xiao Chen wanted to get rid of the strong aliens in the ancient temple. According to the words of the monks who besieged us just now, there should be 2 or 3 semi-ancestors. I don't know what level they have reached. Ah Bing could only put forward such a message. With KK's paradise lost, Xiao Chen didn't worry about being in danger, and the group flew towards the ancient temple ahead. It was a huge temple, although it was a bit dilapidated, but one could imagine its former glory. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, it was extraordinarily quiet. Why aren't there even birdsong? Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong because he was still a mile away from the ancient temple. It was too quiet, and there was no sound in the dense forest. You all entered Paradise Lost? Xiao Chen asked KK to protect everyone. Xiao Chen didn't enter the divine garden, but dragged a battle sword backwards, scratched the ground, burst out a string of sparks, strode forward, and the little beast Kiki led the crowd to follow. The mountain road was paved with big blue stones, winding towards the magnificent ancient temple, until it was near the gate of the temple. Xiao Chen found out where the problem was. Little rays of light rippling out, and a powerful force imprisoned the entire ancient temple. From the gap in the red-painted vermilion temple gate, one can clearly see that there are indeed monks from other worlds inside. Squeak! Xiao Chen pushed open the temple door and strode in. The power that imprisoned the ancient temple did not stop him. In the wide front yard, there were more than a dozen monks from other worlds standing there, unable to move at all, as if they were frozen. Are these guys bewitched? With a somersault, Jin Yi flipped out of Paradise Lost chicly, swept out the Doomsday Gem in his hand very handsomely, and cut off the head of a monk from another world with a poof. Can't move, I'm not polite to you, brother. Speaking of this, Jin Yi's Chi Li Ka Cha solved all the monks from other worlds, and seemed to have a sense of accomplishment, saying, "That's all." Everyone ignored him directly. Walking all the way towards the Dashang Palace, on the way, I met many monks from other worlds whose figures were fixed like this, and they were all solved by Xiao Chen and the others. Until, when approaching the main hall, a powerful aura was felt by everyone, and there was a secret battle in the main hall. The powerful half-ancestors are fighting for the top. Although it seems calm, once it erupts, it will be earth-shattering. I am afraid that the mountains within 100 miles will collapse. It was definitely the half-ancestor. Xiao Chen and the others all sensed that dangerous wave of spiritual consciousness, but they were only hidden deep in the hall. Xiao Chen dragged his battle sword forward step by step, while the others hid in Paradise Lost and followed behind. Quang! Several dilapidated wooden windows in front of the Dashang Palace were shattered, and everything inside could be seen at a glance. The three half-ancestors from other worlds, all dressed in cold iron battle suits, surrounded the tall Buddha statue in the center of the hall, and their powerful spiritual sense seemed to want to smash everything there. Confrontation of consciousness. Three half-ancestors from other worlds were colliding with the huge Buddha statue. This surprised Xiao Chen and the others. In an ancient temple that had been in disrepair for a long time and almost had no monks, a dilapidated huge Buddha statue actually inspired the three half-ancestors from other worlds so much. Moreover, everyone could see that the three half-ancestors from other worlds seemed to have fallen behind, and now they were just struggling. This is very frightening. A Buddha statue has such power. I am afraid that it will be nothing more than that when the Buddha comes. Xiao Chen and the others didn't make a move, they watched all this quietly, and the confrontation with spiritual consciousness lasted for an entire hour. The aura of the three half-ancestors from other worlds became weaker and weaker, and they were also imprisoned, unable to move, even if they wanted to escape. And their consciousness seems to have suffered a great blow. Silently, the light of the three powerful half-ancestors from other worlds was completely dimmed, and their bodies gradually became cold. Pervert. Even the rebellious Bo Shi in Paradise Lost expressed such emotion. After another half an hour, the bodies of the three half-ancestors from other worlds were completely icy cold, and their spiritual consciousness was wiped out. Confronting with spiritual consciousness is the most dangerous, and 90% of the loser will be wiped out and die completely. Although the bodies of the three powerful half-ancestors from other worlds were preserved, their spiritual consciousness was undoubtedly completely shattered. It can be said that their lives were terminated. Xiao Chen stepped forward, waving the sword in his hand. The bodies of the three half-ancestors from other worlds were torn apart on the spot, and then turned into fly ash. "Senior, please come out and meet." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the huge Buddha statue in the center of the Dashang Palace suddenly cracked open, and then the hollow Buddha statue was completely shattered. Everyone was shocked, and there was a clay figure sitting cross-legged inside, or a native. The person sitting cross-legged in the Buddha statue was covered with a thick layer of dust, like a fossil, and his long gray hair was even more messy, like a bird's nest. Trembling slightly, the dust on the native's body fell, revealing a corner of the tattered cassock inside. Although his hair was messed up like grass, everyone could tell that he was an old monk, who had been sitting cross-legged here for an unknown number of years. It was him, such an inconspicuous, dirt-covered earth monk who killed three powerful half-ancestors from another world. Xiao Chen asked suspiciously, "Senior is Bodhidharma." The old monk didn't make a fuss, and directly revealed his identity. His voice was like a metal trill, sonorous and powerful. Hearing these two words, everyone gasped. This man is definitely one of the heroes of the ages. However, he has been missing for an unknown number of years, and the world has almost forgotten him. Bodhidharma is a great Zen Buddha, especially good at fighting. It can be said that his true strength is not much weaker than that of Buddha. No one expected that this outstanding man from all over the ages had been sitting cross-legged here, and it seemed that he hadn't moved for thousands of years. Everyone has witnessed the powerful strength, refining the three half-ancestors, it has to be admired. The real outstanding people through the ages really lived up to their reputation. A lot of dust fell from Bodhidharma's eyelids, so he opened his eyes, looked at the huge relic carried by Bo-shi, then stared at Bo-shi, and said, "You are destined to me, would you like to stay?" The tall and burly Bo-shi with a knife-sharpened face looked cruel, but since his elder brother Yijun was a monk, he still had a good impression of him and the monk. He hesitated a little and nodded. He wanted to ask Bodhidharma if he could return the relic to its original source. Okay. Bodhidharma only said one word, and then pointed out that Bo-shiman's long black hair fell off immediately, revealing a bald head. Bo-shi was impatient at that time, his eyebrows were upside down, his eyes were full of fierce light, even in the face of this outstanding man, he didn't show any weakness, and shouted, "I don't want to go out. I don't want you to become a monk, I just want you to let go." Bodhidharma said nothing. Bo-shiruo realized something, and put the relic on the ground. "Put it down." Dharma still said the same. "I can't let go." Bo-shi looked very painful. Only Xiao Chen present understood that Yijun died to save Bo-shi back then, and Bo-shi was always regretting and blaming himself in his heart, and it was difficult to let go of his obsession, which was what Bodhidharma asked him to let go. "If you can't let it go, let's keep it." Bodhidharma pointed out that Bo-shi disappeared in the hall, together with the huge relic. Bodhidharma looked at Jinsen Yi again, stuttering 3 times, his scalp felt numb, he hurriedly covered his long hair, and rushed out of the hall, saying, "The second bald man really lives up to his name now, I don't want to become the third bald man, Damo Patriarch, please hold your hands high, I have no chance with you. Chijin Zenru, you are a true Buddha walking in the world." Bodhidharma nodded to Jinsen Yi. "I fork." Jinsen Yi jumped up and disappeared into the ancient temple. He was really scared. If he was caught by this Bodhidharma ancestor and became a monk, it would be too late for him to cry. The arrival of the monks from the other world, the seniors should already know. "I see, you go." In a blink of an eye, Bodhidharma turned into a stone Buddha. Xiao Chen and the others withdrew from this 1,000-year-old temple, and now everyone has more confidence in their hearts. There are still many masters in this world. The ancient man Jadama stayed behind, and the mysterious old farmer was even more unfathomable. Presumably there must be many hidden masters. As the old farmer said, there is no need to despair. Xiao Chen and the others left here, and a Bing's family followed. Chen Feng didn't rush to the dead city at the first time. Xiao Chen estimated that he might have returned overseas with fairy Qing Yun, and didn't realize that the ancestor god from another world was coming soon. When they appeared overseas and passed Longdao, Xiao Chen, KK and others stopped. The Dragon Clan is an extremely powerful race and an indispensable combat force. It is not known whether all their top fighters have left in the ancestral dragon boat. They appeared directly on the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan, and in an instant, the war god king of the Dragon Clan manifested. Yeah, KK flew over happily, the god of war of the Dragon Clan can be regarded as the little beast's relative. As strong as the god of war of the Dragon Clan, making Shira Banzu and others tremble, was he not chosen to leave? "I don't want to leave, but I let some potential clansmen leave." Speaking of this, the tall and burly dragon god of war looked at Nalong King and said, "You also stayed." "I can only grow in battle." Little stubborn dragon didn't say much, only talking about key issues. "Okay, bold." Long Zan nodded. Suddenly, he turned around, glanced at Xiao Chen and the others, then looked at Kiki, and said, "There is something that I should give to you, and the old ancestral dragon asked me to keep it for you. I wanted to send it to the ancestral dragon ship, but I didn't send it when I saw you flying out." "What?" Kiki asked curiously. "It was left by your mother. Although you haven't reached the half-ancestor Juchongtian, I have to give it to you now, because I am afraid that there will be no chance in the future." "Mom." Hearing these words, KK's big eyes were filled with mist. The others were even more surprised. KK's family was too mysterious. Although Xiao Chen soon saw K's father's spiritual imprint, he still knew nothing about KK's mother. On the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan, there is a magnificent Dragon Clan castle with extraordinary momentum, shaped like a coiled ancestor dragon, exuding a majestic atmosphere. Everyone followed the Dragon God of War to the castle, and soon the Dragon God of War walked out of a secret room, and solemnly handed a small box the size of a palm to Kiki. "Mom." The little snow-white beast burst into tears with grievance. It has never seen its parents since it was born, but finally found their remains in Paradise Lost. Now that it sees what its mother left for it, it can't help but choke up. I don't know if you can open it. According to the Ancestor Dragon, you need to reach the 9th level of the Half-Ancestor to open it. Dragon War God reminded. Kiki held the wooden box cherished, and kept murmuring the word, "Mother." Her immature voice was full of emotion, and tears kept rolling down. The little snow-white beast wanted to open the wooden box, but found it very difficult to shake, as if it had reached the half-ancestor state, tried a dozen times but failed to open it. Yeah, Kiki was a little annoyed, and opened the lost paradise, using the power of the god's garden to open the small wooden box. The wooden box was still hard to shake, but it shot out colorful rays of light, which were extremely dazzling and soared into the sky. From a distance, Long Island looks like a colorful volcano erupting, and the dragon-shaped castle has been pierced. Everyone present was shocked, and Kiki was even more taken aback, and hurriedly closed the lost paradise. However, the colorful rays of light that soared into the sky did not disperse, and then suddenly flew towards Kyushu. Everyone was taken aback. Let's go and have a look. The dragon god of war was the first to soar into the sky. Kiki was even more anxious, turning into a white light and piercing the sky, followed by everyone. That gorgeous colorful light swept across the sky, rushed directly into Kyushu, and then flew straight towards Yongzhou. Xiao Chen was startled immediately, he vaguely guessed something. Ah, look quickly, the colorful lights are rushing towards the ancient village. Jin Sanyi shouted. Needless to say, everyone has already seen that brilliant 7-colored divine light rushing across the sky and arriving at the sky above Zulong village. It collided suddenly with the 7-demon map covering the ancient village. Boom, the world is shaking, and the two seem to be incompatible. Everyone was shocked, the 7-colored light was shaking the 7-demon map. Why? Could it be that it wants to break through the 7-demon maps? At the same time, in the sky not far away, meteorites rushed out of the huge black divine gate opened by the ancestor gods of other worlds. The majestic coercion is coming out, and the ancestor gods from other worlds are about to descend. Afterwards, countless starlight gushed out, and a miniature starry sky shrouded the void in front of the black divine gate. The supreme ancestor god from another world, with the mustard seed Nasumi Dafa, brought a piece of starry sky alive. In the next moment, the power of the gods was 30,000 li. A gray-haired middle-aged man struggled to poke his head out from the black divine gate, his hair flying in the air. The ancestor god from another world descended, and the supreme divine power spread across Kyushu, shaking countless mountains, rivers and rivers. As an advertisement, reader Ku Mofeng wrote a collection of reviews, Notes on the Tomb of God. Chapter 503, The Head of the Ancestor God from Another World. It was as big as a house, with long gray hair dancing like a snake, and eyes as big as washbasins. The rays of light they shot were extremely sharp, and they looked extremely violent. Those dagger-like snow-white teeth shone with a chilling light, and against the backdrop of the blood-red wide mouth, they were extremely sharp and frightening. Including the dragon god of war, everyone present was overwhelmed by that supreme coercion, and a vast and unparalleled wave of spiritual consciousness crushed towards them. Ants, it is your honor to see the descending of this god ancestor. The terrifying alien ancestor god, with his huge head exposed outside the black god gate, uttered a chilling words, use your blood and life to welcome my descending. Although it is only the head of an ancestor god from another world, the raging power is still extremely terrifying. Only the god of war of the dragon clan was the top master among the half-ancestors at the scene. He quickly broke through the confinement, with mighty power and dragon aura. The iron fist shattered the void, and a shadow trail of the ancestor dragon was shot out, and a dragon cry was heard, which spread all over the sky and the earth. Boom! The iron fist of the dragon god of war collided with the terrifying killing intent of the ancestor god from another world, and an earth-shattering energy fluctuation erupted. The violent waves swept across the 10 directions, and the earth trembled violently. Yi, KK followed the dragon god of war, regained her freedom, quickly opened the lost paradise, and took everyone in. The raging waves raged and stopped outside the divine garden. Dragon King, the terrifying ancestor god from another world, with his powerful and incomparable killing intent, directly blasted the dragon god of war into the air, causing wounds all over his body. Dragon blood splattered, and dyed the sky red. The so-called Dragon King is nothing more than a reptile in my eyes, a humble and weak bug. The ancestral gods of the other world were full of contempt, looking down on the dragon war god who was seriously injured and flew out. He was the famous Li Weiyu, the strongest among the ancestral gods. It's not that the god of war of the dragon race is weak, but that Li Weiyu, the ancestor god of the alien world, is too powerful. You must know that the king of war god is the strongest among the half-ancestors. The god of war of the dragon clan was seriously injured and retreated, and was taken to Paradise Lost by Kiki. You say I'm a reptile, well, let me show you the anger of a reptile. The god of war king is an all-powerful and powerful man, a rare opponent among the half-ancestors. Even in the face of the ancestor gods, he has no fear. He raised his hand and pulled out the long knife behind him. Slashing directly at the huge head in front, 7 dragon chants resounded through the 9 heavens. The long knife was divided into 7 parts, and turned into 7 divine lights to slash at the black divine gate. This is the sacred weapon of the dragon clan. It is the most essential part of the 7 ancestral dragon horns. It is extracted. When combined together, it is the dragon saber, which is one of the most important sacred objects of the dragon clan. Like the holy sword held in the spine of the Black Dragon King, it is the supreme treasure of the dragon clan. Legend has it that even if the dragon clan encounters a catastrophe, as long as all the holy objects are complete, they can regain their glory and summon unimaginable power. What can I do with reptile horns? Li Weiyu, the ancestor god of the alien world, was full of disdain. But in an instant he was startled. The 7 separated dragon horns activated the fighting spirit of the ancestor dragons, and the indelible killing intentions left by the 7 ancestor dragons in the past were all revived and ignited. The huge dragon's power, its vastness, and its strength as the ancestor gods of other worlds were shocked for a while. The 7 huge ancestral dragons, radiating brilliance, all rushed over at one point, and the gorgeous light immediately flooded the black divine gate. Boom! Although the ancestor gods from other worlds swept all directions with unparalleled killing intent, the 7 dragon shadows still rushed in, and he let out a muffled groan amidst the blazing light. A string of blood splashed out, pierced through the void, and after falling on the ground, it directly penetrated the stratum and rushed to the unknown place. It was the blood of the ancestor gods from other worlds. When the light completely disappeared, the 7 dim dragon horns flew back and regrouped together to form a simple long knife, which fell into the hands of the dragon god of war. And inside the black divine gate, on that huge head, there were 7 shocking wounds, 4 on the face, 1 on the forehead, and 2 between the gray buns. The flesh was rolled and dripping with blood. Xiao Chen and the others were encouraged by the fact that the powerful ancestor god from another world was wounded. Only the god of war of the dragon clan is sweating coldly. No one knows better than him the power of the 7 ancestral dragon horns. The dragon horns condensed the indestructible killing intent of the ancestor dragon. They did not smash the head, but only left 7 wounds, which is enough to show how powerful this alien ancestor god is. Reptile, you make me angry. You will all suffer from eternal purgatory, even if you want to die. Li Weiyu's words were low and his face was calm, but the anger in his heart had already been expressed in the powerful wave of consciousness. It was as if the raging sea of death was roaring. With a piercing sound, the sky was shattered, and destructive killing thoughts swept towards Paradise Lost. At this moment, the 7-colored divine light in the sky that was confronting the 7 demon map seemed to have sensed it, and rushed down in an instant to meet the endless killing intent. A silent crash. There is not much difference in the confrontation with the real ancestor god. The 7-color divine light blocked Li Weiyu's killing intent. Although it is slowly dimming, it has not been defeated. At the same time, the wooden box in the hands of Kiki, the little beast in Paradise Lost, vibrated violently, rushed out, merged with the colorful divine light, and slammed it on Li Weiyu's head. Boom! Li Weiyu was smashed to the ground, the colorful light was completely dimmed, and he was submerged in the wooden box, flying back to the Paradise Lost. For a powerful ancestor god from another world, this is a disgrace. It is unbelievable that his head was broken twice successively. Li Weiyu felt that this was unreal. At this moment, he was completely enraged, and shouted, "The immeasurable demon body, descend to the earth." The black divine gate swelled violently, and then the starlight shone, and Li Weiyu finally rushed out. His gray hair is flying, his skin is fair, his eyes are like cold electricity, piercing the void, making people tremble. He was tall, wearing the armor of a hedgehog, with iron spikes gleaming coldly, rushing backwards into the sky. Holding a large destructive spear in his hand, full of destructive aura, he stood in the void and coldly glanced in all directions. That earth-shattering aura makes people breathless, and Li Weiyu, the ancestor god from another world, has descended in person. The power is not known how many times stronger than the head alone. It was already unstoppable, and the ancestor gods from other worlds worked together to open up a solid passage, and he was the first to rush over. And behind him there was a dark figure. His descendants and disciples were all lined up in the void, all wearing divine iron battle clothes, holding fierce soldiers in their hands, with murderous aura, shaking the sky. Children, it's time for you to hunt. Go use those whetstones and sharpen yourself. Li Weiyu's voice was ruthless and mighty across Kyushu, shaking countless mountains and rivers, announcing his arrival. He was holding back his anger just now, and now he wants to vent it with the most ruthless killing. The terrifying breath made all the creatures on the vast land tremble. This is the supreme power of the ancestor gods from other worlds. The dark figures in the sky rushed to all directions quickly. Up to now, Xiao Chen can only bring these people into the world of death, otherwise he will not be able to compete against the terrifying Li Weiyu. But at this moment, 2 rays of divine light swept over, and densely packed figures fell in the sky. The 2 ancestor gods came hand in hand, and ruthlessly killed Li Weiyu's descendants and disciples. Boom! At this moment, the huge black divine gate behind Li Weiyu suddenly burst open, and another powerful ancestor god from another world was about to descend. The starlight shone in front of the black divine gate. It was a miniature starry sky, which rushed out from the divine gate. Just when the 2 ancestor gods on Kyushu were about to make a move, a simple old farmer suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, carrying a hoe, with a little mud stain on his body, as if he had just walked out of the field. He made the move before the 2 ancestor gods, and swept the powerful Li Weiyu with a hoe, as if he was weeding, which seemed very casual. "It's you, Immortal, you're still alive." Li Weiyu, the patriarch of the alien world, seemed to be very shocked, showing an incredulous look, and said, "I saw you in the last civilization era, you are still alive. We meet again, it's fate." The old farmer chuckled, and with a very weird move, he broke through Li Weiyu's block and sat down in the Shenmen. Boom! The black divine gate vibrated violently, and it seemed that there was a collapse inside, and the roar of the ancestor god from another world came out, and then all the mud stains on the old farmer's body flew up, turned into a mud wall, blocked the divine gate, and sealed it. In the distance, Xiao Chen and the others were stunned. Isn't this old farmer too perverted? He sat down on Shenmen and almost collapsed, and then the mud on his body actually blocked the passage, which is really jaw-dropping. "You old man!" Li Weiyu was furious, holding the great destroyer spear, and pierced towards the old farmer. "Thank you, I have sent back my weapon." The old farmer smiled plainly, and his face was immediately wrinkled, like wrinkled bark. Although he smiled plainly, his speed was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed the great destroyer spear with a bang. Strange to say, the great destroyer spear is an extremely domineering weapon. Its murderous aura shakes the heavens and the earth, it condenses endless violent evil spirits, and can destroy everything in the world. But at this moment, after being caught by the old farmer, he actually calmed down, and began to attack Li Weiyu, the ancestor god of another world. The old farmer's momentum rose sharply, and he snatched the great destruction spear over. He stroked the spear as if he was stroking a pet, and said, from the top ancestral divine weapon, to the half-ancestral divine weapon, and then promoted to the ancestral divine weapon, he fell into a foreign land, ups and downs, just like the world. Old and immortal, Li Weiyu, the patriarch of the other world, said with a cloudy expression, "You survived across different civilization eras, you didn't hide in a corner, and you dared to come out, you are doomed in this life." Boom! The old farmer shook the great destroyer spear violently, and the endless killing intent filled the sky, and all of them concentrated on Li Weiyu's chest. "Immortal! Ah!" Li Weiyu shouted. His divine power was surging, shaking the starry sky, and the miniature sky in front of him was directly pulled to him. It was a real starry sky, and there was a sea of AA stars between the two of them. He used this to block the great destruction spear in the old farmer's hand. Although the old farmer's spear did not penetrate through it, but pointed at Li Weiyu from a distance across the starry sky, it showed an extremely terrifying side. "Aha! Hey!" Li Weiyu yelled, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his heart was pierced. An invisible killing intent opened a blood hole the size of a fist in his chest. The front and back were transparent, and his heart was shattered. Blood gurgled and flowed, staining the sky red. This is the true meaning of great destruction. The spear doesn't need to really attack and stab the enemy, as long as the killing intent is enough, it can completely penetrate all obstacles and destroy all opponents. Neither the former patriarch god Babra nor the current Li Weiyu can display the ultimate fighting spirit of the spear of destruction. Only in the hands of this old farmer can this battle spear show its unparalleled power of destruction that can destroy the universe. "You old bastard, you actually hurt me." Li Weiyu, the patriarch of the alien world, was shocked and angry. He was actually penetrated by someone. This was a very scary signal. Old man, you have to pay for this. Li Weiyu's body was full of divine power, and the hedgehog armor on his body turned into dots of light, and finally condensed into a handful of TNJ, which appeared in his hands. Standing in the starry sky, he looked at the old farmer through the endless stars, and shouted, "TNJ destroys the world." This is the combination of magical powers and martial arts. TNJ swept across the sky, and a terrifying huge light path was opened up in the miniature starry sky, sweeping towards the old farmer. The old farmer threw away the hoe in his hand, held the great destroyer spear in both hands, and stood horizontally in the starry sky. Suddenly shaking, the great destroyer spear burst out with endless killing intent. Boom! In this miniature starry sky, I don't know how many stars have been wiped out, and the killing intent is shattered, advancing like a tide. Puff! Blood spattered, and Li Weiyu yelled loudly, covering his throat with his hand, and the TNJ in his hand immediately dimmed, turning into a hedgehog suit and covering his body. His neck and throat were pierced, but it was still clear from front to back, and blood was gurgling. It can defend against the body of the Great Destruction Spear, but it cannot prevent the endless killing intent of the Great Destruction Spear. This is the frightening aspect of the true meaning of Great Destruction. This old farmer seemed simple, but when he really started to fight, he was extremely fierce, and that kind of killing intent was irresistible. You are so old. Li Weiyu blinked and disappeared from this miniature starry sky, and quickly rushed to the outer sky of Datianyu. The two ancestor gods on Kyushu looked at the old farmer and wanted to say something. I'm actually dead. My body has already rotted for endless years. I'm just bluffing people now. I know you two are very powerful, so go and kill him. I seal the door of God with God's mud. I'm afraid it won't last long. The old farmer said like he was carrying a hoe and a spear of destruction. Two rays of light shot into the sky, and the two ancestor gods disappeared out of the sky. Xiao Chen and the others quickly surrounded the old farmer, and Kiki blinked her big eyes, looking at him curiously. Show me that wooden box. The old farmer took the wooden box from the snow-white little beast, wanting to see what happened. However, at the moment of the tentacle, he threw it away, as if stung by a scorpion, and said, "It's something left by that little pervert." Yeah, Kiki was dissatisfied immediately, and looked at the old farmer angrily. The old farmer held the wooden box in his palm again, observed it carefully, thoughtfully, and then asked Kiki, "Shall I open it for you?" Yeah, Kiki nodded eagerly, her big eyes flickering. She was eager to know what was in the wooden box. The old farmer shouted loudly, and the wooden box in his hand suddenly burst into colorful light, and then a huge beam of light pierced through the world. At the same time, Kiki let out an exclamation. It was sucked into the dazzling light, its small body rose slowly, and in the gorgeous colorful light, the little snow-white beast gradually became ethereal. Did it open the way to the heaven? The old farmer looked at the huge light path, wondering. Chapter 504 To Heaven. What kind of place is the prehistoric heaven? After asking all over the world, I am afraid that no one knows, even the ancestor gods can hardly understand. Heaven represents mystery and power. Only when one reaches the realm of ancestor gods can one get a glimpse of it. Throughout the ages, in the history of several great civilizations, in every era, there are peerless and powerful people who have looked up to the high heaven, but in the long history, how many people have really entered the heaven? Then I don't know. In a sense, the unknown mystery is the final destination of the ancestor gods. Yi, the little snow-white beast whispered softly. The colorful divine light illuminates the world, and the huge light path penetrates the world, leading to the unknown mysterious place. The gorgeous rays of light drowned out the sun in the sky. Under such radiant light, any color would be dimmed. This is the only place in the world. It is rising slowly, and its figure is becoming more and more ethereal and faint, as if it is about to enter an unknown place. Xiao Chen rushed in quickly, and then the old farmer followed the path of light step by step holding the spear of destruction. Ascension to heaven, Jin Sunyi yelled, jumping up and down, his peach eyes glistened, and he yelled loudly, enter the prehistoric heaven, and be immortal from now on. Those who believe in the third brother, rush forward. Holding Doomsday Jay and Sanjiba, he ran faster than a rabbit, and rushed into the light path in an instant. He yelled like this, and the sound moved all over the world, and someone in the distance responded immediately, Ascension, God, don't close the door, wait for me. Fatty Zug, with fluttering clothes and flying white hair, was running like lightning from a barren hill in the distance, rushing into the light path like a plunge into the water. Prehistoric heaven realm, here I come. Although Fatty Zug was chubby, he moved swiftly, swishing and jumping in the path of light, soaring upwards. Ha ha, Jin Sinyi laughed suddenly, and said, "You fat bastard was not selected, and the Zulong boat will abandon you like a shoe." Guangguan Juju, in the river continent. Zug Fatty shook his silver hair, looked up at Jin Sinyi on it, and said, "It's none of your business." Guangguan Juju, you fat man. Jin Sinyi kicked down. "You're stuttering, borrow your feet." Fatty Zug hugged Jin Sinyi's big feet, and followed Shang away. Ah Bing, Dugu Shanshan, mother and daughter glanced at each other, and followed Guangdaozhang. People who entered the light path were surprised to find that they were surrounded by endless hazy light spots, which seemed to be a humanoid creature. That is a. The hazy light spots are a group of humanoid creatures with high fingernails, all with a pair of transparent cicada wings, shining with hazy brilliance, like little elves, dancing in the huge light path. At the top, Xiao Chen and the old farmer had already caught up with KK, and their bodies became weaker and weaker. "Yi!" Kiki yelled, and at this moment the wooden box had returned to its hands and was tightly hugged in its arms. The divine light of the wooden box was dazzling, it was it that opened the path of light, but at this moment it was only a gap, and it did not really open. "If I can open the way to the heavens, I will be immortal until now." The old farmer held the spear of destruction, his eyes shining brightly. Surrounding Xiao Chen and KK are a group of small creatures with large fingernails, which are the physical manifestation of powerful laws, and the energy in this channel may go berserk at any time. Could it really open the way to the heaven? Xiao Chen couldn't believe it. "It's hard to say." The old farmer looked at the end of the light path in surprise. "And in this process, they have been slowly ascending." "What sound?" In the process of ascending along the light path, suddenly there was a loud voice from the far end of the light path, full of majesty and inviolability. It seemed that 3,000 Buddhas were chanting sutras, and 9,000 demon kings were roaring. At the end of the light path, the old farmer was moved by that power, and the spear of destruction was pointed upwards. What exactly did the mother of the little snow-white beast leave for it? Did it really open the way to the heaven? This kind of power is too similar. He actually wanted to intimidate everyone, as if he wanted everyone to kneel down and bow down. At this moment, the old farmer was quite domineering. He raised the destructive spear in his hand and shouted, "Open!" The great destroyer's spear can pierce through the world, destroy the starry sky, and the endless killing intent soars to the sky, pushing towards the end of the light path. The light path trembled violently, shaking suddenly, as if it would collapse at any time. That is a huge door, more than 100 meters high, quietly blocked the end of the light path, and the supreme coercion was emitted from it. The giant gate was tightly closed, and outside it was dotted with stars, and the vast universe seemed to be condensed together in endless fireflies. It was a real universe, but it was condensed and blocked in front of the giant gate. The old farmer was terrified, and said in shock, "Behind this giant gate, I am afraid it is really the prehistoric heaven, but how is this possible?" He seemed unable to believe it, and said, "The heaven is illusory, how could there be a real giant gate connected to Kyushu?" He snatched the wooden box from the snow-white little beast's hand, turned it over and looked at it carefully. The little beast rolled its eyes at him vigorously, and muttered in dissatisfaction. But the wooden box only opened a gap, and it couldn't be opened at all. "No matter where it connects to, let me open this giant door." The old farmer held the spear of destruction and was about to pierce through the huge door. However, just as he raised his spear, the sound just now came from inside the giant gate, like 3,000 Buddhas chanting sutras, like 9,000 demon kings roaring at the same time. Overwhelming 9 heavens. The giant gate rippled a little light, and the endless star field in front of it was rapidly shattering, and the stars were constantly flying into ashes and disappearing, like fireworks blooming, beautiful and short-lived. "That's the real star." The old farmer didn't send out the endless killing intent in the end, and looked at the huge portal with an extremely dignified expression. A huge door actually needs a piece of heaven to surround and protect it. A piece of real sky is condensed in front of the giant gate. Is this really the road connecting the heavens? Xiao Chen was almost sure of this. "You all back away, let me use my remaining heat." At this moment, the old farmer's demeanor changed drastically, and he was no longer as simple as before. He was like a peerless sword unsheathed, showing his sharpness and becoming one with the great destruction spear in his hand. The old farmer shouted word by word, "Big break destroy." Across the endless starry sky, the spear of destruction pointed at the giant gate, and the murderous aura shook the sky and the earth. At this moment, no power can stop this shocking blow. The invincible battle spear that can destroy the universe, the power gathered at this moment, even the ancestor gods are hard to beat, it is even more fierce than when it is against Li Weiyu, it can be said to dominate the world. The stars in the sky ahead were trembling, and then without a sound, a large star field dimmed, and countless stars were wiped out. The endless killing intent condensed into a tangible battle spear, which appeared in front of the giant gate through the shattered starry sky, and then pierced through it tyrannically. Boom! The giant gate was actually pierced through. The 100-meter giant gate first began to crack at the pierced point, and then terrible cracks appeared on the entire giant gate. Rumble! The gate collapsed completely, and the old farmer opened the mysterious portal. Let's have a little less today, the Chinese New Year is coming soon, friends get together, etc., there are many things to do. Chapter 505 KK's Mother. The 100-meter high giant gate was cracking, and with a loud bang, it was completely shattered and disintegrated, and then completely collapsed. The mysterious giant door was really opened. Does it indicate that the road to heaven is really smooth? It's just that the scene unfolded in front of everyone made everyone startled. Behind the giant gate, there was nothing, a silent void that seemed endlessly far away. It was a gray world, boundless, with no end in sight. Even so, the little snow-white beast was the first to rush in, babbling. This was the space opened by the wooden box left by its mother. The little guy was restless and excited, his furry ears quivered slightly, and his fists were clenched tightly. Xiao Chen was afraid that it would have an accident, so he followed closely behind it, looking at everything around him. The old farmer held the great destroyer spear, hesitated a little, and rushed in, pointing the spear point at the endless void. This is the prehistoric heaven. It doesn't even have a hair, so it's too desolate. Jin Sanyi walked in hesitantly, holding the doomsday gem. Fatty Zug with white hair has now formed a conditioned reflex. After entering, he began to look around and said to himself, I don't know what's in the heavens. It's a long way to reach the realm of the ancestor gods. I will search up and down. In the endless gray void, a hazy phantom suddenly appeared. It was a sea area connected with golden sandy beaches, floating in the void, and there was a golden sun in the sky. The sea water is blue and clear, and you can clearly see the sea fish jumping, and the sun shines down, making the golden sandy beach bright and bright, and there is an elegant building not far away, surrounded by beautiful trees. And on the golden beach, facing everyone is a large sun-shading umbrella. A magnificent woman, dressed in avant-garde clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, is lying lazily on her side on a deck chair, as if she is in a dreamland. There are various juices on the wooden table next to her, emitting bursts of fragrance. KK, the little snow-white beast that rushed up first, looked at the sleeping beautiful woman vigilantly, and asked in a childish voice, "Who are you?" The peerless woman seemed to be aware of it, lazily opened her star eyes, sat up lazily, her long aqua-blue hair immediately fell down like a waterfall, and under the support of her snow-white skin, she looked even more glamorous. "My child, you are here at last. You are." The little snow-white beast tilted its head to observe the beautiful woman in front of it, but the call from blood, it instantly confirmed that it was its closest relative. Kiki was extremely excited. Hearing the voice full of emotion, the big eyes of the snow-white little beast were filled with tears. With a slight blink, crystal tears rolled out and rushed forward quickly. It just wanted to call the word mother, but at this moment, the blue-haired woman suddenly yawned, fell down on the recliner again, and said in a sleepy voice, "I'm so sleepy, no, I can't hold on anymore. No, it seems that my child has arrived and I can't sleep anymore. I have been asleep for thousands of years." Mom, Kiki blinked her big eyes, flew over quickly, and gently shook the blue-haired beauty. In the back, Xiao Chen and the others were in a daze. This beauty is too, can she sleep? She has slept for thousands of years. She was still very happy and excited when she first saw the little beast. Why did she feel sleepy again in a blink of an eye? Mom, Kiki gently shook the blue-haired woman, and finally woke her up again. "Oh, my child, I finally see you." The blue-haired woman gently hugged Kiki, kissed the little guy passionately, and said, "My lovely baby. I'm sleepy again." Having said that, the blue-haired woman let go of her hands, and Ren Kiki slid down on the recliner, while she fell asleep again. Now, Xiao Chen and the others were completely dumbfounded. Asleep again. Hereditary, absolutely hereditary. Now, Xiao Chen and the others finally understood why the little beast was so lethargic, and it was so speechless to have such a mother. "How can this be? Mom, woke up." Kiki's immature voice was a little bit aggrieved. Why did such a thing happen just after meeting this dear mother? "Oh, baby, Mom is awake." The blue-haired woman happily lifted Kiki over her head, watched carefully, and finally hugged Kiki tightly in her arms, saying with great emotion, "My little baby is so cute, and my mother likes it more and more. It's just that sleepy again." Her voice became lower and lower, and finally Ren Kiki did a free fall and landed on the golden beach, while she fell asleep on the deck chair again. Everyone was completely speechless. Isn't this too sleepy? No wonder the little Snow White beast likes to sleep soundly on weekdays, it's really heredity. Oh my god, everyone wants to shout and sigh, it's not Kiki's fault, it's lazy mother's fault. Mom, the little Snow White beast was extremely wronged, with tears in its big eyes, shaking the body of the blue-haired beauty, calling softly. Mom woke up. Honey, Mommy's awake. Are you really my mother? Why can't you wake up when you see me? Kiki asked aggrievedly. Good boy, of course I am your mother. My mother has only 2 hobbies in her life. The first is to like food. There is no delicacy in the world that my mother has never tasted. The second hobby is to sleep. Usually, I sleep for 3,000 years. Let the beauty of the world grow old. Only my mother is young and beautiful. My favorite food is also food. KK's big eyes lit up immediately, and then she whispered, although I also love to sleep, I still think that my mother can sleep too much. The longest time I slept was only more than 150 years. So, son, you still have to work hard. Mom is sleepy again. The blue-haired beauty finally fell asleep again. Behind, a group of people were dumbfounded. Is there such a thing as educating children like this? Kiki's mother is also too different. In the rear, Jinsunyi and Fatty Zug had already started discussing. Judging from their appearance, they felt that this was really not like a family. Is this beautiful woman really Kiki's mother? This is really not like it. Especially when it comes to the cool dad K, it makes people feel even more weird. Father K, who is as white as jade, holds a straw stick in his mouth, and wears black crystal glasses. He looks cool. Could it be that he married such a woman? Jinsunyi looked up to the sky and sighed, and said, I was born as K's father, so what if I was a beast? I also married a beautiful and unparalleled wife, and a vigorous human-animal relationship is enviable. Fatty Zug had fluttering white hair and said, don't worry, you will also have a vigorous human-animal relationship in the future. Guan Guan Juju, it's none of your business. Jinsunyi threw Doomsday J at the weak Zug Fatty, immediately making the white-haired Fatty roll his eyes. That woman is not a human being. The mysterious old farmer held the great destroyer spear, with a serious expression on his face, as if he was carefully on guard, and said, I can't see her race for the time being, but it shouldn't be the manifestation of her real body, it's a spiritual imprint, very powerful. Being able to be evaluated by the old farmer in this way is enough to show that the woman is terrible. Such lethargy should only be an external manifestation. If you provoke her, the blue-haired woman may immediately show a shuddering combat power. Xiao Chen thought of the 2 white bones in Paradise Lost. When their cultivation reached the level of K's father and K's mother, they could naturally change their shapes at will. Whether they were human or beast was just a thought away. Mom, Kiki looked like a poor little girl, with a bitter face, calling for the blue-haired woman to wake up again. Oh, lovely baby, Mom hasn't slept enough for 3,000 years this time, that's why she's sleepy. Don't be wronged, baby, Mom insists on not letting herself sleep anymore. The blue-haired woman finally regained her energy and said, Mom likes delicious food the most, so naturally I have prepared a lot for my little baby. Let's go, Mom will take you to see it. Having said that, K's mother finally got off the reclining chair, and with a pair of snow-white and crystal-clear feet, she hugged KK and walked towards a building not far away. Baby, are these pavilions beautiful? Here is the Western classic style that I excavated the prehistoric ruins and recreated, and the one here is the Oriental classical style. While talking, it wasn't K's mother who was holding Kiki, but Kiki was struggling to support K's mother who was about to fall asleep again. However, after walking into the beautiful building complex, the aggrieved little beast soon became happy. The people outside soon heard the cheers of the little thing, babbling excitedly. A lot of spirits, the little snow-white beast asked timidly in a childish voice, Mom, are these all for me? Yes, it's all for my baby. K's mother replied lazily, and then lazily said, Give Mom a god fruit. Mom, the celestial fruit is right next to you, only 1 step away. Mom is too lazy to move, baby help Mom throw one. Mom, you are too lazy, many times lazy than me. ... Although everyone couldn't see the scene in the building complex, they could clearly hear their conversation. They looked at each other, really didn't know what to say, the poor little beast has such a lazy mother, it's really. Mom, you fell asleep again. Mom, you are lying on me. Mom, you are biting the god fruit, you haven't chewed it yet, don't sleep. Mom, you, ... Poor little thing, how can there be such a lazy mother? Everyone sympathizes with Kiki very much. At this moment, Kei's mother's voice was finally no longer so lazy, and she said to Kiki dotingly, "Baby, don't blame mother. When your father and I went to kill bad guys in another world, we accidentally injured our bodies, so we were so lethargic." Not long after, the magnificent Kemal lazily came out, yawned a little, pulled KK, looked at Xiao Chen and the others, and asked the little beast, "Honey, are they all your friends?" "Yes." KK nodded vigorously. "Forget it, otherwise, mother will throw them to Mars." The lazy woman said calmly, but everyone felt her strength. She is definitely a strong person with extraordinary strength. The mysterious old farmer let out a cold snort, and the great destroyer spear trembled slightly in his hand. But Kiki's mother just yawned and said, "Since you are my baby's friend, don't compare with me. I'm lazy, too lazy to compare with you." She is too lazy to compare. That is definitely really lazy to compare, because she is really too lazy, and now she is too lazy to even walk the road. "Baby, do you have any regrets?" Kei's mother resisted her drowsiness and forced herself to ask. KK tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and said, "Yes. Mom left a spiritual mark, just waiting for the baby to come here. Who can have no regrets in life? Your father and I will give the baby a chance to change your life against the sky, so that you will have no regrets in your life and move forward from now on." KK suddenly scratched her head in embarrassment, and muttered in a low voice, "In fact, I have nothing to regret." Brush. Kei's mother flicked lazily in the void, and 2 doors of light appeared on the golden beach. "This is the treasure that your father borrowed from another world back then. One of the 2 doors is called Looking Back, which means that the past can be looked back. The other is called Hope, which indicates that hope can happen in the future." Kei's mother said casually, but everyone was extremely shocked. If it was true, these 2 doors seemed to be against the sky. A door borrowed from another world? The old farmer asked in surprise. "Yes, it's a pity that these 2 treasures haven't reached the perfect state, and are full of too many variables. They were sacrificed by various powers from other worlds. It really took too much effort at that time." Kei's mother was sighing. However, everyone knew that the so-called borrowing was just a nice thing to say, and it must have been stolen by Kei's father at that time, and a fierce confrontation took place. "Baby, you can enter the Looking Back gate to solve one of your regrets. The past, you can look back. However, because it is an imperfect treasure, your father has imposed many restrictions. The things you can change are limited to yourself. This is your father's own good, so as to avoid danger. Otherwise, even if your father comes back, it will not be able to save you." Kei's mother's words were shocking. This treasure is really against the sky. Perhaps some ancestor gods can turn back time and kill the opponent, but that is only limited to the face-to-face confrontation. No one can truly reverse the entire history and completely change the past. That is impossible. Because, if it can be realized, what is the meaning of everything now? A god of the ancestors of the world will perform a reversal, and all of this will be changed and will cease to exist. That is impossible. Looking back is right in front of you. According to Kei's mother, it seems that the power is far greater than that of the ancestor god's time-reversing magical power. If it is truly perfected, it will be a big killer even if it can't change history. Can we look back on the past? The old farmer held the spear of destruction, unable to calm down at this moment, and stared at the blue-haired beauty excitedly. How much of the past can be repeated? Everyone is silent. How many past events can we look back on? Kiki's mother was rarely lazy anymore, hugging Kiki, brushing her long water-blue hair, and said, "Can life be repeated? You can try it, you only have one chance. I want to go back to fight, I want to go back to fight." The old farmer held the great destroyer spear, his aura continued to rise, and his whole person completely changed, from simple to fierce, and then to high-spirited and sharp-edged. It was like a different person. His long gray hair stood on end, he danced wildly, and shouted to the sky, "I want to go back to fight, I haven't experienced the last battle, I will regret it forever, ah." The old farmer's fighting spirit climbed to the extreme limit, and he stepped into the looking back, step by step. Can the past really look back? Can the past really start all over again? Nobody knows. But the few people at the scene had already walked towards the door, because everyone had regrets. Chen Dong wishes all book lovers New Year greetings. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year, a happy family, and a prosperous year of the tiger. I wish you all, the tiger walks like a dragon, the spirit is like a dragon like a tiger, the year of the tiger is prosperous, and the tiger are powerful. In fact, in the final analysis, health, happiness and happiness are the truth, blessings, blessings again. Chapter 506 The Heavenly Emperor has regrets. How much of the past can be repeated? How many missed things could be changed? How many endings can be rewritten? Everyone has more or less regrets in their hearts, but the past cannot be looked back and cannot be re-altered again. This is the main reason why regrets are hard to let go. Now, looking back, is right in front of your eyes, and no one is indifferent. Facing the, looking back, that can erase regrets and change the past regrets, everyone is moved and wants to change the past regrets. The mysterious old farmer's battle strength is astonishing, but in the last civilization era, he failed to participate in the last doomsday battle, which made him uneasy forever, and his heart was filled with too many regrets. Now he chooses to go back to the ages before for the final decisive battle without hesitation. Although history cannot be changed, he still chose such a path. Perhaps he thought that the significance of that battle was more important than his life. Is it really possible? Jin Sinyi seemed very excited, his body was already shaking. Whether the past can come back again, you need to try to change it yourself. Well, I want to go back to the past. Jin Sinyi became serious and said to himself, thinking back in the past, my junior sister was in full bloom and crowned the world, why did she suddenly marry a sloppy old man, and soon passed away? The 300 million gold that has always been sprinkled was chattering, worrying about gains and losses, and finally rushed into, looking back, with the doomsday gem. Fatty Zug with white hair also stepped forward to look at it, and said to himself, I want to go back to the past and hold back my desire. I don't believe that if I control myself since I was young, the fat man will still be so fat. When the time comes, the feather fan and scarf will be as rich as jade, and romantic. My baby, why don't you go? The blue-haired beauty asked Kiki. The snow-white little beast tilted its head and thought for a while, and said, I don't really have any regrets. I ate a lot of spirits, slept for a long time, and now I see my mother again. Kiki's mother suddenly laughed lightly, yawned, suppressed her drowsiness, and said, I'll send the baby in, and let you go and settle the regrets of the past. Having said that, she hugged Kiki and walked towards the light gate, and then sent the little snow-white beast into the, looking back. Even though the little beast was muttering, it still rushed over. Then Ah Bing, Dugu Shanshan and others also walked into the looking back room. Only Xiao Chen and KK's mother were left at the scene. Why don't you go in? Don't you have any regrets in your heart? It is impossible for anyone to live without regrets. But people cannot always live in the past. I don't believe that the past can be repeated. Instead of getting stuck in the past too much, it is better to grasp the present and the future. Xiao Chen said so. It is impossible to say that he has no regrets, on the contrary, he has too many regrets. However, even if he went back to the past, he couldn't change the most important things. Since history cannot be changed, and only himself can be changed, then going back to the past, for him, is nothing more than reliving the regrets of the past. What happened can no longer be changed. Instead of holding a little fantasy, it is better to jump out completely. I don't believe that the past can be repeated. When Xiao Chen said this, many people's shadows inevitably flashed in his heart, parents, Qingqing, Ruoshui, childhood partners, deceased friends. There are too many people and things, but those regrets are destined to be irreversible. Going on a new journey will only add to the sadness. As for his own experience, there is nothing worth correcting and changing. He does not want to be branded with the past. You are ruthless, don't you want to try? I really want to try it, but I know it can't be changed. However, I want to ask, can the door of light named, hope, really lead to the future? You're thinking about, hope. Kiki's mother, with long aqua blue hair shining with a soft luster, yawned lazily, and said, the gate of hope is more variable, and if you want to go in and disturb the future, you're probably going to make a mistake. If you do that, you're probably going to kill yourself. However, since this gate is called, hope, it has great benefits. If you have fate, you can borrow 500 years from heaven. Although Kiki's mother said it casually, Xiao Chen was terrified and moved when she heard it. 500 years. If it is 500 years more, then it means too much to him. The past is gone forever, too persistent, which only adds to the sadness. I don't want to look back. If I look back, I don't have longing and hope in my heart. Instead, I would like to walk into the hope, which is more meaningful. What I need now is strength, not going through the past again. Xiao Chen resolutely walked forward, passed by, looking back, and came directly to hope. I won't stop you, but I want to tell you, it's better not to intrude. What's safe is that if you find a 500-year opportunity, you should practice quietly and don't intrude. Kiki's mother spoke very plainly. She yawned coquettishly and infinitely on the golden beach, and then lay lazily on the wicker chair. Xiao Chen walked into hope, without turning his head. The brilliance flashed and disappeared completely. Kill A. On the vast land, there are flames of war everywhere. Is this the future? The land is full of devastation, mountains and rivers are broken, the city is full of spring vegetation, and it is desolate. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a huge force, which seemed to be pulling him. Not long after, he passed by a battlefield, which was a lonely figure, a tall figure battling bloody battles alone, enduring a group of divine soldiers from all directions. The light is shining, and the murderous aura is soaring. That is a. Xiao Chen was taken aback, but the huge force pulled him, hurried past, across space, across time, and he disappeared on the vast land. In the distance, a majestic giant city appeared, standing in the clouds, majestic, seemingly immortal, everything in the world, all living beings, seemed so small in front of it. Rather than saying that it is a majestic giant city, it is better to say that it is a huge life that surpasses the world. That's Heavenly Emperor City. The huge city is exactly the Tiandi city that was located in the southern wilderness of the Longevity Realm in the past. Xiao Chen was taken aback, but at the moment he was approaching quickly. The Emperor of Heaven has regrets, the Emperor of Heaven has regrets. The ethereal voice kept echoing in Tiandi City, full of despair and unwillingness, but the city was empty, and the former residents had long gone. What happened in the future? Why did the Heavenly Emperor City fly up to the clouds? The Heavenly Emperor has regrets. Is there really a Heavenly Emperor? What is he regretting? Xiao Chen was torn apart by a huge force and had already flown into the Heavenly Emperor City. The Emperor of Heaven has regrets, the Emperor of Heaven has regrets. As Xiao Chen flew over, the misty and desperate voice gradually died down, and then disappeared completely. The majestic giant city standing in the clouds is empty inside, and only Xiao Chen is alone in the center at this moment. What force brought me into the Heavenly Emperor City? In the empty and majestic city, only Xiao Chen's voice reverberated, and there was no other sound. What is that? Xiao Chen's expression changed suddenly, and he suddenly discovered that in the empty Tiandi city, there was a pile of huge skeletons at some point, which were completely made of stone. Stone bone. Xiao Chen was startled suddenly, he felt that he had vaguely caught something. The Emperor of Heaven has regrets, the Emperor of Heaven has regrets. At this moment, that ethereal and extremely desperate voice sounded again, which made people feel creepy. There is no continuous update on New Year's Eve, and it will continue to be updated today. Although the number of words is a little less, I will make up for it with long chapters in the future. Happy New Year to all book lovers, and Happy Valentine's Day to all book friends. Brothers and sisters, after reading the book, don't forget to vote for recommendation, thank you. Chapter 507 Beyond the Realms. In the Tiandi city suspended in the clouds, a huge skeleton suddenly appeared there. The huge stone skeleton was like a hill, covering an extremely wide area. The Emperor of Heaven has regrets, the Emperor of Heaven has regrets. The voice of unwillingness and despair was so ethereal in the empty Emperor of Heaven city, like a ghost haunting. The completely petrified sternum, like a pile of ancient fossils, is extremely messy, with the roots intertwined and connected together, shaped like a huge bird's nest. Stone bones. Huge stone sternum. Xiao Chen descended slowly, and walked towards the huge stone bone in the center of Tiandi city step by step. Could it be that this is also the remains of the old stone man? It's so huge. Who are you? Since you are so desperate and unwilling, why don't you come out and see? Xiao Chen stood in front of the stone bone and looked around calmly. Bihai Qingtian hates endlessly. Who am I? Who am I? The voice was extremely ethereal, and countless phantoms appeared in Tiandi city, vaguely, like ghosts. Xiao Chen was silent, the countless wild souls were all remnants, the fragments of spiritual thoughts after the fall of the strong, and the indestructible resentment, the spiritual consciousness had already been shattered. Stepping on the blue stone ground, there was a burst of bone powder, and something happened in Tiandi city, there was a thick layer of bone powder. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, strode into the stone sternum, and when he touched the fossil-like giant bone, a strange feeling came to his heart. At the same time, the half-stone bone that was the size of a pigeon egg that he carried on his body suddenly trembled slightly, and even felt a little hot. Click click, the huge stone sternum trembled violently, making piercing noises. Boom, the trembling huge sternum shook violently, suddenly flipped over several times in a row, and locked Xiao Chen inside like a cage. The cage-like stone bones gradually calmed down, but the heavenly emperor city trembled. Majestic and great life form. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that Tiandi city seemed to have life, like a huge living body. Back then, when he entered Nanwang and saw the city for the first time, he had such a feeling, but now it was confirmed. Borrowing from heaven for 500 years, is the chance here? Xiao Chen said to himself. At this moment, a soft sigh resounded in Tiandi city. Borrow from heaven for 500 years, do you dare to borrow it? After sighing, a voice reverberated in Tiandi city. Why don't you dare? Xiao Chen glanced at Tiandi city. Why do you want to borrow 500 years? Because I need strength. After a brief silence, the huge voice of the living body rumbled again, saying, 500 years, in the long river of history, is just a drop in the ocean, just a short moment, but if one person is allowed to live for 500 years longer, it will be as heavy as 100,000 mountains. It is an act against the sky, and the price is unimaginable. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I know, if you don't pay for anything, how can you get anything in return, but I need it. You, a cultivator in the realm of the earth, want to win against the sky for 500 years. Even if you reach the realm of the half-ancestor, how can you survive on the land ruled by the ancestor gods of other worlds? If I don't fight for it, if I don't work hard to become stronger, there will be no hope. Although I can't see the dawn or hope now, I will continue to strive for self-improvement and will never be discouraged. If you want to get it, you have to pay. 500 years against the sky. The voice of the huge life body suddenly became sharper, and said, the 500 years against the sky needs your life in exchange. If I trade my life for it, what's the use of the 500 years? Xiao Chen asked back. Your life is useless even if you pay it now. It is against the sky to win 500 years and give it to you. One day, if you touch the realm of the ancestor gods, the moment you step into it is the moment to pay the price. Xiao Chen firmly shook his head and said, too harsh. You are very confident, do you really think there is hope of being promoted to the realm of the ancestor god? Xiao Chen still shook his head and said, I don't want to promise casually. Okay, let's change the condition. If you are promoted to the realm of the ancestor gods, sacrifice the souls of the 3 ancestors for me. The huge voice fluctuated a little, and said, I hope a miracle will happen. Okay, on this condition, if I reach that level, I need to keep killing the ancestor gods of other worlds. This time, Xiao Chen readily agreed. If the heavenly emperor city is closed, it will escape from the world and surpass the world, forming an independent space of its own. The outside world will be youthful in an instant, and this place is already full of beauty. But closing the heavenly emperor city and escaping from the world will require too much energy. I understand. In the future, the souls of 3 ancestor gods from other worlds will be used as sacrifices for you. Okay, since you have entered this city with half a stone bone, I will escape from heaven and earth for you. Speaking of this, the heavenly emperor city rumbled, and then it was completely closed. Boom, the Tiandi city shook the surrounding clouds, soared into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tyrannical energy fluctuations alarmed the world's top experts, and 3 shadow trails rushed quickly. Boom, a huge shield, simple in form, seems to have come from the ancient times, chasing after the Tiandi city and smashing it. It turned out to be the immortal heavenly shield, which was the unrivaled divine weapon of Babra, the ancestor god of another world, and even the ancestors of martial arts never broke it. Woo! The sound of devil crying pierced the sky, a black demon knife cut the sky and the earth, pierced the sky, appeared in the clouds, and slashed in the direction where the Tiandi city disappeared. Boom! A giant 33-story tower also flew in from the far sky, surrounded by yin and yang qi, and suppressed it in the direction where the Tiandi city disappeared. These are the unrivaled group of magic soldiers. At this moment, he was sacrificed and chased to Tiandi city. At this moment in the future time and space, several supreme ancestor gods sensed that there was an extra variable in the world, so they all shattered the time and space and killed them. The immortal sky shield, demon sword, and the 33-story giant tower were all knocked out, shattering the endless stars outside the sky, and a large area of the universe was dimmed all of a sudden. The star field was wiped out, and there was a great depression. Boom! The 3 figures traveled through time and space, killing towards the depths of the starry sky. It's not so easy to leave. One person yelled. People who are not from this time and space, who dare to rebel against the secrets of heaven, will be guilty of destroying both body and spirit. Well, it's not good, I want to escape from the sky. The supreme ancestral god holding the demon knife couldn't see his figure clearly, but one could imagine his face had changed suddenly, and he shouted, "I want to escape from the world completely, chase after me." The three supreme masters struck again, hitting the depths of the endless star field. The immortal sky shield is spinning. Although it is a defensive ancestral weapon, its attack power is also so unparalleled. The stars are dim and the starry sky is broken, and there is no power to resist it. And the demon sword is even more frightening, like a demon crying like a devil crying, the whining sound shook the entire sky, many galaxies collapsed in the blink of an eye, and became history, completely wiped out under the demon sword. The terrifying ancestral soldier can only exert such terrible destructive power in the hands of the true supreme ancestor, and nothing can resist it. As for the 33-story giant tower, it is the most terrifying. Thousands of stars and endless starlight are all absorbed in it. It can completely take away the entire starry sky, and it can even hold the entire world. However, this time, the three supreme ancestor gods hit the air again, and let the Tiandi city go far away, escaping from the world. How is it possible? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor is resurrected? That's impossible, the Heavenly Emperor has regrets, how can he not die? Even if it is dead, don't underestimate it. Don't forget that the Heavenly Emperor city has not yet collapsed. You should know what it represents. It needs to be several times more important than the primordial demon city. Prime ancient demon city. Maybe it's time for us to enter the world of death. Primordial demon city and Heavenly Emperor city, these places where the unrivaled powerhouses regret for the rest of their lives, maybe what will be left behind. Several supreme ancestor gods were communicating. How to calculate the variable just now? He really does not belong to this time and space, why was he taken away by Tiandi city? A small change may cause a lot of changes, and it must not be ignored. I seem to have sensed who he is. The Heavenly Emperor city escaped from the space between heaven and earth, and completely disappeared in the star universe, independent of all walks of life, floating outside the world. Surrounded by endless void, there is no end, an eternal silence. In Tiandi city, the light flickered violently, appearing in this boundless void, and there was nothing around. The Emperor of Heaven has regrets, the Emperor of Heaven has regrets. The endless phantoms in Tiandi city reappeared, full of despair and unwillingness. And that huge life body let out a heavy sigh, and said lonely, one step further, maybe, that step is an endless abyss. Xiao Chen was sealed inside the huge stone sternum, as if trapped in a cage. He sat cross-legged inside, motionless, and his whole body fell into an ethereal state, and he wanted to do everything he could to break through to a higher level. The time and space he was in, Kyushu and the quartet world were too cruel, and he needed supreme combat power. You want to be promoted to the half-ancestor realm like this, it's a dream. At this moment, the huge life form in Tiandi city made a sound again. Regarding this, Xiao Chen did not have the slightest disgust, but opened his eyes, and asked earnestly, then how to advance to the Banzu world, how do you think you should cultivate? He knew that this huge life form must be extraordinary. If you want to advance to a higher realm, there are countless ways. Do you want to become a half-ancestor with strong vitality, or a half-ancestor with shocking combat power, or a half-ancestor with unparalleled defense? Can I choose both? You are too greedy, you can't do it for just 500 years. It's not that I'm greedy, it's because I need strength too much. If there is only one choice, then I choose to become the half-ancestor with astonishing combat power. Xiao Chen made such a choice. Although the world is cruel, there are rules. Since you have made such a choice, then you can start. Not long after, Xiao Chen began the purgatory torture. If you want to become a half-ancestor with shocking combat power, then you should self-destruct and rebirth countless times under the shocking combat power. The huge stone sternum has become a veritable cage. Xiao Chen is constantly changing between self-destruction and rebirth. In the process of destruction and regeneration, he understands the various combat powers of the universe. It's not for promotion to an ordinary half-ancestor, his goal is to be a transcendent half-ancestor with shocking combat power. If you want to be strong, you must pay a price. This is just the beginning of the torture in purgatory. Chapter 508. The shocking array of combat strength appears. Tiandi city is independent from all walks of life, floating outside the world, in an eternal and boundless void. The surroundings are eternally silent, without any sound. In the closed city, the huge sternum was like a cage, trapping Xiao Chen in the center. Boom! The body was torn apart, and bright blood flowers were blooming. Xiao Chen endured the pain of purgatory at this moment, and the miserable red dyed the stone sternum cage red. In just half a quarter of an hour, Xiao Chen's body was torn apart for the 39th time. Bright red blood splashed in the air, and little drops of blood stained the huge stone bones, which was shocking. Even if you endure hardships, you don't necessarily become a master, but if you don't endure hardships, you have no hope of becoming a supreme master. From ancient times to the present, every supremely strong person has gone through thousands of calamities and dangers, and died in a lifetime to succeed. In Tiandi City, when the huge voice reverberated, Xiao Chen was shattered for the 78th time, his body turned into meat paste, his bones shattered into broken bones, and his blood splashed all over the sky. He went back and forth between destruction and rebirth, enduring the most terrifying torture. And all of this is carried out by myself, forcibly calming the mind in pain, casting an eternal unmoving heart in death, and forging a will that is as hard as divine iron. And this is just a prelude. If you want to be powerful in battle, you need to refine your body a lot, cultivate into a warrior body, achieve a godlike will, and comprehend the laws of the heavens and myriad realms. 3 days later, Xiao Chen finally couldn't help but yelled. What he endured at this moment was not just the broken body, but the cracking and repairing of the soul. The double extreme pain of spirit and body, no matter how steel and iron, no gods and Buddhas of the gods can bear such torture. After the blood splashed and flew, it turned into a bright red mist, permeating the surroundings, and the bloody smell in the stone bone cage was permeating, which was extremely pungent. It can be clearly seen that Xiao Chen's miserable white bone stubble protrudes from the broken flesh, cropping out. The scene is very bloody and terrifying. And this kind of tragic torture has only lasted for 3 days, and in the next 500 years, there will be even greater suffering and torture. It is under this kind of purgatory tempering that he wants to comprehend the gods of the myriad worlds, and even more so, the thoughts of all things, the heart of the great world, or the will of the great world. 10 years later, Xiao Chen has already reached the 9th heaven realm, and is infinitely close to the Banzu. It is not difficult for him to really step into that powerful realm. Under normal circumstances, he can definitely do it, but what he wants to strive for is to become a powerhouse with shocking combat power in this realm. Become a real fighting god. In the 13th year, when the broken battle body was reassembled again, Xiao Chen's whole body was covered in blood, and his long hair was stuck together in strands of blood. His blood vessels all over his body burst out, and his veins throbbed violently. Xiao Chen looked up to the sky and shouted. The divine power in his whole body was surging, and it circulated to the limit. The raging waves raged through all the veins, and finally the divine power rushed to every inch of flesh and blood like a flood breaking a bank. There was a loud bang in Xiao Chen's body, as if a 9-day thunderstorm exploded, and endless power surged in his body. Every meridian is like a torrential river, with surging divine power, and all the deified acupuncture points are even more radiant, like a sky full of stars. At this moment, 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes, and one of his feet finally stepped into the half-ancestor realm. Become a super fighting saint under the ancestor god. But this is not enough, he must be stronger and become a real half-ancestor. With the help of the divine power in his body like a raging sea, he rushed towards the real half-ancestor realm in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen couldn't help roaring, his flesh and blood swelled up like a horned dragon, his long hair dripping with blood rushed upside down to the sky, his roots stood upside down, and the blood beads kept rolling down. I want to shock the sky and kill the ancestor gods of other worlds. Accompanied by Xiao Chen's roar, outside the Emperor City, at the end of the endless void, suddenly countless huge thunder and lightning struck in this direction. Even though the heavenly Emperor City is independent of the world, floating outside the world, when Xiao Chen was promoted to the half-ancestor, it still attracted endless thunder from the sky. Boom! Huge thunderbolts, as thick as endless mountains, all struck the heavenly Emperor City. Lightning doesn't come from a single world. You have to go through several times of thunder and tempering. If you are not careful, you will be completely wiped out. The huge voice in Tiandi City made a rumbling sound, allowing the thunder and lightning to rush in, and all bombarded Xiao Chen in the stone bone cage. At this moment, Xiao Chen finally became the real half-ancestor, and the divine light in his eyes became sharper, like 2 peerless heavenly swords. The moment they opened and closed, the 2 divine lights shattered the void. He felt a truly powerful force. Boom! Rolling thunder struck down from the sky, the thunder and lightning flooded the void, and the bright thunder light completely enveloped the Tiandi City. This is a world of powerful thunder and lightning. If you can't bear it, it will open up the sea and sky, but if you can't bear it, it will be flying ash and dust. Bring it on! Xiao Chen, covered in blood all over his body, stood between the stone bones, stretched his hands to the sky, and let the thunder and lightning rush into his body, not trying to stop or resist at all. The thunder and lightning could not do anything to him at all, they were all absorbed by his combat body. At the same time, in the depths of his body, a group of powerful soul power exploded, turning into endless divine power and rushing into all parts of the battle body, a majestic force merged into his flesh and blood. In the past, the king's soul that had been refined into his body was finally completely smelted by him, and turned into a part of his divine power. Boom! Thousands of feet of thunder and lightning fell down again, each one was as thick as a mountain, and another world's thunder struck. Xiao Chen still did not stop, allowing the endless divine thunder to penetrate his body, rushing into the flesh and blood. If anyone else sees it, they will be stunned. If Kiki is the second, the little snow-white beast achieved the half-ancestor in his sleep that day, which is amazing enough, and now Xiao Chen has also shown such terrifying potential. Boom! The thunder and lightning are endless, and the entire Tiandi city is submerged by the thunder, and the violent thunder from all walks of life, all smashed here. During this process, Xiao Chen was as calm as a rock, standing still, allowing thousands of thunders to penetrate his body, tempering his body with the most domineering power. Rumble. In the past, the other semi-ancestral spirits that were refined into the body also shattered at this moment, turning into the purest divine power, rushing into his 100 veins, and fused with Xiao Chen. Although he has just stepped into the half-ancestor realm, but one person is enough to match the combat power of several half-ancestors combined. Boom! Hundreds of millions of thunderbolts strike at the same time. Xiao Chen has completely stepped into the realm of the half-ancestor, and the soul of the king and the soul of the half-ancestor refined into the body are all melted and united by him. Becoming a veritable terrifying half-ancestor, one person is enough to surpass the combined combat power of several half-ancestors. All the lightning is absorbed, not a single bit is wasted, this is the endless thunder of all worlds. At this moment, Xiao Chen was extremely powerful. He raised his hands and feet, possessed inexhaustible divine power, and completed an astonishing transformation. Roar-a! Looking up to the sky with a loud roar, the city of the Emperor of Heaven trembled, and at the end of the endless void, all the endless starlight rushed here. The stars are shining all over the sky, and the star power of all realms converges into big rivers, rushing wildly, forming bright waterfalls of gods, and rushing towards the temporarily opened heavenly Emperor city. Hundreds of millions of starlight tempered the body of martial arts, and the power of thousands of stars tempered the body of the warrior. Xiao Chen's power was sublimated again. Tempering martial body. At this moment, Xiao Chen was running his profound arts crazily. In addition to the dazzling 365 main acupoints, there were also countless divine acupoints, which were combined with the rushing divine waterfall. 365 great gods manifested, roaring to the sky in unison, frantically absorbing the infinite power of the stars. At this moment, Xiao Chen should sacrifice his own magic weapon, but he didn't. What he tempered was only his own combat body, and he felt more and more that the physical body is the strongest weapon. And the ancestral gods such as Zhongjian don't need him to sacrifice. This is his greatest capital and his future reliance. I want to destroy the supreme ancestral god of another world. Sooner or later, I will reach that state. The moment the endless starlight disappeared, the 365 great gods disappeared completely. Boom! At the same time, Xiao Chen's battle body was shattered again, turning into little pieces in the dazzling bloodlight, and he started his purgatory training again. 30 years later, Xiao Chen comprehended the laws of the world while being crushed to pieces, and ruled the will of the world. Let the endless divine power surge out of the body. 30 years of hell-style cultivation made him undergo a shocking transformation. On this day, at the moment his body was shattered, 30 war swords shot up into the sky with the bloody light, and the blood-dripping war swords were blood-red, with brilliant brilliance inside, and shot out. When the blood and the sword unite, the heavens and the earth shake together, the heavenly Emperor city shakes together, and the starry sky of all worlds shakes together. 30 battle swords, united with blood, radiant, and finally revealed their unparalleled sharpness for the first time. The war sword clanked, and the blade vibrated, pointing to the sky. 30 battle swords were put together, and a broken formation map emerged. Xiao Chen's reorganized body rose slowly, stood in the center of the broken formation map, and became an eternal and immortal whole. At the same time, his whole body was full of light, and patterns appeared on his body surface. The broken formation condensed by the 30 swords and Xiao Chen are like one body, blending into each other like a natural one. In Xiao Chen's thought, 30 blood-stained battle swords cut through the void and turned into 30 divine splendors, lingering around him. At this moment, Xiao Chen realized something, quietly stood in the center of the broken formation, and started a century-long enlightenment. In the mortal world, in an instant of youth, in the city of the Emperor of Heaven, the beauty is old enough to melt into the loess. 100 years of silence, like dead wood, enlightened to the battle sword array. The dead wood is regenerated, with infinite vitality. Xiao Chen wakes up, but soon becomes silent like a fossil. He begins to perfect the 8-phase world, the original 8-tone, and temper the martial body. 500 years passed by in a hurry, and Xiao Chen walked out of the cage of stone bones holding half a stone bone. The Emperor City broke through the sky and left, and soon returned to the longevity realm. Boom, earth shaking, the immortal sky shield, demon sword, and 33-story tower shattered the endless starry sky, suddenly manifested, and pressed towards the city of the Emperor of Heaven. Xiao Chen, with long hair fluttering around, stood alone in the center of the heavenly Emperor City. He was wearing the battle suit of the god of the underworld Tai, holding a colorful holy tree, and 2 divine rainbows shot out from his eyes. The broken formation slowly emerged, revealing the breath of the ancient heaven. Chapter 509. The broken array, misty, slowly rotating. Although it seems peaceful, but if there is nothing, there is a supreme power to suppress the world. Xiao Chen stood upright, standing on the misty and incomplete formation map, his eyes were shining brightly. The formation map shakes slightly, the city of Tiandi shakes, the sky and stars shake, all creatures shake, and the whole world shakes. Above, the 3 great ancestors of the world were all impacted, and all of them were shining brightly, shining with endless brilliance, shattering the vast sky. This was the first time that the broken formation map appeared in the world, causing a terrifying scene, which shocked the 3 great ancestors of the gods. Roar-a! In the bright starry sky, there seemed to be 9 ancestral dragons roaring. The huge howling sound swept across thousands of miles, destroying the endless stars. 3 hazy figures flashed out from among the billions of stars, shattered the starry sky, and came across the space of the sky, stepping into the sky above the longevity realm in one step. The city of Tiandi shook and made a loud rumble, and said to Xiao Chen, "Don't confront their masters, those are the 3 supreme ancestor gods, even if ordinary ancestor gods confront them, there will be death and no life." Brush. With a flash of light, the heavenly Emperor's city passed across the sky, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared in the ancient god desert in the north of the longevity realm. Boom. The 3 great ancestral divine soldiers smashed the void and charged in an instant. The divine power shook the entire golden desert, and all the grains of sand trembled. It was as if a tsunami had occurred in the desert of the ancient gods, and the dust soared into the sky. The immortal sky shield is simple and unpretentious, but it is known as the strongest ancestor soldier. In the past, unrivaled martial ancestors did not break it. The demon sword, with a murderous aura, has just crossed the vast starry sky, cutting off endless starlight, turning thousands of stars into dust, terrifying and evil, making people's souls tremble. The 33-story giant tower is grand, majestic. It is shaped like a giant mountain, standing between the sky and the earth. The yin and yang 2 currents are flowing, misty, and bursts of chaotic breath come out. It can take away the stars in the sky and shatter billions of galaxies. The power is unimaginable. The 3 unrivaled ancestral divine weapons, containing the power of destroying the world, were suppressed, and even the majestic heavenly Emperor City was trembling, enduring the tremendous force of destruction. Brush. The heavenly Emperor City shook violently, and disappeared again, and in an instant, it appeared among the millions of copper mountains in the West Pole thousands of miles away. And in this process, the 3 great ancestors of the ancestors followed behind, shaking Xingyu with endless murderous aura, and swept him down. "Let's go, you don't want to confront those 3 people now." The huge voice in Tiandi City transmitted to Xiao Chen. These 3 ancestor gods from other worlds are indeed unrivaled masters, even if the rebirth of Suorenshi and Fuxi's resurrection, they may not be able to stop them. Xiao Chen stood on the incomplete formation, his misty breath shook the heaven and the earth, he looked at the 3 ancestral god soldiers chasing after him, and the 3 hazy figures already standing above the longevity realm, and responded to the loud voice, saying, "I can just walk away, but can you stop them?" Not to mention the 3 unrivaled ancestral gods, but the 3 unimaginable ancestral god weapons, even if the real ancestral gods confronted each other, it would be more dangerous than good. The realm of the 3 supreme masters is just like their current position, standing high in the clouds, they are unrivaled powerhouses who can look down upon the ages. Sooner or later, Tiandi City will collapse, but not now. I can escape from the world and be independent from the world. The voice in Tiandi City responded. However, the three Supreme Masters have been blocked in the sky. I'm afraid that even the martial ancestor will be hated when he returns. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to escape from the sky and the earth. The huge voice in the city of Tiandi made a sneer, saying, if the Emperor's God is on, why fear them to stop them? However, even so, I also have a way to leave. The northernmost ancient desert, the west of the western millions of Tongshan, the east of the east of the east, and the southern areas south of the deserted island. Millions of Tongshan go away. Although you leave, don't care about me. Quote. Xiao Chen was very decisive, didn't say anything more, and directly rose into the sky, using the method taught by Kiki's mother, summoned the door of hope, and wanted to leave this future world. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor city rushed towards the extreme west of the Million Copper Mountain. The three great ancestral divine soldiers slashed towards Tiandi city, but they all hit the air. At this time, two of the three Supreme Masters standing in the clouds moved, and chased after Tiandi city in person. Their speed is too fast. And those two terrifying forces are even more terrifying to the extreme. Even if the energy fluctuations are perceived by ordinary ancestor gods, they must have a creepy feeling. And in the process, three Geshizu divine weapons had already charged and beheaded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen screamed, and 30 swords rushed across the sky, each of them was radiant, and the tip of the sword pointed to the sky. The sword lights were like bright waterfalls rising against the sky, communicating with billions of stars in the universe. The terrifying sword energy that shakes the heavens and the earth merged with the endless starlight in the sky, converging into rivers of gods, showing its true lethality. Chi chi chi. 30 battle swords pierced through the heaven and earth, and Xiao Chen's blood flowed on each sword. After fighting head-on with the three great ancestors, the entire sky of the longevity world collapsed. Although Zhang rushed back and seemed to be suppressed by the three great ancestors of the ancestors, but if there were strong people present, he would definitely be shocked. After all, the three great ancestral divine weapons were dominated by the killing intent of the three supreme ancestral gods, and the battle sword was suppressed by them without being shattered, which is enough to show that it contains supreme power. It's not that the new Zhang is weak, Xiao Chen is not the ancestor god after all, let alone the supreme ancestor god. However, this is enough to show that he is now very powerful in combination with Zhang. And at this moment, the gate of hope in the sky was finally summoned. Xiao Chen stepped forward, and was about to leave this time and space immediately. But at this moment, the supreme ancestral god who had not moved in the sky finally made a move. He pointed downwards, which could be said to be destructive, crushing all obstacles, and wanted to kill Xiao Chen directly. Even though Xiao Chen really wanted to kill the ancestor gods from other worlds, he also knew that he couldn't confront them too early, otherwise he might die before he could finish his mission. He quickly rushed to hope, avoiding the shocking finger force, and prepared to bid farewell to this time and space. But the might of the Supreme Patriarch God is unimaginable. The hazy figure in the sky, with his palm across the sky, even temporarily fixed, hope. Small variables, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Those words of vicissitudes passed across the sky and spread into hope. At the same time, the aura of destruction enveloped Xiao Chen, trying to destroy him physically and mentally. Xiao Chen didn't say a word, and the broken formation under his feet emerged. For the first time, he used this terrifying power with all his strength. The misty, and incomplete array is in harmony with all things, with the heaven and the earth, eternal and immortal, and integrates the immortal will of the gods of all realms into one. At the moment of trembling, the destructive aura of the Supreme Ancestor God was completely wiped out by the rotation of the broken formation, turning into nothingness. The Supreme Ancestor God was finally moved, stretched out a big hand, and grabbed the demon knife in the sky. He stabbed at Hope with a knife, and his power was overwhelming. There is no doubt that he had unlimited killing intent, and he didn't want to let go of this small variable. The Supreme Ancestor God, whose power is so vast and powerful, can completely shatter the universe and shatter hundreds of millions of stars. Two divine rainbows shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes, and the broken formation slowly rotated, blocking in front of him. At this moment, the demon knife made a whining sound, like a demon crying. The black cloud and mist shrouded the strange evil knife, and the cold light shining faintly was extremely terrifying. Boom! The collision between the demon knife and the broken array occurred in hope, but the little aftermath still shattered most of the sky in the longevity realm, and the light from it even dimmed a large number of stars. The dilapidated array is hazy and peaceful, but if it exists, it has the supreme power to suppress the world. It blocked the demon sword of the Supreme Ancestor God. In the first battle after birth, he challenged the Supreme Ancestor God. It's just a broken map, no one can collect it all. Although the supreme ancestral god of the otherworld shouted like this, it was enough to show that his heart was agitated, and he said indifferently, I will not give you any chance. The vast coercion shook the entire longevity world, and the great sky was crushed down. The souls of the endless stars were grabbed by the supreme ancestor god, merged into the demon sword, and came to kill Hope. The array is incomplete, I'll make it up. Xiao Chen roared, his whole body was full of light, and mysterious patterns emerged, matching the broken array, as if they were an eternal and unchanging one. 30 battle swords are combined into one, blocking the front, the formation rotates, and the majestic power is earth-shattering. Boom! For the second time, the formation diagram collided with the supreme ancestral god's demon sword. The supreme ancestor god is the supreme ancestor god after all, although he couldn't smash the reappearing array, but at this moment Xiao Chen couldn't bear the bombardment of the supreme ancestor god. Boom! His body shattered at that moment, streaks of auspicious colors shot out from the colorful holy tree, and the eternal light rushed out, uniting with him in an instant, protecting his flesh and mind. Unexpectedly, I am so far behind the supreme ancestor god. This is Xiao Chen's weak thought after being hit hard. But he didn't know that the supreme ancestor god from another world was even more shocking. He naturally knew that Xiao Chen was in the realm of the half-ancestor, but under his supreme power, he was not completely wiped out, and his consciousness remained. This is simply unimaginable. Ban Zhu has such combat power, it can be described as shocking. What's more, the most frightening thing is the dilapidated formation map, which is already so terrifying before the collection is completed, and Xiao Chen seems to be able to make up the map with his own body. If it succeeds, wouldn't it be too terrifying? Ashes to dust, dust to dust, dust to dust. The demon sword shook, and the supreme ancestor god in another world wanted to kill Xiao Chen completely. But at this moment, Hope trembled violently, shining brightly, worthy of being a sacred object, and the supreme ancestral god of the other world only froze it for a moment. At this moment, the gate of hope got rid of the imprisonment and disappeared with Xiao Chen in an instant, almost sweeping away the demon sword of the supreme ancestor god. Fortunately, his mana was against the sky, and he pulled the demon sword back. Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen returned to the blue sea and blue sky, and stood on the golden beach. Xiao Chen returned and walked out of Hope. At this moment, even though his body was covered in blood, he didn't feel any sense of frustration. Under the power of the supreme ancestor god of the other world, he survived, which has to be said to be a miracle. Xiao Chen has reorganized his physical body and combined it with an eternal light. The light around him is shining brightly, and the mysterious patterns on his body surface are more clear. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the incomplete formation were more integrated, as if they had really become a natural one, no longer separated from each other. It seems to have become the eternal one. Ignoring the astonishment of other people, Xiao Chen sat directly on the beach, motionless, blending with the eternal light. He only has one thought now, rushing to the 8th heaven, or even the 9th heaven. In that way, it is completely possible to sweep the half-ancestor of the other world, and there may be a chance to kill the ancestor god of the other world. The array is not complete, and the body can make up for it. Xiao Chen has only one thought now, and that is to become stronger, stronger, and stronger again. Boom! Looking back at the door shaking violently, the mysterious old farmer, who was full of fighting intent and killing intent, rushed out with the great destroyer's spear covered in blood. The moment he saw the formation map, he was terrified, and said, I went back for the last battle, and saw the broken formation map, but it was only a corner. Chapter 510, Chaos. The array is not complete. Xiao Chen thought in his heart. He truly saw the horror of the array, even though it was incomplete, he resisted the endless killing intent of the supreme ancestor god. Today, although he returned home after being beaten to pieces and his soul shattered, he survived after all relying on the broken formation. Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the golden sand, woke up from the words of the mysterious old farmer, and asked, You also saw the broken formation in the past, just a corner. I went back to the previous civilization era and participated in the final battle. I did see a broken formation at one corner, with 5 swords hanging upside down around it. It is truly incomparably sharp and invincible. At this moment, the old farmer was covered in blood, his grey temples were stained red with blood, the clothes on his body were already shredded into strips, and the combat uniform he was wearing next to his body was already in tatters, the horrible wounds were still bleeding, and white bone stubbles were exposed in many places, which was shocking. 5 battle swords, one corner of the picture. Xiao Chenteng stood up and asked, Who controls it? I only saw 5 beams of sword light shattering the sky and the earth, and a corner of the remnant image across the sky, and I couldn't see anything else. The old farmer shook his head. There is a bull-sized blood hole on its chest, where the god iron armor is shattered, and the surrounding area is even more cracked, and a broken heart can be vaguely seen beating. Didn't you see who controlled the Zonjian in the remnant map? Xiao Chen was greatly surprised, then looked at the severely injured old farmer, and asked, the wound on your body must not be pierced by the Zonjian. No, the old farmer shook his head desolately. Although the 5 battle swords in the one-corner formation were terrifying, they just disappeared in a flash, and it was not even known which side controlled them. History cannot be changed. Even if he returns to the past, the outcome of that battle is already doomed, and the old farmer is very depressed. At this moment, Kiki's beautiful mother woke up and sat up lazily on the wicker chair, her long aqua blue hair flowing down like a waterfall, making her fat and jade-like cheeks even more beautiful. Going back to the past, did you encounter 5 battle swords in a corner array? She stretched her soft waist, yawned, and said, it's really strange, why does everyone who goes back to the critical period of history see it? You mean? Xiao Chen looked suspicious. Kiki's mother stepped on the golden beach with bare snow-white jade feet, walked over gracefully, and said, I have also entered the, looking back, personally, and I have seen the corner diagram in the 5 battle swords, but it seems that only people who have traveled back to the past can see it. The old farmer's expression changed at that time, and he said, could it be that the legend is true, that 5 swords were lost in the past? Huh, Kiki's mother's beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she said, although Kiki's father has not been in the, looking back, he has made speculations with unrivaled magical arts. It is impossible to collect all the swords, and the complete formation diagram cannot be displayed at all, because they seem to be in different eras. The branches are in different eras. Xiao Chen was startled. 5 of the swords in a corner of the array were lost in the past. If this is the case, it is almost impossible to collect all 49 swords. Even if you go back to the past time and space, or rush into the future time and space, you can't change the important history. Not long ago, he wanted to bring back the huge stone bones in Tiandi City, but he couldn't succeed at all. The huge voice in Tiandi City once told him that moving stone bones would interfere with the future. This is not a mortal thing. It seems that this is really the case. Unexpectedly, the legend is true. When the old farmer said this, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The mysterious and powerful old farmer went back to the past, and was once pierced by the terrible ancestral soldiers and was seriously injured. An ancestor god as strong as him has not completely stopped the injury until now, and the power of one blow has continued to this day. It is enough to explain the strength and terror of the shooter. But the old farmer didn't mention the battle process, and repeating it would only add to the sadness. He went back to the past to fight a battle that had already been doomed, just to fulfill a wish. Kiki's beautiful mother was already sleepy again, yawning again and again. She lay back on the rattan chair sideways, and said, why hasn't my little baby come back yet? Is there really something regrettable about this little thing? Yi. At this moment, looking back inside the door, a white light flashed, and the little snow-white beast rushed out. Oh, my little baby, you finally came out. Kiki's mother stood up happily, hugged Kiki in her arms, and said, my child, have you resolved the regret? Yeah. The little snow-white beast suddenly felt embarrassed, and said, I didn't have any regrets at first, but now I really have regrets. I ate too much, and my stomach hurts. Kiki's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally became inaudible. Everyone laughed. This little thing went back to the past, and it turned out to be to enjoy the spiritual essence. This kind of pity, it's really special. At this moment, Kiki broke away from the beautiful blue-haired woman, handed Xiao Chen a package, and said, it's all spirits. Xiao Chen took it naturally, and Kiki's mother immediately pinched the little beast's nose, and said, my little baby, I actually forgot my mother and gave the delicious food to others. Mom's palace is full of spirits. You can't finish them all, so you don't need to give them away. The little snow-white beast replied. You little thing. Kiki's mother pinched it dotingly again, her phoenix eyes glanced sideways at everyone, and said, have you all returned? It's still a gold 300 million. Fatty Zug with white hair replied. Although he went there, his body shape didn't change at all. Not long after, looking back at the door with a flash of light, Jin Sinyi came out, but at this moment he was very different from his usual jovial and carefree appearance. Woo! 3 stutters and cries while walking, a pair of 2 dazzled eyes are swollen like 2 red peaches. Hey, who is this? Jin Sinyi, who claims to be the most handsome in the world. Today he is crying with his mouth wide open, haha. I laughed so hard. Zug Fatty showed no sympathy, sitting on the golden beach and laughing loudly, his white hair dancing with his fat. Woo, Guan Guan Juju, it's none of your business. San stammered and stared. Uncle 300,000, what's wrong with you? Did you go back to the past and got beaten up? Dugu Shanshan blinked her big eyes, pursed her lips and said with a smirk, do you want me to help you go back and vent your anger? I won't go back again, it's too sad. Jin Sinyi burst into tears, crying up to the sky, and said, love is beautiful and fragrant, but after it deteriorates, it will turn into hate and produce poisonous thorns. While hurting others, it has already hurt itself first. Hey, this world is so crazy, even the self-proclaimed 13 one night 3 stutterers cried innocently, feeling in love. Fatty Zug laughed, and seeing Jin Sinyi like this, his tears of laughter almost flowed out. Fatty white hair, do you have sympathy? I'm almost crying to death. Jin Sinyi cried loudly, and said, love is beautiful, but it is also dangerous. Don't let love turn into hate. If love is no longer fragrant, if it disappears completely, don't hurt yourself or others. Fatty Zug wanted to make fun of him again, but seeing his appearance, he had no choice but to swallow the rest of the words. My junior sister who is in full bloom and never returns. Jin Sinyi cried. Sometimes the truth really shouldn't be explored. I, Jin Sinyi, have spent half my life in style. I never thought that there would be such a day. Seeing him like this, no one had the nerve to tease him anymore. Xiao Chen patted him on the shoulder. Ah Bing also said a few words of comfort, and Dugu Shanshan even stepped forward and handed over a champagne. Youth is not always there is not much love, let us squander it. Jin Sinyi said very sadly. However, the moment he took the champagne handed over by Dugu Shanshan, he immediately straightened his waist and said, I have decided, I will live a good life from now on, thank you Shanshan. Ah, why are you thanking me? Dugu Shanshan was startled. Ah Bing hurried forward and stood between the two of them. Fatty Zug thumped the ground and laughed loudly. I knew that this stutterer's lascivious nature is hard to change. If he becomes infatuated, it will be the sun coming out from the north. Oh, I can't let my junior sister down. Jin Sinyi sighed and said, she wants me to live a good life. If that's the case, I will follow my heart and live a good life. The world is good for me. You want to say that the colorful world is up to you. Fatty Zug stood up and said, it's a pity, this world will no longer be so colorful. Ah Bing stared at Jin Sinyi resolutely and firmly, blocking his peachy eyes from looking at his daughter. Holding Doomsday Gem in his arms, Jin Sinyi turned his head regretfully, and said to Xiao Chen, after learning the truth about the past, I was very sad. I wanted to see the scene of your fall and find my psychological balance. I never thought that I would discover something special. Xiao Chen slapped him directly, and said, who is there to find balance after I fall, is there anyone like you? Jin Sinyi's personality was free and easy, and he completely restored his previous appearance. He said, I guess what I saw. When the catastrophe of the false gods ended, I saw 5 swords in one corner of the formation flying across the sky. That kind of divine power is truly earth-shattering. What, another corner of the array? Xiao Chen had heard people talking about it several times in a short period of time. At this moment, he couldn't help but be moved, and said, it seems that the corner of the array is really lost in the past history, how can I get it back? In the end, the group left here. When parting, the little snow-white beast nestled in the arms of the blue-haired beauty, reluctantly saying, yeah. I don't want to go. My darlings, you can't stay here for too long. This time, you opened a gap in the treasure box by an outsider, so you didn't get the special gift that me and your father prepared for you. When you step into the realm of the ancestor gods with 1 foot and fully activate the divine power of Paradise Lost, come here again. Before the group returned to Zulong village, the light beams in the sky disappeared, and the wooden box in Kiki's hand was completely closed. The old farmer looked at the map of the 7 demons in the sky, and then looked at the black divine gate temporarily sealed by him with divine mud, and said, the divine gate will open again in a few days at most, so get ready for a big battle. After saying these words, he completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Maybe it's time to go to the world of death. Xiao Chen is going to send a group of people to Shengkyun in the world of death to ensure their safety. Just entering the world of death, and still very far away from Shengkyun, everyone clearly felt an unusual atmosphere. That's Zujun. Hundreds of miles away above the sky of Shengkyun, a snow-white skeleton quietly floats there, its power is unrivaled. As far as the eye can see, within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the fire creatures trembled, knelt down on the ground, and worshipped. The white bone in the sky is definitely an ancestor god-level powerhouse. The terrifying aura was not deliberately released, but it was revealed naturally, which made people's souls tremble. Has something changed in the world of death? Why did another ancestor king appear and come to the outer regions of the mainland? He is standing above Shengkyun, so it must be that Shengkyun has encountered a catastrophe. The ancestors of Shengkyun walked into the deepest part of the continent of death, and the ancestor god Nua also left miracles here after being reborn with flesh and blood. Maybe they returned. Brush. The mighty ancestor in the sky shot 2 rays of divine light from his eye holes, sweeping towards here. Chapter 511. Close the game and think about it, pause for a day, and start making up tomorrow. Today is suspended for 1 day, and tomorrow will start to make up changes. In the end of the longevity world, think carefully and write the following part. Have a great evening everyone. Chapter 512. Refining the Ancestral Monarch Worship. Brush. A white light flashed in the sky hundreds of miles away, and the snow-white bone body disappeared like a dreamlike empty flower in the blink of an eye, and appeared less than 100 meters ahead in an instant. The vast and unpredictable divine power made the oppressive people breathless, the crystal-clear bones contained destructive power, and the empty eyes glanced at the few people coldly. The bone ancestor has the momentum to swallow mountains and rivers, and as he walks step by step, the vast land of death trembles. This is the aura of the extremely powerful ancestor. On the vast land, all fire creatures are worshipping in this direction, willing to sacrifice for him. Endless fire floats on the reddish-brown land, and the light is like endless fireflies. I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. Xiao Chen is ready to fight, the dark iron battle suit on his body is shining with black light, and the 7-color holy tree in his hand is even more auspicious. And those 30 battle swords were looming, blocking in front of him. This is his strongest weapon at present, and he has to fight with all his strength in the face of the ancestor god-level powerhouse. Terrifying old bones, Jin Sinyi muttered in a low voice. Brush. Bone ancestor saw at a glance that a huge mountain behind Jin Sinyi was instantly wiped out. Jin Sinyi was pale as if struck by lightning, and the doomsday gem fell to the ground. He didn't dare to say more. This is the majesty of the ancestors, one look can destroy everything in the world, but luckily he didn't really intend to kill. The bone ancestor stared at the 30 battle swords in front of Xiao Chen, a gleam of light appeared in his empty eyes, a giant bone palm came forward, and was about to grab the battle swords. Boom! At this moment, the dilapidated formation map emerged, misty and misty. Although it seemed peaceful, there was a mighty power to destroy the world circulating. The mist was hazy, and Xiao Chen also became ethereal. The moment the bone ancestor saw the formation, 2 frightening rays of light shot out from his hollow eyes, but finally dimmed, and he slowly withdrew the huge bone palm. No killing intent. Everyone didn't feel the danger coming. The mysterious bone ancestor charged into the sky, slowly moving his hands. The ground of the world of death suddenly shook violently, and the boundless plain of death burst into huge cracks hundreds of miles long. The mountains and rivers are broken, and the earth is cracked. What is he doing? This is everyone's question. What exactly is bone ancestor going to do? At this moment, black light flickered under the ground, and huge dead bones rushed up to the sky, each one as huge as a mountain, traversing the sky. Looking up, the mountains and rivers are magnificent. Turning the eyes, the eternal silence. One glance at the thousands of years, the vicissitudes of the sea. The voice of the ancestor of the bones shook the mountains and rivers. His hand slowly slid across the sky, and the mysterious trajectory was like a sky pattern imprinted on the death continent. The mountains sank, the ground cracked, and more black giant bones rushed into the sky. Xiao Chen recognized at a glance that it was the black dead bone he found underground in the outskirts of the death continent in the past. The king's ship and the bone well were all sacrificed from this bone. Now, this mysterious ancestor came to the outskirts and began to collect the underground black giant bones. What is his plan? Boom! The land of death and the outer regions were shaken, and thousands of fire creatures were crawling on the ground, panicking. All the black giant bones rushed out from the depths of the ground and floated in the sky. The huge bone pieces gathered together like dark clouds all over the sky, covering the sky. Woo! Ghosts were crying and howling, endless evil spirits condensed from the huge dead bones, and the ghosts were indistinct. Patriarch of the bone, with a single palm, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and thousands of remnant souls scattered away. He grabbed the sky, his white bone palms enlarged infinitely, and he grabbed all the black giant bones like mountains in his hands, and then walked towards the direction of Shengkyun. One step away, this kind of power made Jin Sinyi, Fatty Zug, Ah Bing's mother and daughter all terrified. Xiao Chen was also very surprised. Soaring into the sky in an instant, he arrived at the Shengqun hundreds of miles away in a short while, but fortunately there was no change here, and the Protoss were not persecuted. All the members of the Protoss are looking up at the black dry bones all over the sky. The Bone Ancestor Monarch, who is so mighty, sits cross-legged in the void and begins to refine the giant bones, letting them gradually melt and deform. The endless divine flames burn the entire sky outside the Death Continent red. Boom! With a loud shock, the sky was shattered by the Bone Ancestor. A huge black ancient ship seemed to have traveled through time and space from the ancient times. The whole body was shining with black light and lifeless. It is shaped like a huge skull, as huge as a mountain, rushing to the ancestor of the white bones. Xiao Chen and others are no strangers to this huge black bone ship. It was the king's ship that floated in the taboo sea of the longevity world. Later, the evil corpse recovered, and the ship entered the world of death. I never thought that I would be summoned by this bone ancestor at this moment. The vitality of martial ancestor's corpse has been revived, and it's time for you to truly become a warship. Bone Ancestor Jun Gujing had no waves, and his voice was flat. His whole body was glowing with divine light, and the endless fire engulfed the sky, and even engulfed all the giant bones like mountains, and began to refine the black bones. Boom! Earth-shattering sounds erupted from time to time, and black giant bones rushed towards the king's ship, and the huge black skull hull was constantly deforming, like a real warship. The giant bones in the sky are shaking, the king's ship is changing drastically, it is getting stronger and darker, and the magic cloud is 30,000 miles in the sky. This is simply an unrivaled magic soldier. Everyone was very surprised, staring at the sky for a moment. Slowly, the king's ship was sacrificed and refined into a real warship, the whole body was as black as ink, and its murderous aura was soaring. Then, the Bone Ancestor waved his hand vigorously in the sky, and a huge black frontal bone emerged and flew over quickly, shining like a mirror. This frontal bone was originally an unstable channel connected to the world of longevity, and later entered the world of death with the king's ship. It has disappeared since then, no longer serving as the gate of the world, and it has also been arrested at this moment. The Bone Ancestor started refining without hesitation, and spliced the shiny, mirror-like black frontal bone onto the king's ship. However, this frontal bone is very unusual. When it was enshrined as a portal through the world, it was imbued with endless mysterious power, and it was difficult to fuse with the king's ship in a short time. In the process, everyone saw strange and mysterious pictures one after another. That did it reappear the scene of the past? Everyone was astonished. The huge frontal bone, which is as brilliant as a mirror, covers the sky and the earth, and it is really like a historical realm, recreating many ancient scenes. In the meantime, a cool little snow-white beast walked nonchalantly on the continent of death with a straw stick in its mouth. On its tiny shoulders, it carried a thin and withered corpse. Dugu Shanshan's beautiful eyes widened, she looked at KK beside Xiao Chen in surprise, and then at the little snow-white beast that appeared in the black forehead. Fatty Zug with white hair and Jinsen Yi were also quite surprised. They knew that it was definitely K's father. And the fuzzy corpse that was being carried had horrible wounds all over its body, its hair was burnt yellow, and its face looked familiar. If you looked carefully, it turned out to be an evil corpse. The martial ancestor of that year. Many mysteries gradually became clear at this moment. K's father carried the body of martial ancestor into the world of death. Yeah, Kiki was happy and disappointed at the same time, staring at the picture that flashed on her forehead. That magic stick is really stupid, how can it save martial ancestor with its body temperature? In the picture, the little snow-white beast is biting a grass stick, carrying the martial ancestor on its shoulders, and casually looking at the vast and boundless world of death. Since there is a supreme ancestor god from another world like me who accidentally came to this world of death, then I will go and kill him. Kiki's father didn't look funny at all, and he spoke very seriously, rushing towards a boundless ancient battlefield of death. Soon, he encountered the supreme ancestor god from another world, and launched a shocking duel. In front, on the smooth frontal bone, the ancient picture rotated rapidly, and everyone couldn't see the process clearly, because the frontal bone was submerged by the endless and gorgeous light. However, it is conceivable that in the distant past, that battle was earth-shattering. Even the perverted Father K fought against the supreme ancestor god in another world, and it took 3 hours. Even if the history is reappeared at this moment, it is impossible to really see clearly, the brilliance of the unrivaled divine art completely drowns the picture. In the end, blood stained the earth red. That little snow-white beast was carrying the corpse of martial ancestor, standing in the sky of the world of death. It was obviously the winner. and just at this moment, two hazy figures appeared. The scene kept changing, and Dad K met two hazy figures. At the same time, an extremely terrifying ancestor came from a distant place. His figure was as tall as a mountain, his body was black, and he traveled thousands of miles away. Nursing the corpse of Wuzu with the soul of the supreme ancestor god may revive Wuzu's vitality. In the ancient picture, the hazy woman said so. The people of Shengkyun were all shocked. They had too many records about their ancestors, and they seemed to have these related legends in their impressions. In the outer area of the Death Continent, before the endless years, there was a supreme existence who ruled the world, and no one dared not to follow wherever he passed. According to the legends left by the ancestors of the gods, it seems that their ancestors in Nuwa killed that supreme being. The next picture confirms the legend of the Protoss. The mighty supreme patriarch came to strike, as high as the sky, with a black body and unrivaled power, he stomped down a king's city with 1 foot. However, he was quickly stopped by those two hazy figures and killed them on the vast battlefield near Shengkyun. The process of the battle cannot be seen clearly. In the end, a black giant that was as high as the sky suddenly fell down, shattering the earth. The legend was confirmed. The people of the Protoss were very surprised. Could it be that the two hazy figures were their ancestors in Nuwa? The ancient picture flashed quickly, and Kiki's father seemed to be talking with the two hazy figures, and finally handed Wuzu to them and left. At this point, the picture is completely over, because at this moment, the white bone ancestor sitting cross-legged in the sky has completely refined the huge frontal bone, making it a part of the black warship. However, based on the known information, it is already possible to infer what happened in the past. Boom! At this moment, the bone ancestor in the sky suddenly waved his hand, and pulled out the bone well hundreds of miles away, splicing and refining it towards the black warship. So far, the world of death seems to be really isolated from the outside world. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Could it be that he will not be able to return to Kyushu in the future? Dizzy, something delayed. It will definitely be late when the second chapter is written, but it will definitely be written tonight. Brothers, let's watch it tomorrow morning when we wake up. Well, at the same time, there will be 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 513, The Curtain Opens. When the huge spine was pulled out of the earth, the wind and clouds changed, the sky and the earth faded, stretching like mountains, and like the giant bones of an ancestor dragon, magnificent. Boom! The giant bones were spliced together on the black warship, and the endless divine fire fell down, covering the pitch-black warship inside, and the radiant divine light broke through the sky. In the end, the fire penetrated the sky and the earth, and the black kingship was reborn from the ashes, more imposing than before. Perhaps, now it can really be called the ancestor warship. This is by no means an ordinary ancestor bone boat. In addition to being a powerful ancestor bone, it also gathered the bone body essence of the supreme ancestor god who was beheaded by KK's father in the past. It was refined into the black giant bone in the past, and the eternal light brought back by KK's father was also melted into it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to refine the portal to the longevity realm and the passage to Kyushu. Of course, Xiao Chen and the others didn't know these details, because the picture in the frontal bone flashed too fast, and then it was terminated, so they had no chance to see it. Woo! The Zujun warship made a terrifying sound, shaking the Death Continent, and the huge black warship was refined. In the past, this warship had been refined into shape, but in order to nourish the corpse of the martial ancestor, it did not show its final form until now. The glistening black Zujun warship exudes a majestic momentum, traversing the sky, making people daunting. It finally regained its former style. The ancestor of the white bone put away the endless divine fire, slowly rose up, and stood on the black battleship of the ancestor. His empty eyes became more and more profound. Everyone knew that this Zujun should have no malicious intentions, otherwise he would have shot at everyone long ago. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, saluted in the distance, and asked, "Senior, is the ancestor god of Kyushu in the past?" The majestic ancestor's battleship, the black mist billowed, overwhelming the world, and the white bone ancestor heard him ask him this question. He remained motionless like a fossil, and did not respond for a long time. Everyone present was shocked, the former ancestor god of Kyushu. Xiao Chen took a few steps forward and said, "Kyushu and the world in all directions are in a precarious situation, and an ancestor-level powerhouse like you is needed to join the battle." The bone ancestor in the sky was silent for a long time before saying, "I'm going to assist martial ancestor to do a great thing." Xiao Chen and the others were taken aback immediately. The martial ancestor said that he was going to the deepest part of the world of death to do a great event, and the bone ancestor in front of him also wanted to follow him. What exactly were they going to do? Bone Ancestor thought to himself. I came back this time just to get back a few oracle bone maps. As for refining this ancestor's worship, it's just to leave a way out for you. Everyone was taken aback. The ancestor god in front of him didn't want to take the ancestor worship away, but left it to them. According to what the bone ancestor said, the ancestor's worship is completely refined according to the specifications of the ancestor dragon ship. Although it does not have the mysterious power to travel through time and space like the ancestor dragon ship, it is also extraordinary. Riding on this ancestral warship can enable them to escape into the deepest part of the world of death, and even escape the pursuit of ancestral god-level powerhouses. Of course, if you encounter the supreme ancestral god, it will be more ominous than ominous. May I ask who you are, senior? Li Mu, an old man from Shenkun, asked excitedly. I am not your ancestor. When your ancestor entered the depths of the world of death, he died unfortunately. The people of the Protoss vaguely knew that their ancestors were the subordinates of Nuwa's ancestor god, not the ancestor god who fought side by side with Nuwa, who had been gone for many years and never returned. Boom! With the guidance of the bone ancestor in the sky, a black hole with an invisible bottom suddenly appeared in the central area of Aa Shenkun, and a box that looked like gold but not gold, wood and not wood rose into the sky, and he caught it in his hand. I can't feel any energy fluctuations, but the box is actually sealed with the power of the ancestor gods. The ancestor of the bones smashed the box violently, and took out 5 pictures of oracle bones from it. Putting away the 5 oracle bone diagrams, he looked at everyone, and finally pointed a ray of light towards Xiao Chen, which sank into his body. When you return to Kyushu, this spiritual imprint will automatically leave you. This is my message to the ancestors of Kyushu. The bone ancestor took one last look at the crowd, then soared into the sky from the king's boat, and rushed to the deepest part of the world of death without looking back. Looking up, the mountains and rivers are majestic. Turning the eyes, the eternity is silent. A glance of thousands of years, the vicissitudes of the sea. This is the vicissitudes of life of the bone ancestor when he finally left. Who was he? This is everyone's question. From the beginning to the end, they don't know who this bone ancestor was before his death. A history of civilization is nothing more than the appearance of a few ancestor gods, and all the people who can be thought of have died. I don't know who has returned to the realm of the ancestors with the fire creature. Zhu Jun's warship landed outside Shenkun. The huge warship shocked people's souls, and everyone already knew how to control it. Although the Bone Well passage is no longer there, it can still pass through Kyushu with this warship. Perhaps, one day, they will take this ship and enter the deepest part of the world of death. According to the White Bone Ancestor, it seems that the ancestor gods from other worlds are likely to enter the world of death, and there is no place for peace. Xiao Chen left Abing, Dugu Shanshan and her 2 younger brothers in Shenkun, and then he will return to Kyushu again. Jin Sanyi and Fatty Zug wanted to accompany them. They couldn't bear to be lonely and didn't want to stay in the whole lifeless world. Nalong Wang and KK naturally also walked with Xiao Chen. With Kiki's paradise lost there, I don't worry about causing them any accidents, and they can return to the world of death at any time if necessary. A day later, they returned to the Kyushu Dead City. Kai, a ray of divine light shot up from Xiao Chen's body and flew out of the sky. It was the spiritual imprint left by the ancestral home of the bones to the ancestor gods in Kyushu. I don't know if Li Weiyu has been killed by the 2 ancestor gods. Fatty Zug said to himself. Looking at the torrential yellow river water more than a dozen miles away, King Nalong was in a daze, and suddenly said, I think. I already know how to move forward. The little stubborn dragon bid farewell to Xiao Chen suddenly, and with a long roar, he resolutely rushed into the surging yellow river, and disappeared all of a sudden. Xiao Chen was startled. He had a very bad premonition that when he saw the little stubborn dragon again, it would be a long time, and it would be after endless years. Yeah, Kiki waved a little paw reluctantly, and the little guy also had such a clear understanding. When Nalongwang rushed into the rolling river, in the vast sea, there was also a red-blooded dragon king roaring. It was looking for the shattered ancestral dragon ball spit out when the yellow river transformed the dragon in the past. At this moment, Shenkun was almost invisible, and the 7 magic maps in the sky were completely crushed to the ground. Xiao Chen stood quietly for a long time. He couldn't let go of his parents' affection. He didn't know what year and month it would be before he could see them again. And the black divine gate high in the sky, the divine mud blocked by the mysterious old farmer has begun to crack, and it has only been 1 day, and it can no longer be blocked. I'm afraid that in a day's time, the black divine door will open wide again. At this moment, Kyushu and the quartet world seemed lifeless, and all monks were very pessimistic. Even people like Jinsuni and Fatty Zhu who know how to enjoy themselves feel a little heavy at the moment. How should they fight against it? I am afraid the only way to escape. Xiao Chen is going to go overseas to find Chen Fang, Lu Mu and others, and send them to the world of death. At the same time, he also wants to try to bring all practitioners into the world of death, whether they are known or not. When passing by a fairy island overseas, Xiao Chen heard the sound of killing, and a strong man of a foreign race was covered in blood and rose to the sky. It was a half-ancestor, who was killed and seriously injured, obviously kicked on the iron board. Xiao Chen rushed there in an instant, and the increasingly perfect world of 8 phases emerged, instantly enveloping that person, and the seriously injured half-ancestor from another world turned into a blood mist on the spot, and his body and spirit perished. Be lenient, Fatty Zhu yelled. He was still waiting for his soul power. Xiao Chen knocked down the broken part of the soul, and Fatty Zhu was overjoyed immediately. At this moment, several figures rushed out from Shandao. They turned out to be Tianweishan, Renweiren, Yingxiang, and 3 Tree-Man Kings. These 6 people were not able to leave on the ancestral dragon boat, and they were always together. On the ground were the corpses of several strong men from other worlds, apparently killed by Tianweishan and other personalities. Xiao Chen's heart sank suddenly. How could it be such a coincidence? These 6 people gathered together, and none of them left. He thought of the prophecy in the world of death, in the sky of death. Would it really be true? Dewey Pluto Ruzio. Whenever he thinks of this name, Xiao Chen will feel extremely awkward. That prophecy book is really evil. Will it come true? Hey, don't you greet your old friends warmly? Seeing Xiao Chen's preoccupied look, Yingxiang muttered in dissatisfaction, and then said to Jin Sini grinningly, San Niu, give me a smile. #I%. Jin Sini rolled his eyes straight away. Ever since he whispered about Yingxiang's appearance in Shengkyun, the devil in front of him would often tease him like this. Boom! At this moment, the ground of Kyushu suddenly trembled, and an ancient lamp shook the sky and the earth, rushing out from the depths of Kyushu underground. Like a round of sun, it shines brightly, illuminating the sky. An ancient lamp has appeared. Tianweishan and the others all looked in the direction of Kyushu in surprise. Whenever there is a major event in Kyushu, the ancient lamp will appear between heaven and earth. Boom! There was another loud bang, the sky shook, and another ancient lamp appeared between the sky and the earth. Ancient lamps were raised successively in Liangzhou, Shuzhou, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, etc. The 9 lanterns are here, and Kyushu will not collapse. Outsiders looked at the rising ancient lamps. At the same time, there was a violent earthquake in the direction of Yangzhou. The black divine gate was completely opened, and all the divine mud blocked inside collapsed, which came faster than Xiao Chen and the others expected. The ancestor gods from other worlds are finally coming again. The appearance of ancient lamps has already heralded the arrival of an extraordinary era. God Ancestor Lan Yufeng has come. God Zulapez descends. God Ancestor. The loud voice shook the entire mountain and river. This time it was not an ancestor god, but several ancestor gods from other worlds came together. The curtain of heaven and earth opened. Tomorrow's 2 chapters shouldn't be so late. Chapter 514. The Great Showdown Between the Ancestral Gods of the End Times Part 1. A brand new era has arrived, and the ancestors and gods from other worlds have come together, heralding the end of a great civilization. At this moment, the power of the gods is mighty, and every time an ancestor god from another world descends, there will be a soul-stirring voice spreading across the earth. This high profile stems from their strong self-confidence and is based on their strong combat power. Such an announcement means that they will become Terminators. Kyushu shakes, the world shakes in all directions, and hundreds of millions of living beings shake. This time, a total of 5 ancestor gods from other worlds have come together, surpassing the masters of the same level in Kyushu, and there may be no suspense in the event of a war. The ancient lamps illuminate Kyushu, and 6 ancient lamps have risen successively, and the remaining 3 have not appeared for the time being. Up to now, the cultivators below the ancestor gods deeply felt their own insignificance. 5 ancestor gods from other worlds came at the same time, and they could sweep the Kyushu and the 4 worlds. These ancient lamps are too much of a hindrance. Every time it comes to the end of the world, they will come out to stop us. When we have free hands, we must take them away and send them back to our pure land. Lan Yufeng, the ancestor god of the alien world, stood proudly in the clouds, covered by a cloud of blue light mist, and calmly said such words. On the other side, Lulapez, the ancestor god of the alien world, spread his voice in 10 directions, shaking the sky, and said, Children, go to the ants to sharpen yourself. Behind the 5 ancestor gods from other worlds, densely packed, a large number of figures appeared, all wearing divine iron battle suits, holding fierce swords, and rushed towards all directions quickly after receiving the order. And the eyes of the 5 ancestor god-level powerhouses became extremely cold, and they looked at the sky at the same time. Swipe. The 5 ancestor gods from other worlds all rushed to the outer space to face the only 2 ancestor gods in Kyushu. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a loud bang, millions of stars were wiped out, and a dead bridge stretched across the starry sky, blocking the way of the 5 ancestor gods. 2 tall figures stood side by side on the Tongtiao dead bridge, and at this moment they all revealed their real bodies. A tall and mighty old man with long hair and shawls, firstborn ancestral dragon horns, wearing a dragon scale armor. Each piece of scale armor has a dazzling light shining. This is an ancestral dragon. It was the old ancestral dragon who feigned death on Long Island in the past. There is no need to hide it now, everything must be fought with strength. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance, wearing a brass battle suit and holding a brass giant sword. His eyes were shining brightly, and he was not angry. This person is the former Yellow Emperor and the current controller of the Death Bridge to the sky, but he is also somewhat abnormal, and at this moment there is boundless vitality around him. The sky is full of vegetation floating around, growing in the icy starry sky. There are fragrant flowers, and there are also tall sacred trees, which are transformed by the divine power of the ancestor god Shenong. The ancestor god of Shenong fell in the past, and the ancestor dragon and the Yellow Emperor reunited for him. Now he temporarily shares one body with the Yellow Emperor. It can be said that the person standing on the bridge of death in front of the sky is both the Yellow Emperor and the Yandi Shenong. The 3 ancestor gods Yan, Huang, and Long stood side by side on the stone bridge across Xingyu, blocking the 5 ancestor gods from other worlds. It's just 2 people, huh? Lan Yufeng's eyes were extremely cold, but in an instant, he quickly glanced behind him. Boom! With a loud noise, the starry sky shook, and a large shattered spear pierced through the sky, stretching tens of thousands of miles, piercing through the sky on the spot, and the mysterious old farmer stepped onto the starry sky and appeared in the outer battlefield. Including you, there are only 3 people. Lulapez, the patriarch of the alien world, shook his head with an indifferent expression. Roar! The roar of the tiger shook the sky, the snake soared into the sky, and the void was shattered. Mo Xiaowang, the former strong man from the ancient times, came from the shattered void of the soul world and ascended to the outer starry sky. He is the combination of the tiger and the snake among the ancestors of the Zodiac, and was forcibly fused together by the ancestor gods of other worlds. You're here too. Lan Yufeng frowned, and said, I didn't kill you completely in the past, but using you as an experiment seems to be too kind after all. It's better to kill you completely. Lan Yufeng, Lulapez, we finally meet again. I've missed you for a long time. Mo Xiaowang's voice was calm, but he could imagine the anger in his heart, and said, you wanted to turn me into a murderous demon king, but you failed to do so. Shenong's purification power is unparalleled in the world. I've returned to the source, and today will finally come to an end. Lulapez looked at him indifferently, shook his head and said, it is still difficult for you to change the doomed result after all. Then try it. The mysterious old farmer held the spear of destruction across his chest. Lan Yufeng glanced at several people, then looked at the mysterious old farmer, and said, you old man, I have seen your figure in the last civilized era, and you have survived to this day. His voice was extremely cold, and he said, sure enough, as in the past, when the end of the world comes, there will always be more than expected ancestral god-level powerhouses from Kyushu and Sifang world. But what can this do? It can't change anything at all. Boom! In the sky above Zulong village, the huge black divine gate shook again, and 3 more ancestor gods from other worlds descended and rushed out of the sky. This is the reliance of Lan Yufeng and Lulapez. Even though both sides are ancestral god-level powerhouses, in terms of absolute numbers, the other world has an overwhelming advantage. Then let's speak according to our strength. The old ancestral dragon spoke. With one of his big hands, he thrust towards the sky with all his strength, and suddenly a huge dragon claw appeared in the upper reaches of the Yellow River in Kyushu, and a mottled ancient platform rushed out of the sky. It is the ancestral sacred artifact that was juxtaposed with the Tongtian dead bridge in the past. The ancestral dragon platform, which was refined by the ancestral dragon in the past, and once opened the way to the heaven. Reincarnation. Standing on the ancestral dragon platform, the old ancestral dragon was the first to make a move. He showed great supernatural powers as soon as he came up, and he was truly supernatural. Brilliant rays of light covered the starry sky, and the endless stars turned into dust. 6 worlds emerged and enveloped the 8 ancestor gods from other worlds. Unlocking the supreme power that can destroy the ancestor gods, this is the spirit of the ancestor dragon, shaking the 8 powerhouses at the same time. At the same time, the combination of Huangdi and Shenong also launched the strongest attack. Hundreds of millions of flowers and trees enveloped the sky, and endless divine power directed towards the 6 realms of reincarnation, and at the same time, the dragon-shaped fist blasted out quickly. The ancestors and gods are selfless, and they share their supernatural powers and combat skills. This combat skill originated from the dragon clan, was carried forward by the martial ancestors, and once again shined brilliantly in the hands of Shenong and Huangdi. At the same time, a stone dagger quietly floated among the grass and trees. It was the stone soldier that Zhuangzi got from his own Chaoshi Tiangong in the past. It suddenly shook and fell into the 6 circles of reincarnation. At the same time, the old farmer held the spear of destruction and pierced through the heavens and the earth, shaking the entire universe with endless killing intent, and pierced through the reincarnation gate opened by the ancestor dragon. The tiger leaps and the snake leaps, Mo Xiaowang goes crazy, as the ancestors of the 2 great wars are condensed. The strength is naturally extraordinary, swallowing the world with arrogance, coercing the stars. Thousands of tangible murderous aura rushed into the 6 realms of reincarnation. The battle between the ancestor god-level powerhouses represents the pinnacle decisive battle in this world. 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed an unrivaled supernatural power, but we are immortal through the ages. Do you want us to reincarnate? The voices of Lulapez and Lan Yufeng came from the starry sky where billions of stars were shaking. Like Li Weiyu, they were strong men who had been promoted to the ancestor gods in the last civilization era, and their strength was unpredictable. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the 8 ancestor gods from other worlds shook the world. Each of them showed their supernatural powers and combat skills, shattering the 6 realms of reincarnation, and rushed out of the hazy and ethereal world. The 8 ancestor gods of other worlds are lined up side by side, standing in the starry sky, and each god is mighty. Even though the 6 paths of reincarnation is an unrivaled divine art, if the opponent is the 8 ancestor gods, it is impossible to obliterate them. You don't have to worry about your own people are bound to die. If you trap one person with the 6 paths of reincarnation, it is enough to wipe them out. Let's do our best to fight each other. Yanwang said so. He also knows the 6 paths of reincarnation, but he can't compare with the supernatural powers that the ancestor dragon is most proud of, but the combat power of other supernatural powers is hard to say. At this moment, he rushed forward with a stone dagger in his left hand and a giant brass sword in his right. He was also the leader of several ancestor gods, and he displayed both supernatural powers and combat skills. Seal the sky, seal the land, seal the people. Yanwang yelled loudly, and the majestic voice of the sky spread across the vast starry sky. In an instant, an ancestor god from another world was suppressed. Boom! The bridge of death pierced through Tianyu, rushed forward from its side, and suppressed the ancestor god from another world on the spot. Yanwang drew a dragon shadow with the brass giant sword in his hand, swept away, and a bloody light splashed out, dyeing the starry sky red. This is the first time since the war started, the blood of the ancestor gods has been shed. Naturally, it was impossible to truly take the life of an ancestor god. My blood was not shed in vain. The person who was severely injured was the mighty Lulapez. The moment he was injured, he regained the ability to act. Let the blood stain the sky red. The boundless red blood is as endless as the sea, it actually drowns many stars around, and then rushes towards Yanwang. This is the terrifying power of Lulapez. It was only a few bloods, but at this moment it turned into a boundless sea of AA blood, flooding the starry sky, and the moment the stars were immersed in it, they were immediately corroded into invisible. At this moment, Lulapez naturally saw the fact that Shenong and Huangdi shared one body, and said indifferently, "You have great potential, but one of you has fallen, and your vitality has been severely damaged. The other has just become the ancestor god. Even if you are 2 souls, with boundless potential, you have no chance. It is a pity that you have come to a battlefield that should not have come at the wrong time. I will not give you any chance, just today, so that there will never be future troubles." The blood of the ancestor gods all over the sky contained Yanwang in it. God's blood melts all things, ancestors deify Lois. Lulapez shouted. Thousands of bloodlights bloom in the sky, the sea of AA blood is boundless and vast. The combination of Huangdi and Shenong has boundless potential, but as Lulup said, one has fallen, and the other has just achieved the position of ancestor god, and their combat power is not very strong. However, Lulapez still did not expect that the combat power of the 2 is not strong, but after they are combined, the combat power will skyrocket geometrically. Exceeded Lulapez's estimate. Moreover, the Tongtian Dead Bridge is not a mortal thing. With a bang, the moment of the shock, the endless sea of AA blood was dried up on the spot. Boundless Sumeru. Two cold lights shot out from Lulapez's eyes, piercing through more than a dozen stars at once, and his right hand turned into millions of sacred mountains, traversing the sky, each one bigger than a single star. The giant hand of the ancestral god turned into petrification, and millions of sacred mountains fell across the sky, pressing down on the dead bridge to the sky, trying to shatter it. But at this moment, in Yanwang's left hand, the inconspicuous stone dagger cut forward. Silently, millions of sacred mountains were shattered, and the magical technique of boundless Sumeru was shattered. Kai. The blood splashed all over the sky, the endless divine power was mighty, the stone dagger traversed the sky, and silently chopped Lulapez into the starry sky. Stone soldiers. Lulapez was frightened, and the upper half of his body flew upside down, smashing dozens of stars into ashes, and two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. There is one more chapter. I will write it now, it will probably be very late, readers can read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 515. The Great Showdown Between the Ancestral Gods of the End Times Part 2. The second chapter is here, brothers and sisters who have recommended tickets, please vote for it, thank you. Boom. Lulapez, the patriarch of the alien world, smashed dozens of stars before stabilizing his figure, reconnecting the broken body, standing above a star, surrounded by endless divine fire, and staring at Yanwang coldly. Let me bleed and hurt, stone soldiers. Obviously, he was very scrupulous about Shibing and didn't act immediately. Around Yanwang, the vegetation is flourishing, and there are endless divine flowers blooming in the vast starry sky, paving him a path of life and grass, leading straight to Lulapez, the ancestor god of the alien world. This is a spectacle, the stars are shining, the vegetation is flourishing, and an avenue of flowers and trees is suspended among the stars. Yanwang was not angry, but walked forward step by step, with the stone soldier in his hand pointing forward. The entire starry sky was trembling with his steps, and the light of billions of stars flickered indefinitely. Boom! The star on which Lulapez, the patriarch of the alien world stood, instantly shattered under this momentum, turning into endless fire, rushing in all directions, and dozens of planets were destroyed. The battle is on again. In the other battlefield, Mo Xiaowang is full of madness, with the upper half of a tiger's body and the lower half of a snake's body. He is fighting against the ancestor gods of other worlds. He is the fusion of two ancient warrior ancestors. His combat power is naturally extremely powerful, and he can beat the ancestor gods with his flesh. Among the 8 ancestor gods from other worlds, Lulapez and Lan Yufeng are naturally the strongest, because they are the ancestor gods of the previous civilization era. At this moment, Mo Xiaowang suppressed his opponent without any suspense, but another ancestor god who was watching the battle mercilessly shot at this moment. Heart flower withered. Although the otherworldly ancestor god's voice was not high and soft, it directly caused Mo Xiaowang's body to shake violently, about to fall into the starry sky. This was an attack originating from his spiritual consciousness. A series of thunderbolts exploded in his heart, trying to shatter his spiritual sense, causing his heart to wither and his spiritual consciousness to die. This is the original attack. Simple yet menacing and effective. Boom! Mo Xiaowang was overturned in the starry sky, and the 2 ancestor gods from other worlds teamed up to make him almost hate, because of his strong fighting power and firm will. If you want my consciousness to wither, I will let your body wither first. Mo Xiaowang was formed by the fusion of 2 warrior clans from the past. He was extremely tyrannical, and with his tiger claws stretched out, he directly imprisoned a huge black hole not far away, and enveloped an ancestor god from another world with a bang. Boom! At the same time, his body shone loudly, split into 2, turned into a fierce tiger and a holy snake, and the holy snake rushed into the black hole. The tiger roared and rushed to another half-ancestor. Although the soul was fused, Mo Xiao forgot to separate the body. As the former war ancestor, he became more and more crazy as he fought. Boom! In another battlefield, the mysterious old farmer fought against Lan Yufeng, another super strong man among the 8 ancestor gods, and the spear of destruction in his hand pierced the starry sky. The spear was tens of thousands of miles long, and it pierced Lan Yufeng's eyes. The destructive aura shocked the soul of the ancestor god-level powerhouse. When, with a loud noise, a huge divine shield appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's left arm, facing the unavoidable spearheads, and collided together. When the two ancestral divine weapons collided, sparks flew, and divine light shone everywhere, instantly dimming the surrounding stars, and the bright light made people unable to open their eyes. The murderous aura, destructive, completely darkened a large expanse of the universe, and shattered all tangible things. Immortal, the last civilization made you a fish that slipped through the net, and you will be doomed in this life. Lan Yufeng was full of light, and his long blue hair was turbulent like a blue sea. It swelled wildly and turned into poisonous thorns as thick as mountains, all of which pierced towards the old farmer. If you want to kill me, unless your supreme ancestor god comes in person, you will not be able to accept me. Lan Yufeng was the ancestor god in the previous civilization history, and his strength is naturally far superior to the ancestor god of this generation, but the old farmer said so, which shows his self-confidence and strength. The old farmer's fighting spirit was high, and he was no longer as simple as he used to be. The light in his eyes was sharper than that of a sword, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. An invisible murderous aura vibrated out, swept across the sky, shattered the void, and greeted the blue-haired poisonous stingers as thick as thousands of mountains. Rumble, like a sky thunder shaking, the murderous aura met thousands of blue-haired poisonous stingers, and the divine power between the two was surging, bursting out with radiance, and finally the dazzling light shattered everything and exploded. Both of the two powerhouses became famous in the previous civilization era, and their combat power was unmatched. At this moment, they were all pushed back by each other. But at the next moment, the two rushed together again, fighting fiercely. Their silhouettes were like a dream, they continuously shattered time and space, and their majestic combat power spread to the infinite starry sky. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the light between the two was shining brightly. It was a competition of divine power, a collision of spiritual consciousness, and undoubtedly a life and death duel. In the dazzling light, they all flew out, and a bunch of blood sprayed, destroying dozens of stars. It is not known which of the two spilled the blood. The two powerhouses once again gathered strength and came to a new star universe. This time, they all increased their combat power infinitely, and one blow would definitely shake the heavens, because they already knew each other's strength. The diamond-shaped shield on Lan Yufeng's left arm shone with brilliance. It was a divine weapon for body protection, and in his right hand appeared a blue long knife with jagged teeth. Like a small blue lake, blue waves are dotted, but this is only the appearance. It contains endless divine power, and there is an aura of tyranny faintly emanating from it. This is Lan Yufeng's real magic weapon, pointing at the old farmer in the distance. At this moment, the old farmer was also standing in the starry sky, surrounded by stars twinkling. He stood still, holding the big destruction spear in both hands, pointing obliquely forward. A majestic killing intent spread across the universe. At this moment, his aura continued to rise, his long gray hair stood upside down, as hard as steel needles, his eyes became sharper, and the two divine rainbows he shot were tens of thousands of miles long. The old farmer and the spear of destruction have become one. At this moment, the old farmer's flesh and blood merged with the cold spear and became one, gradually becoming indistinguishable from each other. Kill. The blue serrated knife in Lan Yufeng's hand has been raised high, turning into a rainbow light, crossing the starry sky, and slashing at the old farmer. The sky trembled, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, countless stars were shattering, and people and swords rushed over in an instant. Kill. At this moment, the old farmer's aura climbed to the extreme, his body joined the spear, and he pierced forward with the spear in both hands. Both of them are the ancestor gods in the history of the previous civilization, and their combat power can be imagined. At this moment, it is simply a big collision like annihilation. Spears meet blue blades. The brilliant light completely submerged this universe, the peak duel, the divine power surged, and the starry sky shook violently. In this full-strength duel, all the stars on the battlefield they were on finally completely dimmed and turned into fly ash. Lan Yufeng yelled loudly, and the blue light was shining all over his body. At the same time, he threw the aegis on his left arm at the old farmer, trying to smash the terrifying opponent in front of him. Boom! But at this moment, Lan Yufeng seemed to be struck by lightning, and the serrated long knife in his hand vibrated violently, and he was about to leave his hand, and he couldn't hold it anymore. Clang! At the junction of the blue long knife and the spear, several gaps appeared in the blade. Lan Yufeng yelled, spurted blood, and flew upside down, and the aegis that hit the old farmer also flew upside down, and his success fell short. Roar-a! Lan Yufeng roared loudly, shaking the starry sky. I was actually hurt by you, it's impossible. Regarding this, the old farmer said indifferently, you are afraid and dare not use your long knife to fight me with all your strength. How can a person using a shield have the momentum to move forward? The end is already doomed. Impossible! Lan Yufeng yelled, furious, and rushed forward again holding the serrated long knife and the divine shield. However, this time the old farmer didn't move forward, and confronted him across a starry sky. With the great destroyer's spear in his hand, he pointed forward, there was a loud bang, and a terrifying aura swept away. The main body of the spear did not fly forward, but the endless killing intent condensed into a tangible edge, turning into a terrifying beam hole passing through the starry sky. Boom! Lan Yufeng immediately flew upside down, the shield on his left arm was pierced, his left arm was shattered and turned into a large cloud of blood mist. Aha! Lan Yufeng yelled and jumped into the air again, but at this moment he was horrified to find that a bloody hole the size of a bull appeared in his chest, causing him excruciating pain. A terrifying sharp edge shattered his heart and pierced his body. In the endless starry sky, the old farmer's energy and spirit were united, and he became one with the battle spear. Terrifying rays of light shot out from the great destruction spear, piercing towards Lan Yufeng in another starry sky. The true meaning of great destruction, the destruction of all obstacles, is fully revealed. Destruction, as the name suggests, destroys everything in the world. Lan Yufeng, the strongest among the ancestor gods from the other world, suffered heavy injuries and was pierced through dozens of blood holes. At this moment, another ancestor god from the other world rushed up to block the old farmer. This is the advantage in numbers. Even if the individual combat power is lost, it can still be made up in absolute numbers. If we say that the most dangerous battle at this moment is the battlefield where the ancestor dragon was, he was besieged by 3 ancestor gods from other worlds. The 6 paths of reincarnation is an unrivaled supernatural power, reincarnating the world, can obliterate ancestor god-level powerhouses. If it is used alone on a foreign ancestor god, it will definitely be killed, but he has no chance, because the 3 foreign ancestor gods are fighting him at the same time. I'm afraid that he will use this unrivaled magic technique against one person alone. Even though the 3 ancestor gods from other worlds were not from the previous civilization era, but joining forces at this moment is extremely terrifying. The ancestor dragon didn't want to use this supernatural power to act on the 3 of them at the same time, so that the supernatural power would be wasted in vain like last time. He could only create opportunities for himself. Zulongtai shook the world, and he was sent flying. The great supernatural power of the Dragon Klana imprisonment technique. In this way, in cooperation with Zulongtai, one person was temporarily suppressed on the spot. However, the other 2 ancestor gods from other worlds had rich combat experience, and at the same time raised their combat power to the limit, and attacked the ancestor dragon. The 3 ancestor gods fought against the ancestor dragon. Even if one of them was disabled, it still put the ancestor dragon in an extremely dangerous situation. Old ancestral dragon was very unwilling to fail, and wanted to take the risk of using the 6 reincarnation magical powers to kill the person in the middle. A dragon's chant shook the starry sky, the ancestor dragon finally couldn't hold back, he was going to make a move. Reincarnation, hundreds of millions of stars in the universe shook together, thousands of galaxies shook, shaking the entire world, and time and space became disordered. At this moment, the endless stars, as small as dust, are shrouded in the 6 circles of reincarnation, like a handful of sand falling between the fingers. The sky is in turmoil. The starry sky was being shattered, and the great supernatural power of the 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped one of them, and began to disappear. However, the ancestor dragon himself was also in danger, and the other 2 sacrificed their trump card to him. The 2 ancestor gods from other worlds joined together and turned into brilliant brilliance to strangle the ancestor dragon. Boom! A piece of heaven-reaching divine tree suddenly came through the space, smashed down hard, and hit the terrifying light that killed the ancestor dragon heavily. The 2 ancestor gods from other worlds were beaten with a sap, and they were furious. In front of them, the mark of the old god's stick of martial arts manifested, with a mean smile on his face, blocking the way. Rora! Xingyu shattered, 6 realms of reincarnation, reincarnation of the world, tens of thousands of stars turned into fly ash, the ancestor god from another world screamed, and half of his soul was wiped out by the demon on the spot. The old ancestor dragon let out a long cry, and the ancestor dragon platform vibrated in the 6 realms of reincarnation, smashing the remaining half of the soul. An ancestor god from another world was killed in the starry sky. However, at this moment, a shocking killing intent came from the distant starry sky. Kyushu, in the sky above Zulong village, in front of the Black Divine Gate, a powerful figure from another world stood at some point, his voice was cold and heartless, and said, "If you die, you will die. This is what you use to sharpen your skills, to get rid of the chaff and save the chaff." Chapter 516 Sweep. In the sky above Zulong village, the huge black divine gate is like an unfathomable magic cave. No one knows what kind of terrifying power lies behind it. At this moment, a tall, gentle, but extremely powerful figure stood in front of the Black God's gate, and his plain words made people shudder and spread to the outer space. He did not intervene in the great war outside the sky. His deep eyes coldly swept across the earth, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble immediately. After a brief stop, he shattered the void and entered the realm of comprehension. Holding the might of the heaven-shaking God, overlooking the vast land, his figure was like lightning. He rushed into the endless spiritual mountains, and appeared in front of the sky burial valley in an instant. The huge monument stands majestically, shrouded in mist, misty, mysterious, and contains majestic power. Even the ancestor gods are hard to shake. The Tianbei stands in the middle of the valley during the day, and at night it rises from the ground, suspended above the valley. This situation has been going on for many years, and all the monks speculate that the Tianbei will disappear completely sooner or later. The celestial burial valley, which has been sealed off for many years, is hazy with mist, and the scene in it is faintly visible. The ancient palace is located in it, with extraordinary momentum. This powerful ancestor god from another world walked to the sky burial valley, looked at the majestic ancient monument, and said to himself, "Father, back then you were so mighty and powerful, and you were rare among the ancestor gods, but you disappeared here." At the time when the ancestor gods from another world descended and fought against the ancestor gods of Kyushu, Xiao Chen and others were operating overseas. He was looking for Chen Fang, Lu Mu and others. At the same time, he also took some familiar and unfamiliar powerhouses into the lost paradise, and prepared to bring them into the world of death together. At this moment, apart from the god of ancestor, the other cultivators are all ants. Under the supreme divine power that can shatter the sky, all other powers are insignificant, and maybe they have to retreat. Even though Xiao Chen is powerful now, it is not easy to find people in the vast blue sea. Because the Kyushu and the Quartet world are at war, the ancestor gods are fighting, and the powerhouses of other levels are also fighting, causing chaos. There are killing sounds everywhere, and battlefields are everywhere. It is not easy to find people. Killa A, shouting to kill and shaking the sky, the sea water was dyed red, and many figures were fighting in the sky, densely packed. It is obvious that the overseas hundreds of clans are at an absolute disadvantage, because many elites and potential offspring masters have already left on the ancestral dragon boat. Not to mention the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, the rest are almost the same. Puff. The blood was soaring into the sky, corpses fell from the sky, most of them were Kyushu monks, and the number of fallen strong people from other worlds was extremely limited. Ah! He screamed again and again, screaming out of grief, one after another. "Father, return my father's life." Boom! Blood splattered, and the boy followed in his father's footsteps. His body was torn apart, and he also died tragically in the air. From time to time, monks died in battle and fell into the sky. With the accumulation of endless years, the foreign world has always occupied a dominant position, and the number of half-ancestors is far more than that of Kyushu and Sifang world. In this hopeless environment, everyone has lost confidence. What can they use to contend? The limited number of strong characters on their own side can't stop the alien army at all. Today, it is much weaker than in all previous eras. "Grandpa, don't die." A young man soared into the sky, took an old man covered in blood and had his heart pierced through his arms, and called out sadly, "Grandpa, don't die." Puff. The sword light shot out for dozens of miles, and the dazzling brilliance fell from the sky, cutting the young man in two, blood staining the sky red. A fresh young life ended, and he followed in the footsteps of the old man. Blood rained in the sky, and cold corpses kept falling down. Life was so insignificant at this moment, and the cruel reality made people despair. In the world, tragedies are happening one after another, far more cruel and terrifying than imagined. When Xiao Chen saw such a tragic scene, he immediately burst into anger and his blood surged. He asked KK to find people and take away those potential strong people, while he himself rushed into the sky and started killing. Tian Weishan, Yingshang and others also took action, attacking the alien army. Puff. A spear was so sharp that it pierced through a girl in white clothes in the sky, and the blood splashed on the snow-white clothes was so shocking. On an island below, an 11 or 12-year-old child, with tears in his eyes, cried out sadly, "Sister, don't die, don't leave me." In the sky, the outsider cultivator holding a spear was wearing cold iron clothes, and his eyes were even colder. The spear in his hand pierced downwards violently. Kai, the sharp spear picked up the body of the girl in white, and stabbed violently at the 11 or 12-year-old child. It's too much. Xiao Chen passed across the sky, his voice trembling, but the sword in his hand was cold, and he slashed forward unswervingly. Clang! The sharp spear was cut off, and the body of the girl in white fell down. As for the child, he escaped unharmed. The cultivator's expression changed suddenly, and he flew back towards the semi-ancestral strong man from another world not far away. However, in the process of flying back, he was horrified to find that his limbs suddenly shattered, followed by his internal organs, which turned into blood mist with a bang. Only then did he realize how terrifying the cold sword light was. The invisible sword energy had already entered his body, and his life force had been extinct at that moment. Boom! Only the head with a frightened expression flew into the half-ancestor's room in another world and was received by someone. Who is it? Who killed my descendant? The semi-ancestral cultivator scanned all directions and shouted in the sky. The butcher knife in his hand was stained with bright red blood, and he did not know how many monks he had killed. Hearing the sound, Xiao Chen's sword energy shot up to the sky, sweeping across the strong men, blood rained down, and pieces of flesh splashed. He made a bloody path, rushed to the front, without saying anything at all, just swung his sword, and slashed over. The dazzling sword light made the sky eclipse, ignoring the opponent's butcher knife, and let it cut on the dark iron battle suit. Xiao Chen rushed past, and the war sword cut off a good head. Waves of blood soared into the sky, and the headless body of the half-ancestor from another world fell into the sky, blood gushing, and the divine soul rushed out immediately, wanting to reorganize the body. However, at this moment Xiao Chen is ruthless, he didn't give him any chance at all. Benyuan Octave just uttered one word, duh. The powerful mind and soul collapsed, and this half-ancestor from another world was instantly annihilated, completely dissipating in the world. Someone had noticed Xiao Chen a long time ago, and seeing him kill a half-ancestor on the spot at this moment, such shocking combat power immediately made the monks from other worlds list him as an extremely dangerous person. Kill him. Immediately, 3 half-ancestors from other worlds rushed forward together, feeling Xiao Chen's strength, and they wanted to join hands to kill. However, they still underestimated Xiao Chen after all. They didn't even think that this was a half-ancestor of the 7th heaven, and he could already kill the half-ancestor when he was in the thorough ground realm. Today's Xiao Chen is powerful enough to frighten everyone in the realm of Banzhou. Even in the face of the 3 strong men, his expression has not changed at all. Sweeping out the colorful holy tree in his hand, the colorful rays of light illuminated the heaven and earth. Faintly hidden, bursts of dragon chant resounded through the heaven and earth. The Dragon Clan's great supernatural power confinement technique was released, and it was exerted to the limit that Banzhou could perform. The 3 half-ancestors from other worlds were all frozen at the same time, temporarily losing the ability to move. The colorful sacred tree was shining brightly into the sky. Xiao Chen rushed past, and the hand of God shot out. The 3 strong men were all smashed to pieces in an instant, even their souls could hardly escape. Xiao Chen's big hand grabbed it and crushed it completely. Then, they collected all their pure divine power, did not waste it, and prepared to use it for other purposes. In this world where wars are raging and there are shouts of killing everywhere, monks from other worlds have an absolute advantage. At this moment, Xiao Chen raised his hand and killed several half-ancestors, which immediately caused an uproar. The cultivator from the other world did not expect to meet such a terrifying person here. Densely packed in all directions, countless cultivators rushed here. Among them, there are at least 7 or 8 half-ancestors from other worlds, and 2 of them have reached the level of the half-ancestor 5th heaven, leading a large number of disciples and besieging Xiao Chen in the center. There were hundreds of people, and the momentum was earth-shattering. They were all shouting, and Lang Sensen's weapons pointed at Xiao Chen in the center. Kill, kill. The sound of killing shook the sky. Everyone shot together, spells, supernatural powers, combat skills. The light was so brilliant that it drowned Xiao Chen's place. However, Xiao Chen of the 7th heaven cannot be suppressed by numbers at all. In the face of absolute strength, even tens of thousands of chicks are difficult to deal with a fierce tiger. At this moment, 30 war swords swept across the sky, and the light shot straight at Xiaohan, causing the sun, moon and stars to shake immediately. The resplendent sword light suppressed all the supernatural spells, and even shattered hundreds of magic weapon blades, killing all directions. At this moment, blood rained, hundreds of monks from other worlds screamed again and again, and the sky was stained red with blood. At this moment, life is so fragile and insignificant. Remnants and broken corpses kept falling down. This place was like a sheer field, and the hundreds of monks surrounding here were almost wiped out. Among them, the 5 half-ancestors were completely destroyed, and only the two half-ancestors in the fifth heaven realm escaped, and flew out in horror. This terrible result shocked everyone deeply, and everyone in this battlefield turned their attention to this place. Everyone was shocked. The overwhelmingly powerful aliens suddenly had a creepy feeling. Such a powerful opponent really exceeded their expectations. Coincidentally, all the powerful aliens in this battlefield rushed over, gathered in the sky, and began to besiege Xiao Chen. Such a terrifying person had to work together to get rid of them. They felt the danger deeply. If they didn't get rid of them now, they would become serious troubles in the future. Because the person in front of them is too young, they can feel that this terrifying figure is by no means an old antique, but just a newly promoted strongman. In the far sky, there are many Kyushu monks covered in blood, and on the island below, there are many children who have lost their loved ones crying. Seeing all this, Xiao Chen's eyes were extremely cold. Just now, I don't know how many people have disappeared forever, and I don't know how many families have been broken. His heart is cold. Woo, the crying is heartbreaking. Sister, you're dead, and I'm the only one left. Father, don't leave me. ... Scenes of tragedies made Xiao Chen feel blood red in front of his eyes. At this moment, all he had in his heart was endless killing intent. Kill him. With a deep roar, full of a strong sense of oppression, a mighty half-ancestor from another world strode forward, leading all the monks from other worlds in the sky to surround Xiao Chen. On this battlefield, all the strong men gathered. There is no doubt that the mighty foreign monk is the leader. He has reached the peak of the half-ancestor seventh heaven and is about to enter the eighth heaven realm. In addition, there are two half-ancestors of the seventh heaven, who are in the same realm as him, but they have not reached the peak. And behind the three powerhouses, there are 9 half-ancestors whose strengths range from 1 to 5 heavens. The densely packed strong men all around burst out with astonishing divine power after hearing the order. Below, the raging sea is rough and the waves are monstrous. Kill. Following the roar of the leader among the strong men from other worlds, everyone attacked Xiao Chen, and the sound of killing was earth-shattering. The sky shattered on the spot, and the blue sea below boiled even more. Many islands continued to sink, creating a scene of the end of the world. In several other battlefields in Kyushu, all the powerful people sensed the terrifying fluctuations of divine power here, and they all guessed it at this moment. Such a formation is extraordinary, and they must have encountered thriller-level characters. You are all going to die. Xiao Chen is like a cold-blooded demon king at the moment, his voice is icy cold, facing the endless divine light, he is happy and fearless. 30 battle swords radiated into the sky, forming a complex and mysterious formation in the void, and the broken formation emerged, appeared at his feet, and condensed with him, as if they were natural. Once in the future world, it has resisted the terrorist attack of the Supreme Ancestor God, and now it is shown in the real world for the first time. The broken array, misty, slowly rotating. Although it seems peaceful, but if there is nothing, there is a supreme power to suppress the world. Kill. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. 30 war swords shone brightly, sweeping across the entire sky. At the same time, the broken array shook slightly, the vast sea shook, the sky and stars shook, all living things shook, and the whole world shook. The sky was densely packed with monks from other worlds, and large pieces of ash were blown up like dust, blowing away with the wind in an instant. Everyone in this battlefield, including the 3 half-ancestors of the 7th heaven, not a single person escaped this catastrophe, and all of them were turned into fly ash. This shocking result shocked all the battlefields in Kyushu. Overseas fell into dead silence for a short time, and then the cries and shouts sounded again. The broken array, the first demonstration, shocked all the monks in Kyushu. Yeah, Kiki rushed from afar. It found Chen Fang and others, and at the same time took many known and unknown monks into Paradise Lost. Walk. Temporary retreat is not escape. Xiao Chen needs to send the monks who have been taken into the Lost Paradise to the world of death, and stay in Kyushu. These strong people will only die in vain. With a flash of brilliance, Xiao Chen disappeared from overseas, traveled across the world, and appeared on the Zujun warship outside the god village in the world of death. He didn't get off the warship, but just let Kiki and Yingxiang get off the boat. Yeah, the little snow-white beast didn't understand. Don't go back, the ancestor god from another world has come, that world is too dangerous. Yingxiang persuaded. Several ancestral gods are fighting in Kyushu, and I need to steer the ancestral warship on a journey. The Zujun battleship has been re-sacrificed, and the frontal bone and bone well are fused on the warship, which fully has the ability to travel through the big world. Woo! With the sound of devil crying, Xiao Chen drove the Black Ancestor warship, which was as big as a mountain, to the gray sky of the Death World, and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 517 Escape from this world. Zhu Jun's warship appeared in the sky over Kyushu silently and gleaming with black light. This behemoth is sacrificed from the bone essence of the ancestors of the dead world and the supreme ancestor gods of other worlds, and the eternal light is condensed in it. It is actually a super war weapon. Woo! Zhu Jun's warship moved across the sky, crossed the sky of Kyushu, and quickly rushed across several battlefields. The imposing and huge hull was unstoppable wherever it passed. On several battlefields, the alien army was smashed to pieces on the spot. Many people didn't understand what was going on, and were smashed by this super warship. Xiao Chen drove the ancestral warship and rushed to the sky, where the battle of the ancestral gods had reached a fever pitch, and billions of stars were trembling. The terrifying divine power makes one's heart tremble, even if it is as strong as the current Xiao Chen. There are bursts of horror. With a loud bang, thousands of stars dimmed forever, completely turning into fly ash. That was the power of the ancestor god's blow. Under such astonishing power, even the mighty half-ancestor can only sigh helplessly, unable to do anything. When a thick battle spear passed across the sky, stretching endlessly, piercing the sky, and picking an ancestor god on the spear. The blood of the ancestor god splashed in the stars, like a sea of AA blood, flooding the stars. Obviously, Yanwang and Ancestral Dragon have the upper hand in the current battlefield outside the sky. Although they are small in number, they are powerful. Brush. An extremely brilliant ray of light swept across the big sky, instantly drowning the flying Zhujun battleship. An ancestor god from another world discovered the abnormality and carried out a devastating attack on Xiao Chen. Woo! The sound of Zhujun's warship shook the sky. It was a great weapon sacrificed for war. Its whole body was flickering with black light, and it immediately connected to the world of death. Thousands of divine lights all rushed to nothingness, and no divine power swept it. At the same time, Xiao Chen drove the warship and rushed over quickly. Boom! Like an indestructible blade, the ancestor warship broke through the barrier of the ancestor god in the starry sky, and rushed to the front of the ancestor god from another world. Boom! The pitch-black warship knocked the ancestor god from another world into the air. This result was beyond everyone's expectations, and the ancestor god was even more astonished, as if he couldn't believe it. Xiao Chen had an impulse now, and wanted to immediately sacrifice the broken formation, but he held back, because he was not the ancestor god after all, and it might be difficult to really seriously injure the strong man in front of him. He needs to wait for the opportunity. If he doesn't make a move, he will use it, and if he makes a move, it will be like a thunder, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, breaking the ancestor god. Lulapez, the ancestor god of the alien world, dodged Yanwang's dragon punch, and said coldly, okay, you are really well prepared. Although there are very few ancestor god-level powerhouses, you have a lot of means. Even this kind of warship has been built. Lan Yufeng, who was pierced by the old farmer, retreated thousands of miles, and after reorganizing his divine body, he sneered again and again, saying, even if you are fully prepared, it will be difficult to change the doomed result in the end. The alien ancestor god who was hit by the ancestor's warship just now finally understood what the huge black warship in front of him was. He glanced at Xiao Chen on the hull, and said in an indifferent voice, "Aunt, I will take your life first. I'm afraid you won't be able to do what you want." The old farmer's spear of destruction held against Lan Yufeng, and at the same time enveloped the ancestor god from another world, saying, "You and Lan Yufeng are destined to die under the spear of destruction. Don't be arrogant. If you are old and immortal, you will be doomed in this life." The ancestor god turned around and attacked and killed the old farmer at the same time as Lan Yufeng again. But at this moment, Xiao Chen drove the ancestral warship and rammed it again. The old farmer seemed to want to make the otherworldly ancestral god suffer. When Lan Yufeng came to the rescue, he didn't shake the great destroyer's spear at all, he just shook the old farmer a few times. Boom! The ancestor's warship soared into the sky, shattering the stars, rushed forward in an instant, and slammed into the body of the ancestor god from another world again. Puff! This time, the alien ancestor god who was pressed down by the great destruction spear was under endless pressure. At this moment, he was hit, and there was no extra strength to protect him. The person who was hit on the spot vomited blood, and his chest was sunken, obviously suffering severe injuries. Small ants, you actually hurt me. The moment this ancestor god from another world turned upside down, his face was ferocious, murderous, and his facial features were almost deformed. For a powerhouse of his level, it is impossible for Ban Zhu to hurt him, and the opponent can only be a powerhouse of ancestor god level. It is really a shame for him to suffer under Xiao Chen and vomit blood at this moment. I'm going to kill you physically and mentally. He rushed over in an instant, covered the sky with his right hand, and covered the sky and the ground, trying to grab Xiao Chen on Zhu Jun's battleship and crush him. The power of the gods shook thousands of miles, and the stars in the universe were turbulent. Under this violent wave, all the surrounding galaxies were turned into fly ash. Zhu Jun's warship shook violently, but there was no sign of breaking, and the hull was beyond imagination. Your opponent is me, don't act rashly. The old farmer was determined to make this alien ancestor look good, and the spear of destroyer flew across the air, stopping him again, and the invisible killing intent almost pierced through that giant hand and shattered it. At the same time, the old farmer also intercepted Lan Yufeng and fought together again. Boom! When Xiao Chen passed through the sky for the 7th time, the ancestor god from another world went completely berserk. He was deliberately suppressed by the old farmer 7 times, and was knocked into the air by Xiao Chen's ancestral warship. Even a clay figurine would be angry. Ant, lowly reptile, you make me angry. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be human. The ancestor god from another world swears a poisonous oath and keeps attacking, wanting to leave the old farmer's battle circle. His anger is completely aroused. Standing on the Zhujun warship, Xiao Chen said very calmly, "Don't scream, bugs, come and kill me if you have the ability." Being so despised by the ants in his eyes and called them bugs, the eyes of the ancestor gods from other worlds were suddenly colder than the cold winter of the 12th lunar month. Escape from the world, no longer in the 5 elements. At this moment, the ancestor god of the other world cast some kind of forbidden hair, shouting like this, his whole body was full of light, and the surrounding stars were all submerged. At this moment, he finally escaped from the battlefield dominated by the old farmer, and directly slaughtered Xiao Chen. Boom! The huge palm slapped down, smashing the sky. The supernatural power is overwhelming, irresistible. The old farmer's eyes flashed, but he didn't go to the rescue. He shouted as if caught off guard, "Okay, you leave, I just happened to kill Lan Yufeng." Lan Yufeng sneered and said, "Even if you have the advantage temporarily, you can't do anything to me." Boom! In the distance, a huge palm came down, and Zhu Jun's warship shot up into the sky, smashing the galaxy, and unexpectedly blocked this shocking blow. Xiao Chen is still forbearing, relying on warships for protection, without showing a broken formation. Destroy the ants. The giant hand of the ancestor god from another world shattered the space, directly reached into the ancestor's warship, and grabbed Xiao Chen. However, at this moment, the black warship suddenly blurred, and billions of stars appeared around it, claiming to be a piece of space, as if returning to an eternal unknown place. The palm of the ancestor god from another world extends infinitely, but it is always separated from the warship by a starry sky, unable to really touch it. Ha ha! The old farmer laughed loudly, "Even the ants in your mouth can't be killed. What face do you have to be the ancestor god of another world?" The great destruction spear in his hand is even fiercer. It seems that he wants to take this opportunity to kill Lan Yufeng. Sumina is in the ring. The ancestor god of the other world spoke coldly, covering the sky with his big hands, forming a warship of the ancestors of the world, and the starry sky around it shrank rapidly, and was about to be taken away. Time was running out, so he used a lot of mana, wanting to make a quick decision to prevent Lan Yufeng not far away from being killed by the old farmer. When he was concentrating all his strength on attacking Zhu Jun's warship, it was also the moment when his vigilance was the most relaxed. Suddenly, the endless killing intent rushed, and the old farmer's great destruction spear condensed the infinite killing intent, and launched a devastating attack on him. Although the spear hadn't rushed to him, the killing intent was the most terrifying idea that the old farmer had erupted since the beginning of the war. He vowed to kill him. Killing Lan Yufeng was fake, killing him was real, everything before was just to paralyze him. Boom! The chest of this alien ancestor god suddenly shattered. At the same time, his head was also pierced, and his soul was severely injured. He struggled to reorganize his body. But the old farmer died because he was determined to kill him. Under the attack of Lan Yufeng's endless divine power, he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and the spear of destruction kept vibrating at this ancestor god from another world. But the spear that pierced the universe and shattered everything in the world erupted with the most terrifying killing intent, destroying everything, piercing the body and soul of this ancestor god from another world. Boom! Finally smashed it to pieces. Puff! The old farmer spewed blood continuously. He didn't know if he had killed the ancestor god from another world, but he had to turn around and fight against Lan Yufeng. If this continued, he couldn't hold on. I let you down, I didn't perish. The broken body and soul of the ancestor god quickly gathered together, trying to reorganize the body. His voice was extremely venomous. Although he was not killed this time, the endless killing intent made him seriously injured and suffered unimaginable heavy injuries. His divine power has fallen to the bottom, and I am afraid that even a half-ancestor of the 9 heavens may pose a certain threat to him at this moment. I won't let you down. At this moment, Xiao Chen on the ancestral warship finally couldn't bear to make a move. 30 swords flew across the sky, and the broken formation emerged, misty and slowly spinning. The broken formation looks calm, but it crushes the ancestor god who wants to reorganize the battle body with an indomitable momentum. The entire starry sky was trembling, and the light of billions of stars was condensed, turning into endless sword light and blending into the broken formation. It has earth-shattering power. The moment the broken array came spinning, the ancestor god from another world suddenly yelled, "No!" But it was too late, his vitality was severely injured, and before he had time to reorganize his soul, he was crushed by a vast, unpredictable and unimaginable terrifying force, and he collapsed all of a sudden. I am immortal. The soul-shattered ancestor god from another world still uttered such a roar, but the broken formation shook 9 times in a row, wiping out more than half of his soul power each time. Boom! The ancestor god of the other world finally collapsed completely, and the soul consciousness was completely dispersed. The terrifying array has wiped out the ancestor gods from other worlds. The people around couldn't believe all of this, and they never thought that an ancestor god from another world would perish like this. War sword, it actually condensed a formation. Lulapez yelled, seemingly shocked. How is it possible? The formation is really condensed. Lan Yufeng was also surprised. Obviously, the death of an ancestor god from another world has far less impact on them than the appearance of a broken formation. Boom! At this moment, there were waves of terrifying fluctuations in the depths of the starry sky. Kyushu, above Zulong village, 4 ancestor gods from other worlds stepped out, and they stepped into the extraterrestrial sky in one step, rushing towards this battlefield. At this moment, Yanwang, the old ancestor dragon, and the old farmer had almost consumed most of their divine power. The arrival of this new force immediately made their situation not optimistic. And Xiao Chen knows that at present he is still unable to compete with the ancestor gods. The formation is indeed powerful, but he himself is far from reaching that level. The formation map can injure the ancestor god, but the ancestor god can also kill his body. If he fights recklessly, he must be the first to destroy both body and spirit. Woo! The sound of Zujun's warship shook the sky. Yanwang and Zulong sent voice transmissions to Mo Xiaowang, Laonong and Wuji's imprint, and they rushed onto the warship quickly. Xiao Chen didn't need to explain anything. Yanwang and Zulong naturally knew everything about Zujun's warship. Because, the ancestor of the dead world once left a spiritual imprint, and when Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu, that divine light had already rushed out of the sky, and was received by Yanwang and the old ancestor dragon. Go! Yanwang shouted. Zhu Jun's warship pierced the sky and quickly rushed to the depths of the sky. All of this is hopeless. There are countless ancestor gods in the other world, and 12 people have already appeared in this sky. How to fight? Go to the world of death. The voice of the ancestor dragon was low and very lonely. Abandoning Kyushu and the quartet world means admitting failure, and this era of civilization will come to an end. Woo! Zhu Jun's warship shook the stars, becoming more and more blurred and farther away, and finally disappeared. All the attacks of the alien ancestor god who was chasing after him were in vain. HMPH, escaped for a while, escaped for a lifetime. At this moment, the mighty ancestral god in front of the Sky Burial Valley has come to the battlefield outside the sky. Looking at the direction where the ancestor's warship disappeared, his eyes are extremely icy, cold and almost evil and terrifying. Father, I can feel your aura. That warship has your bone essence. This extremely powerful ancestral god seemed to be the leader of all the ancestral gods. He slapped his right hand heavily on the starry sky, and the entire sky boomed loudly. I don't know how many stars turned into fly ash, and the surrounding thousands of miles were completely turned into a dark area, and there was no more light. At this moment, he is full of endless resentment and resentment. Where did they go? An ancestor god from another world asked cautiously. The mighty ancestor god who came from the Sky Burial Valley, his eyes were cold, full of endless hatred, and he said coldly, "The world of death." The world of death. That's right. My father is the supreme patriarch god. He disappeared in front of the Sky Burial Valley in the past. He left us important information there. So, we have to enter the world of death in order to completely obliterate them. Yes, the real battle has begun, and we may have to face our old friends. Chapter 518. Mountains and rivers are still there. Time flies, time flies. The world of death, a desolate plain, without any vitality. Xiao Chen sat alone. 17 years had passed, he was like a fossil, motionless. Occasionally, there is a cool wind across the earth, making a mournful whistling sound. The barren land was reddish-brown, cold and hard, and there was nothing here but weathered bones. Over the years, Xiao Chen was covered in dust, completely submerged by the dust, and merged with this lonely world, as if he had lost his vitality forever. Reluctantly retreating from Kyushu and coming to the world of death, he sat like a dead tree for 17 years. The long black hair has turned gray and white at this moment, and has long lost its luster. When the cold wind blows, the gray hair falls and turns into dust. In this way, day after day, year after year, when the 31st year came, Xiao Chen was still as motionless as a fossil, making people suspect that he had already sat here. The lead cloud was surging, as if it was about to fall on this barren plain, and the silent fossil, which hadn't moved for 30 years, finally made some strange noises. Boom! With a slight shock, Xiao Chen seemed to be cracked, the dust fell, and the gray hair fell in a mess. The dead tree-like figure slowly stood up, and the dry and cracked skin fell off his body. After sitting for 32 years, Xiao Chen finally regained his vitality, his black hair regenerated, and his skin glowed with blood and vitality. He walked towards Shenkyun. It seems that it is still the same as before, without any change, and there is no strong energy fluctuation, as if it has really just been sitting for 32 years. Shenkyun seemed lifeless. Many monks from Kyushu were brought here, far away from their homeland. Their mood has been depressed for so many years. I am afraid that only optimists like Fatty Zug and Jinsen Yi will be as happy as before. After entering the world of death, the ancestor gods such as the old ancestor dragon and Yanwang have disappeared for many years, and they have not been seen for 32 years. More than 30 years have passed. It is hard to imagine what the Kyushu and Sifang world has become like today, and people dare not think too much about it. 32 years later, when Xiao Chen returned to Shenkyun, he immediately attracted the attention of many people, and was immediately surrounded with a whoosh. The leaders were Jinsen Yi, Shapalang and Fatty Zug, who led a group of children to surround them. The others were not in such a good mood. The vast majority of people, like Xiao Chen, used retreats to get through these difficult years. I said, brother, I thought you were dead. You have been sitting for so many years, and you look like a fossil from a distance. Hearing this, Xiao Chen slapped Fatty Zug directly, making him trembling all over his body. This guy's face was glowing red, he looked overnourished, and his white hair became even more shiny. I said, fat man, I really don't know what to say about you. In the world of death, it doesn't matter if you don't lose weight, but you can still eat so shiny, this is really a realm. Xiao Chen sighed. I can't help it, I'm a foodie by nature. Jinsen Yi concluded in this way. In the end, he was knocked out by Zug Fatty, and the white-haired fat man said without shame, the martial arts passed down to me by the martial ancestor are truly extraordinary, and I want to eat them all over the world. Shapalang next to him murmured, damn it, that fat man will eat anything, even the tinder I collected so hard was stolen by him, and I will see that he will even eat bones in the future. Where are Lu Mu and Chen Fang? Xiao Chen asked. They all went to retreat. Now everyone is eager to improve their strength, and everyone is under pressure. They feel that the world of death may not be peaceful, and it will probably become a battlefield in the near future. Where's Kiki? Sleep, of course. Xiao Chen saw a sleeping little beast in Shenkyun. The little guy was sleeping very sweetly. He hadn't woken up for 30 years. It seemed that if no one disturbed him, he would sleep for a long time. Xiao Chen didn't bother the little guy. He knew that if the little guy was cultivating like this, instead of waking him up, it's better to let him sleep peacefully, because the little guy might be the main force in the big battle in the future. Sigh, although it's very leisurely to sit in Shenkyun and watch beautiful women like this every day, but I always stay in one place, and I'm almost fading out. Jinsen Yi complained, and said, I really want to go back to the world of flowers and flowers back then. I don't know what happened to Kyushu in the Sifang world. I really miss it. That's true. Although Shapalang is a skeleton, a fire creature reborn in the dead world, after going to Kyushu several times, he lingered back and forth, and now he feels very regretful, and said with emotion, I miss you, the sisters I met in Kyushu, I don't know what happened now. You're a flamboyant bone, you don't even have meat, and you still feel sorry for your younger sister, are you all skeleton girls? Fatty Zug despised him. Stay here, you fat man. Sha Palang fought back. Jin Sanyi urged Xiao Chen, saying, why don't we go to Kyushu to see, I don't know what's going on. Next to it, a group of children are all big-eyed and bright. There are children from the original village of God, and there are also descendants of monks brought from Kyushu. They are very yearning for Kyushu and the quartet world. Let's practice honestly, maybe one day the ancestor gods from other worlds will come over. Xiao Chen directly rejected them. No way, can they still enter the world of death? Of course, Xiao Chen reminded. Didn't KK's father kill a supreme ancestor god in the world of death in the past, which means that an ancestor god from another world knew the way to enter the world of death before endless years. Afterwards, Xiao Chen met Li Mu and old man Zhao Ying in Shengkyun, and wanted to ask about the current situation in Kyushu. But unfortunately, these two old people have never entered Kyushu for more than 30 years, and they don't know what's going on in that world. In the end, Xiao Chen decided to go there himself, otherwise he always felt that he couldn't let go of anything. Time flies, 32 years have passed. Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu with a feeling of apprehension. In the sky above Zulong village, the black divine gate became even bigger and became an impenetrable passage. On the ground, the majestic dead city has not changed much, still majestic and standing there. However, the surrounding land seemed a bit desolate, overgrown with weeds, trees and wolves, and it was obvious that there had been no human habitation here for a long time. Xiao Chen walked through the chaotic forest, trying to find the former Zulong village, but it had long since disappeared, and the map of the 7 demons fell there, completely sealing off the area. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to take out the broken formation and sweep past, but he knew that it was difficult to change, so he could only turn around and leave in the end. Have the creatures on Kyushu ceased to exist? Xiao Chen was very disturbed. If that was the case, it would be too cruel. After walking for more than 10 miles, the big river is surging, and the yellow river is still rushing. The little stubborn dragon jumped into the yellow river in the past, and he doesn't know where it is now. Xiao Chen stood here for a long time before heading towards the original prosperous place of Kyushu. Today, shrinking to an inch is nothing more than a small doyle to him. After traveling for more than 100 miles, Xiao Chen's heart immediately sank. Along the way, I saw 13 villages and 2 small cities in a row, but there were no traces of people, a desolate place, completely turned into ruins, overgrown with weeds, obviously it had been deserted for many years. Soon, he came to a big city, which was also dead and silent, with ruined walls and dense weeds among the rubble. He glanced at it with a powerful spiritual sense, and there were many dead bones buried in the ruins. Although he was mentally prepared, Xiao Chen still felt blocked. All this showed that the other world seemed to have really carried out a brutal massacre. After traveling through most of the territory of Yangzhou, Xiao Chen did not find a single living person. The formerly prosperous city has now been completely reduced to a dead city. There is no living person, all buildings have collapsed, and all living beings have been wiped out. Not even a mouse was seen, it was completely extinct. This made Xiao Chen furious. Looking at the dark divine gate above ancestral dragon village, he had an impulse. If his strength reached the 9th heaven of the ancestral god, he would definitely rush to the other world without hesitation and kill all directions. The mountains and rivers are still there, but the homes are all destroyed, and the people who used to be turned into dry bones, which makes people feel sad and weep. Xiao Chen seemed to have a ghost, wandering alone among the ruins, walking from one place to another. What he saw along the way was not dry bones, ruins, and messy weeds. He was silent, as if remembering everything in the past. Traveling all over Yangzhou, he was sure that no one survived and all were wiped out. Xiao Chen stood silently for a long time, and the broken formation was looming beside him, as if it would shake at any moment. I hope there will be survivors. It took a long time before he calmed down, and the formation disappeared in a flash. Xiao Chen left Yangzhou and walked towards the east. He believed that someone should be able to survive. Just as he walked out of the territory of Yangzhou, he suddenly heard the cry of a crow. Although it is an ominous bird, Xiao Chen has a feeling of kindness. After all, it is considered a living being and has not been exterminated. Soon, his expression gradually became agitated, because after walking more than 100 miles, he found the smoke curling up from the kitchen. Ahead, the fields are not barren, and there is a small village in the middle. There are still people alive. Chickens are crowing and dogs are barking. Although the small village is not big, it is full of vitality. There are dozens of families here. It's not a cultivator, it's an ordinary commoner. Could it be that the ancestor gods of other worlds didn't implement a complete policy of destroying the world? Xiao Chen was very excited. shrinking the ground into an inch, traveling hundreds of miles, saw many villages and towns along the way, and saw several cities. The farther east you go, the farther away you are from Yangzhou, the more people you see, and the more prosperous the city becomes. When I came to the Central Plains, what I saw was not much different from the previous years. The world of mortals was still like yesterday, as if I had never left. What's going on? Xiao Chen was full of doubts. He only slaughtered all the creatures in Yangzhou, but spared people from other realms. Did the ancestor gods of other realms finally soften their hearts? Impossible. Soon, Xiao Chen noticed the fact that although the Central Plains region was not destroyed, he did not see a single monk, all of them were ordinary people. After walking for more than 1,000 miles, Xiao Chen found that it was really difficult to see a monk. All the monks seemed to have evaporated from the world, and the entire Kyushu was full of ordinary people. Where did you go? Xiao Chen flew to the clouds, looked down at the land of Kyushu, and said to himself, have they all been killed? Soon, he set his sights overseas, and there seemed to be energy fluctuations in that direction. With his cultivation at his current level, his spiritual sense is unparalleled, and he can see tens of thousands of miles with just a glance. Enchantment A. Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold, and there were many barriers overseas, sealing off all the islands. Brush. He disappeared in place, and came thousands of miles away almost instantly. The islands are like cages, imprisoning a large number of monks. Xiao Chen flew over an island, and it took a lot of effort to break the barrier outside the island. One can imagine how powerful the person who cast the barrier is. The island is very large, and there are many monks on the island. Although they are restricted here, they have not been sealed. Well, he is a person who is not dead. Xiao Chen quickly scanned the island, and found some acquaintances of the undead sect, and even saw the head teacher of the undead sect, a whole sect, and they were all detained here. The Immortal Gate has a deep connection with him. In the past when he entered the Longevity continent from Long Island, he went to the Immortal Gate at the first stop. Moreover, during the bloody battle in Tiandi City that year, the old headmaster once slashed out a sword light to help him break through the siege. At that time, I didn't know that it was the old head teacher of Undead Gate who made the move, but afterward, as he became stronger and stronger, he naturally knew all kinds of things back then. Xiao Chen carefully searched the island with his powerful spiritual sense, and found a magnificent building complex in the center of the island. Obviously there is the residence of the monks from the other world, and those who are not dead are excluded and are not allowed to approach that area. There is actually a half-ancestor from the seventh heaven sitting in the town, not to mention other monks from other worlds on the island, just him here alone is enough to deter the Undead Gate. I finally understand why the ancestor gods didn't completely wipe out these ants. I have to say that some of these ants are indeed very innovative. The half-ancestor of the seventh heaven seemed to be a little emotional, sitting in the main hall, and said to others, as far as the undead sect we suppress is concerned, the magic of the broken demon seed god is really extraordinary. Not only have we benefited a lot, even one of our ancestor gods is also very interested. Change. The devil smasher god is indeed extraordinary, but the gate of immortality is about to lose its value. I'm afraid it won't be long before he will become a sharpening stone for young disciples. The half-ancestor of the seventh heaven nodded, and said, we don't raise trash. He seemed to have remembered something, and said, our ancestor god, a direct descendant of him, will come here today to pick some ants with good qualifications, and there must be no mistakes. Please rest assured, my lord, there will never be any accidents. Report, the person sent by the ancestor god has arrived. Oh, go and meet him quickly. Hearing this, the Banzu of the seventh heaven hurriedly led the crowd to welcome him out. The barrier was broken, and a group of strong men surrounded a young man, descending on the island like stars holding the moon. See the envoy of God. The Banzu of seventh heaven even led the crowd to salute the young man. Excuse me, the young man waved his hand in a cold voice. Xiao Chen could see clearly from a distance that this, young envoy of the gods, should be more than 1,000 years old, and his strength was at the level of the half-ancestor, so he could be regarded as an extraordinary talent. What is the aptitude of the ants here? Asked the young envoy. It's not bad, the Banzu of the seventh heaven asked. I don't know if it's the ants for the selection of gladiators or the beautiful ants. All need. Well, I'll let people choose now. No need, call all the best ants, and I will select them myself. Well, that's fine, then I'll have to trouble God. The Banzu of the seventh heaven ordered the monks from other worlds to summon the elites of the immortal sect. He himself stayed here and introduced to the envoy, saying, there are a group of elders in the immortal sect. Their cultivation is very extraordinary, but they are too old, and most of them are not suitable for wrestling. However, the current head teacher is a man. He has reached great success in cultivating the god of smashing demon seeds, and using himself as a cauldron. His achievements will be limitless in time. In addition, there are many beautiful women on this island. The envoy nodded indifferently after hearing this. In the dark, Xiao Chen's eyes were cold, and he watched all this calmly. If he hadn't misunderstood, the elites of Undead Gate were really treated as slaves, and the situation was really sad. Not long after, a group of elites from the Immortal sect was brought here. The god envoy swept over the powerful spiritual sense, and at first sight he took a fancy to the head teacher of the Undead sect. He nodded and said, "Yes, he is a character. Train him well and let him go to wrestling. I think he can have a good ranking. The ant colony owned by our ancestor god is not much worse than other ancestor gods in general." Hearing these words, many elites of Undead sect were all angry, but they could only bear with it, because for more than 30 years, they have already understood the current situation. There are no ancestor gods in Kyushu, and there are no ancestor gods in the four worlds. They are really no different from ants. This has to be said to be a kind of sadness. And the powerful half-ancestor has already left in the ancestral dragon boat, and the people left behind really have no resistance in front of the alien army. "You, come out." The envoy pointed to the head teacher of the Undead sect. The head teacher of the Immortal sect clenched his fist, but finally let it go helplessly. If he resisted, all the disciples of the sect would be implicated. It is unbelievable that the dignified headmaster of the Undead sect is going to be selected to fight. Xiao Chen was in the distance, seeing all this in his eyes, with endless killing intent in his heart. At this moment, a group of beautiful women were brought in, and one of them was so magnificent that she stood out from the crowd and was extraordinarily dazzling. The envoy's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, "This woman is very nice." The Banzu of the seventh heaven accompanied him with a smile, and said, "It's good that the gods are satisfied." This woman is named Yan Qingcheng, and she was one of the most famous beauties in Kyushu and the world of longevity in the past. The envoy kept nodding, and said, "Very good, if you go to fight for beauty with such an overwhelming beauty, you will definitely get a good ranking. If you are selected by the ancestor god, you will bestow it on your direct descendants. This has to be said to be a shame. The proud daughter of the Immortal Gate has fallen into such a situation. It is conceivable what she is really going to do." Yan Qingcheng. In the distance, Xiao Chen looked at the familiar beauty and remembered many past events. Chapter 519 The Butcher Knife Sacrifice to the Ancestral God. Whether a person's life is long or short, there are always some people and things that will gradually fade away in the years, and will be gradually forgotten until there is no trace. The years of cultivators are long, and they will experience more people and things. Watching the beautiful women grow old in the world, and children turning into old people, many past events will gradually disappear in their memory. However, some people and things are not easy to forget. Many years have passed, and Yan Qingcheng is as beautiful as ever. As the name suggests, Yan Qingcheng is the most beautiful in the world. Xiao Chen looked at the slim and graceful figure, and suddenly recalled many past events. Very good. The envoy nodded frequently, as if he was very satisfied with Yan Qingcheng among the beauties, but this was a great shame for the proud girl of the Immortal Gate. Even though the city is beautiful, but at the moment it is like a commodity, and it is open to judgment. "Raise your head," the half-ancestor of the seventh heaven ordered in a majestic voice. Yan Qingcheng, who is as graceful as jade and elegant in the world, even if she amazes the world, it is of no benefit at this moment. It is precisely because of her beauty that she is in an embarrassing situation at this moment. Snort. She turned her head stubbornly, facing sideways. Her snow-white neck was as slender as a swan's jade neck, and her long black hair covered half of her face. Presumptuous. The Banzu of the seventh heaven shouted in a cold voice, "It is your blessing to show your face in front of the envoys. How dare you disobey it? Do you want to be like other ants, with both body and spirit destroyed?" The young envoy next to her saw all this quietly, waved her hand, and said, "There is no need to tame her, just keep some wildness in this way, so that she can have a natural demeanor, and only then can she win in the competition." At this moment, not only Yan Qingcheng was ashamed and angry, but also other members of the undead sect felt very humiliated. Without the ancestor gods to fight against the alien world, their current situation is really like slaves, without any right to freedom. If you want me to go against my will and do something I don't want to do, I would rather die than surrender. Speaking of this, Yan Qingcheng's whole body was full of light, with traces of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She wanted to kill herself here. Don't want to Ching-chung don't. The undead sect members next to him exclaimed, but obviously they couldn't stop it. HMPH. The young envoy sneered again and again, a little blue light burst out from his eyes, instantly fixed Yan Qingchung's jade body, and said, "It is impossible to die in front of me. Your body no longer belongs to you, but belongs to the strong of my clan. If I don't let you die, you will not be able to die if you want to." Although his words were calm, they exuded strong self-confidence, as if everything in the world was under control. The graceful and handsome Yan Qingchung, her beautiful face was full of unwillingness and shame, she was fixed on the ground by two blue lights, she couldn't move, she couldn't even want to die. The envoy moved his hands slowly, forming strange seals one by one, and mysterious power was driven into Yan Qingchung's body. Seal the soul, seal the soul, seal the god. Accompanied by the deep voice of the envoy, Yan Qingchung's body shone brightly, and then returned to calm. Now, you don't even want to die. The seventh heavenly ancestor next to him heard this, and immediately complimented him, "The envoy is really good." "It's just a small trick," the envoy replied calmly. There are bursts of mist in Yan Qingchung's beautiful eyes, she is really powerless, as long as she has that kind of thought, a mysterious force will automatically surge out and seal her body. Helplessly looking at the sky, she thought a lot at this moment, maybe this life is doomed to have a bad fate, but she is very unwilling. The envoy selected a few more women and said, "I want to see the gladiators now." The head teacher of the Immortal sect has white beard and hair. Although he is over 300 years old, in the eyes of the alien god envoy and the seventh heaven half-ancestor, he is still very young, and he is just the potential fighter they need. The sect's leader is good. The envoy praised. Then select a few people and let them compete with the head teacher of the undead gate for a few moves, so as to be the best. Although the crowd was furious, they had to deal with it perfunctorily, otherwise the whole sect might be implicated. "Okay, I'm going to take these people back." The god left with satisfaction. The half-ancestor of the seventh heaven hastened to send him off respectfully. Xiao Chen watched all this quietly, he didn't make a move immediately, but chose to follow behind. The pedestrians flew very slowly and were not in a hurry. They passed many islands covered with barriers along the way, and there was no doubt that there were monks from various sects inside. Senora A. At this moment, the head teacher of Undead Gate suddenly heard such a voice, and he was stunned. He hadn't heard such a name for a long time after being trapped in the island for so many years. The voice was somewhat familiar, and it sounded in his heart, saying, "Senior, please relax, don't show any strange colors." When the head teacher of the Immortal sect found out that it was Xiao Chen, he was very shocked, but on the surface he remained silent and listened quietly. "I want to know something. Is the foreign world divided into several clans?" Master Undead replied in his heart. "Yes, as long as you reach the realm of ancestor gods, you can stand on your own as a clan, and there is competition among clans. Did the ancestral gods of this clan learn from your miraculous skill of Devil Broken Seed God?" "Yes, it is said that the ancestor god has been in retreat for more than 30 years, and wants to take this opportunity to go up to a higher level and complete a transformation." After hearing these news, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly surged, and he continued to ask, "As far as I know, it is very difficult to cultivate the demon shard god, and it is very likely that you will fall into dead silence forever." "That's right." The head teacher of the Immortal sect nodded, and said, "Throughout the ages, only Chiyu demon ancestor and the evil king ancestor have truly cultivated. Although the alien ancestor god is powerful, since he has chosen this path, the stronger he is, the greater the danger he will encounter, because if he succeeds, his harvest will be unimaginable. I am afraid that he will become the best among the ancestor gods. Moreover, he regards himself as the cauldron, and I am afraid that he will be even more dangerous, for a long time." Speaking of this, the head teacher of the Undead Gate suddenly woke up and said, "Could you be?" Originally, he thought that Xiao Chen came to save him, but at this moment, Master Immortal's heart was trembling, and he vaguely grasped Xiao Chen's intention. "This is crazy." "That's right, I was trying to get his attention." Xiao Chen's words immediately confirmed the conjecture of the headmaster of the Undead sect. "You can't succeed." The headmaster of the Undead Gate throbbed in his heart, wanting to persuade Xiao Chen not to die in vain. "I won't act recklessly." Xiao Chen's words were very flat, very calm, and his voice echoed in the heart of the head teacher of the Undead sect, saying, "It's fine if he doesn't fall into the dead silence. If he is in the dead silence, then I'm sorry. I want to send him on the road. You don't act recklessly, you will lose your life in vain." It was obvious that the headmaster of the Undead sect didn't believe that Xiao Chen could attack and kill the ancestor god. In his opinion, even if a powerful person like the ancestor god is hovering between life and death, he is not something that monks of other ranks can fight against. I have already killed an ancestor god from another world. Xiao Chen said these words indifferently. What? The headmaster of undead sect was shocked, almost showing it on his expression. I once killed a dying ancestor god in the battlefield outside the sky. If the ancestor god of this family is really in a state of nirvana and suspended animation, I have 60% certainty, kill him. Kill him. These 3 words were biting very hard, and the headmaster of the undead sect felt this determination and courage, and his heart was shaken. You really want? It's crazy. The headmaster of undead sect was shocked and could only describe Xiao Chen in this way. How much courage does it take to kill the ancestor god? It is an eternal existence, and its magic power is unpredictable. Xiao Chen dared to do this, which is really shocking. That's right, I really want to do it. Xiao Chen said apologetically to the headmaster of the undead sect, originally I came here to save you and Yan Qingcheng, but now, senior, please bear with me for the time being, I'm afraid to scare the snake. Xiao Chen wanted to save not only these 2 people, but also monks from other major sects. If these 2 people were robbed in advance, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the other world. Okay, since you have such courage, I support you. Don't pay attention to us. We will not be in danger for the time being, and the so-called gladiatorial and beauty fights will take a long time to start. The headmaster of the undead sect said so. Yan Qingcheng has bright eyes and white teeth, a jade-like face, a slender neck, a full waist, and slender jade legs. She is indeed a beauty in the world, but at the moment her expression is cold and desolate, and she is already a little desperate. Xiao Chen didn't say anything to her in the end, and didn't send her a voice transmission, because he was afraid of accidents. After all, Yan Qingcheng's strength was not as good as the headmaster of the undead sect. Slowly, a group of people came to the South China Sea, where a huge palace stood in the sky, with majestic power emanating from it. It was the wave of the ancestor god. Xiao Chen's heart was awe-inspiring. He had already completely suppressed his aura, as if he had been sitting on a death pass for more than 30 years. His body and mind were like dead wood, without any life fluctuations rippling out. At this moment, he has already determined that the ancestor god is in a state of immortality. He is very familiar with this kind of fluctuation, and has experienced it more than once, the nirvana state of suspended animation. Xiao Chen was very surprised. If this ancestor god really succeeds, then his strength will undoubtedly rise to another level. This is a powerful person, and the devil smasher god is just an opportunity, not a decisive factor. Even if this person does not get this opportunity, he will make a breakthrough in the near future. It is best to get rid of this kind of potential ancestor god, otherwise it will be a big problem in the future. This made Xiao Chen even more determined to kill. There is only one chance. If he succeeds, he will avoid serious troubles. If he fails, he can only die. The huge palace is connected to a dimensional space, all of which are the strong and the direct descendants of the ancestor gods. If you become an ancestor god, you can establish your own family. This is the important place of this family, and the half-ancestors can only look up to them when they come here. In the distant sky, Xiao Chen waited for a long time before slowly moving there as the envoy brought Yan Qingcheng and the head teacher of the undead sect into it. From time to time, people came in and out, all of them were strong men of different races. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation is astonishing now. His body turned into nothingness, and he entered the majestic palace without a sound, and then walked into the dimensional space. Inside, it is simply an independent small world, with mountains and rivers, and many palaces and towers located in the beautiful mountain scenery. This is simply a pure land, a fairyland. In a majestic building complex, many monks from other worlds lived. Haha, if the ancestor god makes further progress this time, I am afraid that his status will be improved a lot, and the status of our ethnic group will also rise accordingly. I don't know if the ancestor gods can pass this pass smoothly. After all, their strength has reached their level. Every step forward does not know how many years it will take, and it can only be accompanied by rare opportunities. I think there is absolutely no problem. The ancestor god once said that he will definitely pass the level before the gladiatorial fight, and he will not miss that grand event. Xiao Chen got an amazing piece of news from their words. The once-in-10,000-year event in another world is about to come. In name, it is a duel of slaves under the names of many ancestor gods, but in fact it is a competition of strength among the gods of various races. When necessary, they will send powerful disciples to fight, and even manipulate the bodies of the disciples to participate in the battle in person. This is another world, and the competition is extremely cruel. Even if they have invaded Kyushu and the Quartet world, when encountering this once in 10,000-year event, the various ethnic groups will have to learn from each other. After Xiao Chen heard the news, he was looking forward to it, and he really wanted to see it sometime. At this moment, he is very confused. He can clearly sense the powerful energy fluctuations of the ancestor gods outside, but it is very ethereal in this dimensional space, and it seems to be everywhere, making it difficult to identify the exact location. What's going on here? Xiao Chen felt very surprised. It was difficult for him to capture the sleeping place of the powerful ancestor god, and he couldn't figure out where it was. At this moment, he was somewhat uneasy. After all, he was going to kill the ancestor god. No matter whether it is successful or not, it must be a shocking storm that shakes all the powerful people in the other world. This time, there will definitely be a huge disturbance. No matter how much the price is, Xiao Chen thinks it is worth trying. Where the hell is it? Xiao Chen didn't dare to scan with all his strength, because even though the ancestor god was in a dangerous state of nirvana, almost dead, he was still an extremely dangerous and terrifying person. Half an hour passed, Xiao Chen got nothing, his palms were already full of sweat. The big fact of killing the ancestor gods is a test of one's will. 3 full hours passed, and Xiao Chen still had no clue, so he had no choice but to withdraw from the dimensional space. Over the South China Sea, looking at the majestic and magnificent palace from a distance, he once again sensed the energy fluctuations of the ancestor god level. What's going on? Xiao Chen was puzzled, and said, could it be that he is not in the dimensional space, but only in that majestic palace? Xiao Chen really wanted to sacrifice the broken formation, but he had to be cautious. Searching carefully around the huge palace, he did not find traces of the ancestor gods from other worlds, but he found a powerful half-ancestor from the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in a corner of the palace. Why is the terrifying person who is about to touch the realm of the ancestor god sitting alone in that corner? After all, he is a half-ancestor of the 9 heavens, a nearly invincible existence under the ancestor god, so what is he guarding? The palace is connected to the second space. Xiao Chen finally discovered the secret. The half-ancestor of Zhuchongtian is guarding the secret door. Xiao Chen finally understood that the other world named Nirvana was sleeping in it. The butcher's knife is sacrificed to the ancestor gods of other worlds, just today. Although it has not yet been put into action, a huge storm is already foreseeable. Chapter 520 Crazy, use the ancestor god as the cauldron. The South China Sea is boundless, magnificent and boundless. A majestic palace is suspended above the South China Sea, connecting light and dark spaces. The place where the ancestor gods from other worlds sleep is guarded by the supreme half-ancestor of Zhuchongtian, strictly preventing people from destroying it. Xiao Chen really wanted to sacrifice the array directly to smash the second layer of dark space, but he suppressed this urge. The place where the ancestral gods sleep is probably very unusual, and a rash move will probably only scare the snake. He only has one chance, he must succeed in one blow. If you want to enter the second dimension quietly, you must get rid of the half-ancestor of the 9 heavens cleanly at the first time. The array is faintly visible, and it seems to be condensed into one body with Xiao Chen's body. But at this moment, a powerful wave of divine power burst out, like the sky was falling to the earth, and it was like the stars were falling all over the sky at the same time. The half-ancestor who was as powerful as the Zhuchongtian also trembled, opened his eyes suddenly, and said in a trembling voice, God ancestor, are you awake? Xiao Chen's hair was terrified, he disappeared the formation in an instant, his palms were full of sweat, he was afraid for a while, if he made a move just now, he might be in trouble now. The divine power of the ancestral god-level powerhouse shook the South China Sea, and the turbulent waves below rolled up to the sky, like a torrential river flowing backwards in the air. The rumbling tsunami sounded like thunder, and the white waves rolled and rolled. However, the half-ancestor of Zhuchongtian asked this question, but did not get a response. The ancestral god-level energy fluctuations swept across the 10 directions, and the terrifying divine power distorted the space. This is completely a wave that emanates from the barrier of the dimensional space. One can imagine how terrifying the scene inside is. Xiao Chen was startled, that ancestor god seemed to be transforming into nirvana, that's why such a horrible scene happened. At this moment, a loud and indifferent voice came from the direction of the distant West Sea, saying, it seems that Chu Tian is really going to climb another level. In a few more months, he will definitely succeed. Until now, Xiao Chen didn't know that the name of the sleeping ancestor god was Chu Tian. At the same time, he was terrified. The ancestor god level powerhouse paid attention to this place, and it was even more difficult for him to act. At this moment, he stood in the void, integrated with the array, and completely disappeared from this world. If it wasn't for the mysterious power of the broken array, Xiao Chen would probably have been discovered by that powerful ancestor god. The reaction of the half-ancestor of the 9 heavens exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. He was extremely nervous, and said in a trembling voice, "The mighty higher ancestor god is as great as you, and he will not do anything to the ancestor god of my family." Snort. A cold snort came, and the ancestor god from another world in the West Sea said coldly, "Don't treat a gentleman with a villain's heart. Even if there is a rift between him and me, we will not disregard the overall situation and kill each other. Supreme Ancestor God Al, please forgive me." The half-ancestor of Zhu Chongtian was about to touch the domain of the ancestor god, but at this moment he seemed very panicked, knelt down hurriedly, and kowtowed towards the West Sea. It is conceivable how strict the hierarchy in the foreign world is. How can I be as knowledgeable as an ant like you? The grudge between me and Chu Tian will be resolved in the gladiatorial meeting in the near future. He also regards his own Zhou Zhongtian half-ancestor as an ant, which shows the cruelty and coldness of the other world. The indifferent voice did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation, and slowly faded away. And the powerful divine sense that was probed disappeared in the direction of the West Sea in an instant. The ancestor god regards himself as the cauldron, and now has reached a critical moment. It is time to seal the only exit. The half-ancestor of Zhu Chongtian took out a black picture scroll, which was very similar to the 7 magic pictures that sealed Zulong village, but it was much smaller and the energy fluctuations were much weaker. This magic map was refined by Chu Tian. Although it is an imitation, it can also exert great power. The only weakness is that the service life is very short, only a few months. This was handed over to the 9 heavens half-ancestor by himself before his retreat back then. During the most dangerous period of his transformation, he asked the 9 heavens half-ancestor to seal the second dark space. The magic map shone brightly, sealing a corner of Tiangong at once, cutting off that piece of dimensional space. At the same time, there was a flash of light in the sky over the South China Sea, and Xiao Chen completely disappeared. The next moment he returned to God Village, the world of death. Standing on the huge mountain-like ancestral battleship, he was integrated with the broken formation, and mysterious power slowly flowed out. With the help of the mighty power of the broken formation, he was able to better control the ancestral battleship. The black light flickered, and the ancestor's warship gradually shrank, and finally it was only 1 meter long, just enough for Xiao Chen to ride alone. When Jin Sanyi, Fatty Zug and others ran over, they saw a black light soaring into the sky, and with just a flash, Xiao Chen disappeared on the ancestral warship. In the next moment, he came to the sky over the South China Sea silently. Looking at the huge and majestic palace from a distance, he used the broken formation to hide the aura and trace of the ancestor's warship, and slowly approached the Tiangong. There is no doubt that the dimensional space where the ancestor god Chu Tian lives must be weird and unpredictable, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to break into it by force, otherwise he would not be arrogant and let the half-ancestor of Zhu Chongtian only guard the exit. At this moment, even the exit was sealed, and it was completely isolated from the outside world. Xiao Chen intends to use the Zhujun warship to go through. This ship can even break into the second dark space without a sound. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen took out half of the stone man's skull. Even though there was a broken array to suppress the energy fluctuations, he was still worried, and fixed the stone bone on the bow to absorb some of the overflowing energy. At the beginning, in the Valley of Burial Soldiers in the most evil place, the half-stone bone had already shown extraordinary features. It could silently absorb all the divine power that impacted on it. The broken array and Xiao Chen merged into one, driving the ancestor's warship to move forward slowly. Without any energy aura vibrating out, Zhu Jun's battleship was like a ghost, soundless, passing through the second dark space, and disappeared in an instant. During this process, the half-stone bone is still incomparable, but it is slowly absorbing the energy shielded by the dimension, without letting a trace of breath escape. The Zhu Chongtian Banzu in the palace, sitting cross-legged on the ground and quietly guarding beside him, knew nothing and felt nothing. As if passing through a layer of waterfall, Zhu Jun's battleship slowly emerged and came into a mysterious and strange space. It was extremely dark here, and there were rocky mountains everywhere, with no end in sight. At this moment, in this vast and unpredictable dark space, the terrifying fluctuation of divine power has already calmed down. However, Xiao Chen still sensed an oppressive momentum, which made him a little breathless. It was like a huge prehistoric beast sleeping in his heart, making his soul throb. The 1-meter-long Zujun battleship carried him, like a ghost, slowly floating towards the front of the stone sea. Leaping over hundreds of huge rocky mountains, Xiao Chen finally approached the central area, where a terrible scene was happening. An altar with a height of more than 100 meters is completely made of reddish-brown boulders. The altar is very wide, with a radius of 1,000 feet. At this moment, the altar was dripping with blood, and the glaring blood of the ancestor god stained the entire altar red. A strong man from another world was naked, sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar. His whole body was bronze-colored, his muscles bulged like horned dragons, full of explosive power, and shone with a terrifying luster. But at this moment, his head was split open, and a baby with fair skin was struggling to crawl out, bringing out endless blood of the ancestor god. And those white and tender little hands were even more stained with viscous slurry, which was the brains of the bronze-colored strongman. The vast fluctuation of divine power not long ago originated from this. This alien ancestor god named Chu Tian is undergoing a new transformation, and it is obviously the most critical moment. At this moment, he is extremely weak. Using himself as the cauldron, he carried out a self-sublimation and realized a terrible nirvana. Xiao Chen was about to do it, but suddenly he changed his mind. He made a crazy decision, and a daring plan flashed in his mind. There is no doubt that Chu Tian, the ancestor god of the alien world, is still far from consummation. It is the most difficult to use oneself as a cauldron, and it is difficult to completely refine the body of the ancestor god as a cauldron. The newborn baby has yet to grow, and the cracked cauldron has not done its full work, and will be restored again. The real state of perfection is that the newborn baby and the cauldron are one. This is the Dafa of the devil seed god who uses himself as the cauldron. Xiao Chen resisted the impulse and did not sacrifice the broken formation. He wanted to use the ancestor god Cho Tian from another world as the cauldron. It can be described as a shocking decision. He wants to harvest the achievements of Chu Tian. This is an audacious and utterly crazy idea. Chu Tian used himself as the cauldron, and was undergoing the difficult rebirth of nirvana, but Xiao Chen wanted to interrupt halfway, forcefully step in, and use this ready-made cauldron to transform. Back then, he learned about the cultivation process of the demon-smashing god Dafa from Yan Qingchang. Although he didn't fully grasp it, he knew the relationship between the god of seed and the cauldron very well. Because he has experienced it personally, he was Yan Qingchang's cauldron, and he deeply understands the relationship between the two, and how to intercept the Dao fruit. Chu Tian was so weak that he didn't even know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him, peering into nothingness. Aha! The white and tender baby let out piercing screams, and finally struggled out of the bronze-colored ancestor god's body with great difficulty. It was dripping with blood, and it was even stained with a lot of sticky brains. The baby was extremely tired, and fell heavily on the altar, getting rid of the cauldron. On the altar with a radius of hundreds of feet, the blood of the ancestor gods on it was so bloody that it was extremely gorgeous. In nothingness, Xiao Chen resisted an impulse. Although this is the best opportunity to kill Chu Tian, it is not a good time to plant a god. Taking the ancestor gods from other worlds as the cauldron, we must seize the best opportunity and act at the most critical moment. Bold and crazy plan. The weak baby sat down on the altar for a long time before slowly getting up. The ruthless cold light in his eyes was terrifying, staring at his original body of the ancestor god as if he was staring at a prey. He sat cross-legged on the altar with his heart turned to the sky, slowly recovering his divine power. And during this process, the cauldron was also changing. The bronze-colored treasure body shone with a little brilliance, the split head slowly closed, and the bright red blood flowing on the altar returned to the body of his ancestor god along the pores. The baby used Chu Tian's body as the cauldron, and planted the god seed in the original body. Although it has grown successfully, the most dangerous moment has not yet come. He needs to go back to the cauldron, practice broken demons, absorb all the potential of the past, and the newly born god seed can be combined with the shattered cauldron. Only when the true demon is successfully broken and the god seed planted surpasses the original self can the meritorious deeds be considered complete. Caillou can be described as a genius through the ages, who has created such an inexhaustible method. If he is given time, he will continue to destroy the demon seed god, infinitely sublimate, and become an ancestor god is not a problem at all. This can be said to be a peerless evil skill, and it is also infinitely tempting to the ancestor gods. After half a month of training, the baby was completely promoted to a perfect state, and the cauldron also recovered and reached a perfect state. At this moment, it is the best time for the magic broken god to be born. Boom. Although the muddled body of the ancestor god didn't have much sanity, but out of an instinctive reaction, the light around him shone brightly, shaking the rushing baby back. The white and tender baby let out a piercing scream, and turned into a blazing light, as if it was burning, and rushed to the body of the original ancestor god again. This is the battle between the god seed and the cauldron furnace, and it is the most dangerous. If one is not careful, the cauldron may be broken and destroyed, and it will fall into a place of eternal doom. The baby is entangled with the unconscious body, each trying to break the other and strengthen itself. The entire dark dimensional space vibrated. If it hadn't been for the fact that this space had already been refined to an indestructible state by Chu Tianji, it might have been shattered countless times. The ear-piercing screams and terrifying roars shook people's souls. Even though Xiao Chen was guarded by a formation map and a warship, he still felt unbearable. This is the terrifying power of the ancestor god-level powerhouse when they are fighting for their lives, and the fluctuation of divine power is unbearable for even half the ancestors. Boom. After all, the cauldron has no wisdom, and was finally integrated into it by the baby, who sat cross-legged in the dantian of the ancestor god's body. However, the danger has only just begun. He must shatter the demon body, completely refine and absorb the infinite potential of the past, to be considered as successful. Everyone's biggest enemy is himself. It is difficult to destroy the original self. Taking oneself as the cauldron is the most dangerous. This was the most difficult tug of war, which lasted for 7 days, and the baby still had difficulty breaking the cauldron. But at this moment, it was extremely exhausted, and finally had to calm down and slowly recover its divine power. A terrifying aura erupted mightily. Although the god seed and cauldron had calmed down, their infinite potential burst out, which was so majestic and trembling. It is conceivable that once the devil smasher god succeeds, it will be an extremely terrifying newborn ancestor god. After a short rest, the baby began to eagerly break the demon again. Although he was still very weak and hadn't recovered his divine power to the peak level at all, he had no choice but to make a quick move. Because the bronze-colored body is another him, and he is also recovering. If he can't take the initiative, it may be that the sanity cauldron will gain the upper hand in the end and destroy him, the god seeding. If so, in this life, he will be in a daze and completely lose himself. Aha, hey! The baby screamed terribly and vibrated violently in the cauldron, hoping to shatter the demon as soon as possible to achieve fusion and complete a real regeneration. The divine power surged between the two, constantly impacting. In the end, the bronze-colored ancestral god cauldron finally began to crack slowly, and the baby in its body was also severely injured. Its divine power was almost dried up, and cracks appeared on its body. It can be said that using oneself as a cauldron to achieve regeneration is really difficult, and it is almost a lose-lose situation. At this moment, both the god seed and cauldron are in an extremely dangerous situation, and the god seed only has the upper hand. The success or failure of the devil seed god will be revealed soon. But at this moment, Xiao Chen finally made a move. He drove the ancestral warship to shatter time and space, rushed forward in an instant, and ruthlessly sacrificed the broken formation. At this moment, the slowly rotating formation emerged, exuding earth-shattering divine power. Boom! The formation diagram directly cut open the cracked cauldron, and pressed down on the extremely weak baby. At the same time, the ancestor warship and Xiao Chen quickly shrunk and rushed into the cauldron with the body of the ancestor god as the shell.